Chapter 1736. As Senior Ma and the others watched the bamboo hat bladesman take away the precious black flame crystal, they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. "Might I ask for your great name and which sect of the central great realm you come from?" Senior Ma and Lang Feng exchanged glances. Then they stepped forward, wanting to strike up a conversation. If necessary, it would be for the best if they could form an alliance. Even if the alliance failed, they could at least maintain a friendship and avoid conflict in the future. The bamboo hat bladesman mocked indifferently. "The central great realm? I have not been there yet. I am just a loose cultivator. Just call me Ananda." As the bamboo hat bladesman spoke, he swept his gaze over Senior Ma's team again. He now had a clearer understanding of the strength of this team. When the bamboo hat bladesman's gaze landed on Xiao Chen, a strange expression flashed in his eyes, which were hidden under the bamboo hat. However, it passed in an instant. Others would not notice anything at all. A loose cultivator? Lang Feng and Xiahou Feng were both shocked. Since when did loose cultivators have such heaven-defying characters? However, given how vast the world was, it was hard to avoid some people getting lucky. Lang Feng continued and invited, "Brother Ananda, you are alone. How about you join our team?" The bamboo hat bladesman smiled faintly and said, "There's no need." After leaving behind these two simple words, the bamboo hat bladesman drifted away. The bamboo hat bladesman did not intend to form an alliance with Senior Ma and the others. Or rather, he did not care about them at all. After that bamboo hat bladesman went far away, all sorts of discussions rang out. "What a young star venerate. His saber techniques are really startling." Indeed. That black flame demon was chopped in half by one saber strike. The saber chi lingered around. Although he did not comprehend the complete saber Dao, he is not far from it. "I wonder where this expert came from." Xiao Chen remained silent as he looked in the direction that bamboo hat bladesman left, entering deep thought. The bamboo hat bladesman's entire body was covered up. No one could see anything wrong with him. However, for some reason, Xiao Chen found this person somewhat familiar. He must have seen this person before. However, in Xiao Chen's memory, he did not recall any bladesman with such strength. Senior brother Yi Zifeng definitely has one. However, senior brother Yi Zifeng is much more brilliant than that. He is a holy venerate. Maybe I'm just seeing things. Xiao Chen also began to doubt his own intuition because his memory had always been very good. There was no mistake. If he couldn't recall it, then it could only be that his intuition was wrong. After a long time, Old Ma said, "Everyone, be careful. It looks like we are not the only ones who have discovered this dragon city. Who knows, there might be other people. If we run into a disciple from a 5th grade sect." When Senior Ma and the others saw the bamboo hat bladesman, their hearts sank. This place no longer belonged to them alone. With the appearance of the bamboo hat bladesman, there would definitely be others. Xiao Chen's hopes of monopolizing the fortuitous encounters of the Dragon City would be dashed. If he was unlucky and encountered a disciple of a 5th grade sect, he would definitely be killed. Not only would they not be able to obtain the fortuitous encounter, but they would also have no choice but to flee in all directions and leave their fates to fate. Continuing forward, Senior Ma's team annihilated another flame demon team. They explored the courtyards and ancient buildings, obtaining many benefits. Some were weapons from the ancient times, some were cultivation resources left behind from the ancient times, and so on. To be able to go through such a long period of time, wash away all of his glory, and reveal his sharpness once more. Needless to say, it was definitely something good. Half a day later. Rumble. A series of loud sounds came from ahead, along with dense flames and the shouts of cultivators. There really is someone. There are quite a lot of people. Elder Ma's expression immediately turned grave. Xiao Chen did not fear meeting a lone expert like the bamboo hat bladesman. He feared meeting a team like theirs. "Let's go and take a look." No matter what, it was necessary to understand the other party's background. Even before Xianxia got close, he could already feel surging heat waves surging toward him. Ahead, a team with about the same number of people as Senior Ma's team was fighting with a team of flame demons. The flame demons here were even stronger. All of them major primal core cultivators. There were even black flame demons that reached the star venerate level, looking incredibly terrifying. Although the opponent's team had great teamwork. However, The attacks of the Star Venerate level Black Flame Demon severely tore apart their formation. Several people died on the spot. Fresh blood seeped out and formed a river. It was a tragic sight. "It's Elder Lu's team," Lang Feng said when he clearly saw the person leading the team. Senior Ma and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not a rank 5 sect disciple. Like Senior Ma's team, Senior Lu's team was famous in Dragon Flame City's northern district. However, it was weaker. While the relationship between the two teams was not very good, it was not bad, either. "So, Senior Ma is here. We are all fellow cultivators of Dragon Flame City. Please help us out." Senior Lu's team was clearly at a disadvantage, suffering unspeakably. Senior Ma said, "Let's go over and help." Right now, the Dragon City's environment was becoming increasingly complicated. Senior Ma did not think too much before making up his mind. Being able to get a helper would definitely be beneficial for the rest of the journey. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With Senior Ma's command, the people of Senior Ma's team immediately flew over to fight the flame demons. Instantly, the pressure on Senior Lu's team decreased significantly. Xiao Chen held the tyrant saber and moved about fearlessly. His army-breaking saber technique became increasingly familiar with it. He slowly showed signs of reaching peak consummation. When he executed it, he moved about fearlessly, appearing extremely tyrannical. The formless might of a tyrant shocked the surroundings, inspiring fear in everyone. What a handsome saber technique! One man and one saber amid a vast army, moving about fearlessly. Wherever the saber points, it breaks everything. How tyrannical! Several people on both sides marveled at Xiao Chen's saber technique when they saw it. Xiao Chen's movement technique was excellent. The fish dragon art allowed him to move about freely in this chaotic battle. Although Xiao Chen killed the enemy ferociously, he did not put himself in danger. However, the truly strong enemy, the Star Venerate level Black Flame Demon, was still dealt with by Senior Ma, Senior Lu, Lang Feng, and the others working together. After a while, both sides worked together and finally chased away this group of flame demons. The Star Venerate level flame demon found it hard to fight against so many. It was significantly injured, turned into a clump of flames, and fled in a sorry state. Xiao Chen glanced indifferently at the black flame demon, paying attention to the ground where it fled. That Senior Lu came over and expressed his gratitude to Senior Ma. Then, he generously offered to give all the flame crystals in the flame demon's corpse to Senior Ma's team. Senior Ma smiled casually, not being polite. Following that, the upper echelons of both sides started to discuss the alliance. Xiao Chen lost interest. He looked at the ground and entered deep thought. The ground, which had been covered in blood earlier, no longer had many bloodstains left. He found this very strange. Xiao Chen lowered his head and looked at the ground, entering deep thought. "Senior Lu, how long has it been since you entered this dragon city?" "About a day, I guess. This dragon city is very strange. However, everyone feels that there are benefits to be gained, so we persevered. We want to charge into the Flame Demon headquarters and see what the situation is like." The two teams entered at about the same time. Soon, the two teams formed the mysterious phenomenon of an alliance and prepared to attack the Flame Demon headquarters together. Xiao Chen, who was squatting on the ground, thought of something when he heard the conversation between Senior Ma and Senior Lu. Something is strange. I have to make some plans in advance. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he silently vanished from where he was. Then, he chased after the Star Venerate level flame demon that Senior Ma and Senior Lu worked together to injure. After a while, Xiao Chen stopped on a wall and calmly stared at the ground below. Hoochie! Suddenly, a clump of fire appeared on the ground. That injured Star Venerate level flame demon coughed a few times, appearing very weak. Resolving the mundane. Xiao Chen did not hesitate to use his strongest killing move, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques resolving the mundane. Since ancient times, the sages and sages were all passers-by. Thousands of years of worldly affairs were all for naught. Let go of the mundane world's worries, see the Buddha in one day, and obtain eternity. Xiao Chen's heart was like dead water. At this moment, he had separated himself from the secular world. His 7 emotions and 6 desires no longer existed. Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he swung his saber. A swastika appeared on his forehead, and a Buddhist light shone. However, it was emotionless, an eternal, inextinguishable saber light. Once one's mortal heart was settled, it would be eternal. The heavily injured flame devil only had time to raise its head and reveal a hint of shock before it was struck by that terrifying saber. He was cleaved into two halves and died on the spot. Clang! His body was illuminated by the Buddhist light, and only a strange black flame crystal fell to the ground. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and grabbed it. After killing the enemy with one slash, Xiao Chen did not stop moving and took out his carving knife. Then, he quickly started carving on the black flame crystal. His expression was focused, and his heart was as calm as still water. After a while, Xiao Chen perfectly carved the black flame crystal into the shape of a black flame devil. Then, Xiao Chen spat out a mouthful of essence blood for the black flame crystal to absorb. Then, he crushed the many red flame crystals in his hand. Xiao Chen continuously refined them, extracting their essence and infusing them into the black flame crystal sculpture. It was like he was infusing blood into it, making it livelier. All of this happened last night. Xiao Chen put away the exquisite sculpture in his hand and returned, rejoining the team. The two teams were currently regrouping. Several cultivators were searching the courtyards in the Dragon City. Xiao Chen's movements did not cause any commotion. Who could have imagined that he would kill a Star Venerate level flame devil with one saber strike? Chapter 1737. Brother Xiao, where did you go earlier? Meng Zhuang, who was on friendly terms with Xiao Chen, asked, finding it strange. Xiao Chen replied calmly, "What's wrong? I just discovered an injured flame demon and chased after it to finish it off." Understanding dawned on Meng Zhuang. No wonder I could not find you. Senior Ma and Senior Lu agreed to form an alliance. We will share all the resources and treasures in the surrounding area. Whoever finds them first will get to keep them. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Isn't that just nice? There are rules and regulations." Meng Zhuang smiled helplessly and said, "It would be great if that was really the case. Even people on a team would get into conflicts. What more two teams? At that time, when there is a conflict, the only reliable thing is not the rules but one's own strength." So, Xiao Chen roughly understood why Meng Zhuang sought him out. Meng Zhuang smiled and said, "I found a few people to explore together. Do you want to join us?" Xiao Chen rejected politely, "Thank you. However, I'm used to being alone." "In that case, I won't disturb you anymore." In reality, Xiao Chen had gained a lot from his earlier search. Xiao Chen possessed the Blue Dragon bloodline. In this underground dragon city, he was more sensitive to auras than the other cultivators. It was like returning to his own home. He could always be one step ahead of others and arrive at the location of the treasures. It was easy to expose some of one's secrets when traveling with others. Some things were also troublesome to explain. Xiao Chen could only reject Meng Zhuang's kind intentions. After searching for a quiet place, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and let his aura spread out in all directions. His aura seemed to merge with the aura spreading out in the ancient dragon city. His probing in all directions was much more precise and meticulous than the others, including Senior Ma. Soon, Xiao Chen found a rough location. Then, he opened his eyes and pushed off with his feet. His figure drifted up. Soon, a courtyard appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. The courtyard was grand and imposing. It should have been the residence of a large clan of the dragon race during the ancient era. After entering, Xiao Chen followed the guidance of an aura and arrived at the back of the courtyard, where a pavilion stood. Treasure Tower? Looking at the few incomplete words on the broken signboard, Xiao Chen revealed a look of joy. The Blue Dragon bloodline must have been divided into several large families during its most glorious period. Perhaps, this house belonged to one of the great clans. The treasure tower was the foundation of a clan. When the doors were pushed open, all sorts of treasures, flowers, and plants gave off multicolored lights. Surging in pure spiritual energy spread out together with the strong dragon might of the dragon race treasures, instantly attracting the attention of many nearby people. Oh no! Too much time had passed, and the formation that could protect the pavilion from leaking aura had already lost its effectiveness. However, Xiao Chen could not care so much. He looked around, searching for the most useful treasures. Dragon Blood Dan. Xiao Chen soon discovered that the words Dragon Blood Pill were written under a jade bottle. Breaking the seal, Xianxia picked up the jade slip and took a look. There were 4 blood-red pills inside, and they emanated a medicinal fragrance. Xianxia took a deep breath. Xiao Chen immediately felt the blood in his body surge as energy surged out from his bloodline and spread throughout his body. So, it's a pill that can awaken the power of one's bloodline. Good stuff. Xiao Chen quickly accepted it and continued to observe as fast as he could. Dragon taming wood, ice crystal jade, golden ink stone. This is the dragon bone wine. The sharp-eyed Xiao Chen discovered a bottle of wine, and his eyes lit up. Although he did not know what it was, as a wine lover, he quickly went over and broke the seal on the dragon bone wine. If not for the restrictions on everything in this place, Xiao Chen would not have bothered with so many things. He simply swept through the items and took them away. There was no time to think too much. After taking away the treasures that were useful to him, Xiao Chen continued to break the seal, taking away the more valuable treasures. His movements were swift and orderly, showing no signs of panic. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures arrived in a flash. They were the first batch of cultivators who had sensed the aura of the treasures. However, at this moment, the treasures that were useful to them or the more valuable natural treasures had already been taken away by Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had already taken all of them. Although the remaining ones were still very valuable, they could not compare to the one in Xiao Chen's hand. How can it be like this? The aura of the treasures has decreased by more than half. The good things are all gone. Compared to the surging and pure spiritual energy that the 3 sensed at the start, the aura of the treasures was far from it. The 3 could not help but look at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen glanced at the 3. They were not from his team, so he walked over expressionlessly. Stop right there. The person in the middle shouted coldly as he held a sword in his hand, wearing blue robes. Xiao Chen ignored him and continued forward. The blue-clad man immediately showed rage on his face. He thrust his sword at Xiao Chen. Whoosh! Xiao Chen drew the tyrant saber. Before the blue-clad man could fully unleash his sword light, Xiao Chen knocked him back with his saber. Brother Jiang! The blue-clad man's companions were greatly startled. They quickly retreated to help the blue-clad man up and check on his injuries. Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment, Senior Lu and Senior Ma led the elites of their teams over. They had also sensed the surging and pure spiritual energy. However, they were rather far away, so they arrived slightly later. What's going on? Senior Lu quickly asked when he saw someone on his team injured. Senior Lu, he used the Dao tool in his hand to forcefully chase us away from the treasure pavilion and take away the valuable treasures inside. The 3 of us clearly came here first. The blue-clad man looked at Xiao Chen and made a false accusation, placing all the blame on him. He even sneak-attacked Brother Jiang, completely ignoring the team's morality. In any case, no one saw it. The more the 2 spoke, the more outrageous they became. They described Xiao Chen as a shameless person who did not hesitate to sneak-attack others in order to obtain the valuable treasures. Senior Ma frowned slightly. Xiao Chen, what's going on? Xiao Chen replied indifferently. I discovered this place first. Senior Ma sent a voice projection. Xiao Chen, who discovered it is not the key. The key is whether it is true that you obtained the valuable treasures. Xiao Chen felt slightly stunned. However, he quickly understood what Senior Ma meant. Senior Ma wanted a share of the loot and some benefits. Old fogey. Xiao Chen replied coldly, if Senior Ma thinks it is true, then it is true. Senior Ma, there needs to be an explanation for this matter. Senior Lu showed a sullen expression as he led his team over to Xiao Chen's group. Senior Ma felt upset. He had given Xiao Chen a hint, but Xiao Chen did not seem to care. At this moment, Senior Lu stepped forward to question Xiao Chen. Senior Ma retorted indifferently, what explanation do you want? You forgot who saved you so quickly? Furthermore, there is no proof. If I did what Xiao Chen said, why would I ask you for an explanation? While Senior Ma was unhappy, for the sake of maintaining the harmony of the team, he had to stand up for Xiao Chen at this moment. His words immediately caused the atmosphere to become a little tense. Senior Lu knew that his words had no basis and that he could not stand on his own 2 feet. Furthermore, the other party had saved him earlier. For a moment, he was in a dilemma, not knowing how to resolve the situation. Leng Feng tried to mediate. Since we have come to an agreement, why don't we each take a step back? We don't want the remaining treasures in the treasure pavilion. With a way out, Elder Lu nodded and said, that's fine too. After Elder Lu and the others entered the treasure pavilion, Elder Ma, Lang Feng, and the others all focused their gazes on Xiao Chen. The meaning was self-evident. We helped you solve your problem, so you should take out some treasures to thank us. Xiao Chen pretended not to know, nodded casually, and left. This guy really doesn't know how to be tactful. One of them looked at Xiao Chen's back and said coldly. Lang Feng shook his head and said, "Forget it. According to the rules, he indeed has no obligation to hand over the treasure." Senior Ma snorted coldly. Then, he flung his sleeves and left with a sullen expression. How could Xiao Chen not know what these people were thinking? Not to mention the limited number of treasures he could obtain. If he gave each of them a treasure, his pockets would be empty. Even if Xiao Chen really swept through the entire treasure pavilion, he would not take out a single cent to give to these people. Firstly, Xiao Chen did not need the help of Senior Ma and the others to deal with the problem. Secondly, Senior Ma's attitude was simply displeasing. Back then, Senior Ma scammed Xiao Chen of 1 million medial-grade spirit jades for the pure-blood dragon bones. Xiao Chen had long seen through Senior Ma's character. However, he could not do it twice. How could Xiao Chen let Senior Ma scam him again? Chapter 1738. For now, Xiao Chen did not take inventory of his gains. After the decibels of Senior Ma and the others, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, letting his aura merge with the aura of the Dragon City once more. Xiao Chen's perception was like a spider web, quickly spreading out into the Dragon City. The limit kept expanding, even wider than when he used his spiritual sense outside. However, Xiao Chen could not see as clearly as with his spiritual sense. He could not see the scene in real time, only vaguely sensing some unique auras. That's it. Soon, Xiao Chen sensed an unusual aura. He did not know if it was a natural treasure or a dragon race treasure. Xiao Chen opened his eyes in anticipation, and his figure flashed over. Sounds of fighting? Just as Xiao Chen approached, he heard the sounds of fighting and could not help frowning. Since someone had beaten him to it, he could not help but speed up and rush over. Xiao Chen happened to see a shocking scene. In front of a cellar, someone knocked Meng Zhuang and the other elite cultivators of Senior Ma's team into the air with one saber strike. They fell to the ground in pain and screamed miserably. What happened? Xiao Chen asked after he landed and helped Meng Zhuang and the others to their feet. After all, Meng Zhuang was someone he was familiar with. Xiao Chen could not possibly feign ignorance after seeing him. There was a horrifying wound on Meng Zhuang's chest. Blood spurted out of the wound uncontrollably. Xiao Chen looked carefully and discovered a strong saber intent containing the will of soul in the wound. Brother Xiao, we clearly discovered the corpse of an ancient mutated beast. However, he snatched it away and even injured us. Meng Zhuang's eyes flashed with horror as he pointed at the person in front while clutching his wound. Xiao Chen glanced around. The person in front was the bamboo hat bladesman who called himself Ananda. This bladesman wore a conical bamboo hat that covered his face. He wore tight clothes and long robes, making it impossible to make out his figure. There is no need to be so heavy-handed when you make a move, right? Xiao Chen asked softly. He is just asking for it. You can't blame others. The conical bamboo hat bladesman's voice, which had clearly been altered, rang out. He looked deeply at Xiao Chen through the conical bamboo hat before drifting away. Xiao Chen did not give chase. There was no need to fight to the death with this bamboo hat bladesman. After all, the opponent's strength was there for all to see. Let me send you back, Xiao Chen said as he turned around. Naturally, Meng Zhuang and the others had no complaints. After seeing the strength of this bamboo hat bladesman, they would not blame Xiao Chen for not making a move. It was already good enough that he could waste his time and send them back. Returning to the team's gathering point, there were quite a number of injured people. He only found out after asking around. It turned out that the bamboo hat bladesman had injured them. However, although he was ruthless, he did not kill them. After Senior Ma asked everyone cautiously, he said, "This Ananda seems to know his limits. After you see him, do not make a move on him." Those who were injured couldn't stand the fact that their treasures had been stolen, so they attacked out of anger. There was no case of the bamboo hat bladesman taking the initiative to attack. The two teams did not dare to declare war on Ananda, so they could only reduce the problem to a small one. After resting for 2 hours, the two teams worked together and headed for the Flame Demon Tribe's headquarters at the same time. In the following 8 hours, The two teams worked together to kill the many flame demon teams. The two teams arrived at a vast dragon race plaza in the vast ancient dragon city. The dragon race plaza was at least 50 kilometers wide. There was an incredibly mysterious formation in the middle. A 300-meter-long pillar was stuck in the center of the formation. The pillar soared into the sky, exuding a strong might and pressure. It was ancient and experienced the baptism of time, accumulating an incredibly heavy might and pressure. A clump of ethereal black flame hovered above the pillar, looking exceptionally strange. Blue Dragon Totem. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He immediately recognized that 300-meter-long pillar as the Blue Dragon Totem. Faux God Flame. Unlike Xiao Chen, Senior Ma, Senior Lu, Lang Feng, and the others immediately stared at the flame drifting above the pillar. That black flame seemed to be something between solid and incorporeal. It was like it had a magical power, attracting everyone's attention. The surroundings fell silent. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Several people walked towards the Blue Dragon Totem in a daze. Hallucinations appeared in their eyes. The various desires that they normally hid in the depths of their hearts appeared in their eyes. Their thoughts ranged from success and fame, to obtaining a powerful cultivation technique, to being conferred a noble title or king. These people showed strange smiles as they walked forward step by step. Stop! Senior Ma, who struggled out of the illusion, shouted, his expression changing slightly. It was like a sudden clap of thunder resounding in the surroundings. Immediately, many people felt their souls suffer a heavy blow, and blood leaked out of a corner of their lips. These people suddenly startled awake. When they saw their own actions, they were startled and quickly moved back. However, there were still a few people who were not strong enough. Their desires were too deep, and they could not struggle free. The moment he stepped onto the mysterious formation, his 3 souls and 7 physical souls were extracted from his body. It floated towards the black flames and was burned to ashes. His body was sucked dry by the formation, turning into a pool of blood and disappearing. As their souls were extracted and their bodies absorbed by the array formation, the black flames on the Blue Dragon Totem seemed to become even more lustrous. The corpses and souls of these people were treated as delicacies, and he swallowed them whole. So. The group of people immediately felt a deep lingering fear, and hurriedly sped up, retreating all the way. Only after he left the square did he feel slightly at ease. How could this be? Senior Ma, Senior Lu, and the others turned pale with fright. Their expressions turned grave, but their gazes did not leave the black flames. Xiao Chen found this strange as well. He had not expected to run into the legendary faux god flame here. After the Cloud Sea realm was the Divine Vein realm. After the Divine Vein realm was the Void God realm. The physical body of a faux god had already become a physical body. All they lacked was an immortal soul to become a true god. Their lifespan was practically limitless. Their strength had already reached an incredible, heaven-defying level. Words alone could no longer describe the horror of a faux god. Just the Divine Vein realm was already out of reach for the people here. They needed to raise their heads and look up. Faux gods were even more so. The so-called faux god flame was a special existence. If one wanted to advance from the Divine Vein realm to the faux god realm, one had to light a divine flame in their body. This flame was the faux god flame. These people did not know how to light a divine flame. However, the importance of the faux god flame was like that of a nascent soul to a true cultivator. If the nascent soul was extinguished, the true cultivator would die for sure. If the divine flame was extinguished, the so-called undying faux gods would disappear from this world. I really did not expect there to be a young flame where the flame demon tribes gathered. Who could have expected it to be the legendary faux god flame? This is incredible. However, this faux god flame is almost extinguished. It can't even send out its divine might. There is something wrong with this faux god flame. It seems to have a demonic nature. I suspect that those flame devil tribes are actually all under its control. Senior Ma and the others discussed cautiously. As they looked at the faux god flame, greed flashed in their eyes. Everyone wanted to obtain the faux god flame. However, they did not dare to act rashly, afraid of losing their lives. Xiao Chen squatted down and reached out to touch the floor of the plaza. His expression turned grave. Indeed, as Xiao Chen expected, there was something wrong with this place. There was an even larger formation under the plaza. The blood of the people who died in the city earlier eventually flowed to the mysterious formation in the center of the plaza. Xiao Chen stood up and asked Senior Lu, "How did you discover the underground dragon city?" Senior Lu did not like Xiao Chen. He retorted coldly, "What does it have to do with you? The upper echelons are discussing. It is not your place to interrupt." Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "Even if you don't tell me, I know. Did you discover azure-colored dragon qi on the surface? Did you send people to search and find the entrance?" Senior Lu's expression changed slightly, clearly finding this strange. Xiao Chen was clearly asking how Xiao Chen knew. "Xiao Chen, Senior Lu and I still have important matters to discuss. Rest at the side first and await further instructions." Senior Ma frowned slightly. He was not willing to see Xiao Chen, so he waved his hand and sent Xiao Chen away. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He smiled coldly in his heart and moved to the side. "How dare you barge into the Holy Land? All of you deserve death." Just at this moment, a majestic figure descended from the sky and landed heavily on the plaza. This figure had pitch-black skin and wore ancient black armor with dragon motifs. He held a spear in his hand and radiated a terrifying dragon might. The spear swept through the air, and the entire plaza suddenly lit up with a loud boom. Clumps of flame soared up from the countless stone pillars in the Dragon Race Plaza spanning 50 kilometers. Each clump of flame was a red flame demon. This seemingly empty plaza was, in fact, the lair of the flame demon tribes. The expressions of Senior Ma and the others immediately changed. The number of flame demons exceeded their expectations. Chapter 1739. Countless red flame demons landed on the ground and surrounded the mysterious formation, forming an impenetrable defense. With a rough estimate, there were more than 1,000 of them. With Senior Ma and Senior Lu's teams combined, there were only slightly more than 100 people under them. There was also that mysterious black-armored cultivator. His eyes shone with a frightening black flame. He was tall and stout, at least 3 meters tall. As he stood in the center, he held a spear in his hand, exuding a tyrannical air that overlooked everything. "That is a middle-stage star venerate." Senior Ma's face sank slightly as he looked at that black-armored cultivator. His voice trembled somewhat. An early-stage star venerate and a middle-stage star venerate were two completely different levels. A world of difference. Senior Ma was well aware of this difference. He had been stuck at early-stage star venerate for more than 100 years already, unable to cross this hurdle. Aside from that, there were 10-odd elites among the 1,000-odd red flame demons. The auras they gave off rivaled those of star venerates, not weaker at all. As Xiao Chen looked at that black-armored cultivator, he felt startled. The other party actually had dragon might. That was bona fide dragon might, not the dragon might brought out by some cultivation technique, martial technique, or profound tool. Instead, it was a genuine dragon might that came from his bloodline. Is he a member of the dragon race? However, that does not feel like it. That dragon might also contained many evil auras that were not pure at all. It was extremely strange. This place is becoming increasingly strange. Xiao Chen somewhat wanted to linger here. However, the blue dragon totem in the middle of the formation was hard to ignore. Xiao Chen was already certain that this place had something to do with the blue dragon bloodline. As the last person of the blue dragon bloodline, Xiao Chen could not leave here, no matter what. There should be other factions involved. Senior Lu's and Senior Ma's teams discovered the underground dragon city because of the dragon qi. This was definitely not a coincidence. This faux god flame tainted with a demonic nature purposely leaked the dragon qi. Otherwise, why had no one discovered this dragon city in the past tens of thousands of years? Why did it get discovered so easily? There had to be other factions that discovered the dragon qi by chance. Then they thought that they got lucky and got lured into the dragon city. As Xiao Chen guessed, the sound of intense fighting suddenly came from the other side of the plaza. Kill! A thunderous roar resounded. The lineup of that group was even stronger than Senior Ma's and Senior Lu's teams combined. He entered the dragon city from another direction, then killed his way over and entered the Dragon Clan Plaza. Upon seeing the nearly extinguished faux god flame, Xiao Chen immediately charged over without hesitation. Help is coming. Senior Ma and Senior Lu exchanged looks with one another, joy on their faces. At this time, the helper that came to kill was really a great help. When the strange black-armored cultivator saw the forces charging at him, his lips curled up in a cruel smile. Dragon God's light. Xiao Chen swung his spear, and a dragon image came out of the black foe god flame. After the dragon's shadow circled once, it turned into a ray of light and shot out. When the red flame devils below were hit by this wave of light, they instantly turned into black flame devils, and their strength doubled. Damn it, what's going on? The group, which was originally full of vigor and murderous intent, was immediately thrown into chaos. Waves of miserable shrieks rang out. Pear Blossom Storm. The young disciple leading the group swung his sword, and the cold energy at the tip of his sword became extremely concentrated. The cold energy turned into thin ice needles that filled the sky, looking like a torrential rain. The ice needles shot out in rings, looking like a blooming pear blossom. The thin ice needles pierced several flame devils, and their movements immediately turned chaotic. Cold chi spread out, and a thin layer of ice covered their surfaces. Retreat! The young swordsman shouted coldly the moment he executed his killing move. That group of people quickly took the opportunity to retreat. Crack! Crack! In the next moment, the frozen flame devils recovered. The few cultivators who could not retreat in time died miserably on the spot. This powerful team had lost more than a dozen martial artists in a single exchange. The young swordsman's expression turned scarily sullen. Clearly, he could not accept such a loss. After the group retreated from the plaza, the black-armored cultivator controlled the flame devils to retreat as well, not giving chase. It's the disciples of the Rank 5 Snow Sword Palace. Senior Ma and Senior Lu recognized this group of people at the same time, and their expressions changed slightly. The other side is a fellow cultivator from Dragon Flame City. I am the Snow Sword Palace's true inheritor, Huangpu Qi. I brought my junior brothers here on experiential training. Can we work together and break this place? Just as Senior Ma and Senior Lu hesitated, the young swordsman's voice rang out. If you want to work together, count me in. The bamboo hat bladesman said coldly as he flew out from a corner of the plaza. He seemed to have arrived long ago. All right, count you in. The Snow Sword Palace's Huangpu Qi could tell with one glance that this bamboo hat bladesman's strength could not be underestimated, so he immediately agreed. Senior Ma and Senior Lu immediately felt a mountain-like pressure. At this moment, they had no choice but to agree. If they did not agree, when these two sides worked together to break this flame demon formation, they would not be able to say anything. The various factions immediately reached a simple consensus. They agreed to work together to deal with this group of flame devils. Then they would discuss how to split the foe god flame and the blue dragon totem. After resting for a while, the various factions charged in together. With three factions working together with the mysterious bamboo hat bladesman, their strength naturally could not be underestimated. The members of Senior Lu's and Senior Ma's teams were the outstanding talents of the nearby dozens of clusters. At the very least, they were on the same level as Shangguan Lei. As for the Snow Sword Palace, their strength went without saying. They were disciples of a Rank 5 sect. Every grade in a sect was like a layer of heaven, like the difference between clouds and mud. An intense battle could break out at any moment. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. The Snow Sword Palace's Huangpu Qi fixed his gaze on the tall, mysterious, and unfathomable black-armored cultivator. Then he thrust his sword over. The bamboo hat bladesman, Senior Ma, and Senior Lu, the strongest four, worked together to fight the flame demon. The other cultivators worked together to fight the flame demon. The eyes of the cultivators who entered the plaza turned scarlet, all of them burning with true rage. Some of them even went berserk. The black flame on the totem seemed both solid and illusory, flickering with a strange light. It was like a cold eyeball, coldly watching the battle below. Xiao Chen did his best to maintain a calm state of mind aside from protecting himself. The situation turned increasingly strange and chaotic, leaving him somewhat helpless and at a loss as to what to do. As the battle continued, there were casualties and blood flowed everywhere. No one noticed that the formation in the center of the plaza absorbed all the blood that fell to the ground. However, the people in the intense battle could not care about this. The foe god flame bewitched them, triggering the desire and murderous intent in their hearts. As the cultivators with great desolate Aeon bloodlines activated their bloodlines, the atmosphere of the intense battle slowly reached a climax. Why did the human cultivators still have such confidence despite being outnumbered? The main reason was that most of the cultivators here had great desolate Aeon bloodlines. After activating their bloodlines, their strength multiplied. Kill! Kill! Kill. After fighting for half a day, the number of flame demons dropped from the original 1,000 to 300. Then, the human cultivators fell into a complete disadvantage. The human cultivators fought with all their might, becoming more valiant as they fought. They no longer held back their various killing moves. Shock waves surged in the plaza, resounding endlessly. Mysterious phenomena appeared. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning roared ferociously. The 1,000-odd flame demons finally died out. The Dragon Race Plaza was littered with rare black flame crystals. However, no one bothered to pick them up. At the same time, the black-armored cultivator held up his spear and entered the formation, his body riddled with wounds. Huang Puqi, the bamboo hat bladesman, Senior Ma, and Senior Lu were in poor states as well, all of them significantly injured. After paying a heavy price, the human cultivators finally managed to force the flame demons into the formation. With the three clans working together, the human cultivators finally gained the upper hand. Humph! If you are smart, scram quickly. Otherwise, I will take your life the next time. The Snow Sword Palace's Huang Puqi stood outside the formation, coldly eyeing the black-armored cultivator and the final 100 flame demons. The black-armored cultivator laughed. Ha ha ha! The dragon god is about to appear. I will let you all suffer the rage of the dragon god first. The rage of the dragon god. Whoosh! The strange faux god flame above the blue dragon totem flickered ferociously, and a divine might burst out. Rumble! Everyone present, including Xiao Chen, was caught off guard, suffering a heavy blow to their chests. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back. This was a complete suppression of strength. No one could block it or break it, only passively accepting it. Chapter 1740. Huang Puqi and the others got knocked into the air again. This time, they were even more severely injured than the first time. Dragon God's Rage. Seeing the black-armored cultivator flee, the others' expressions immediately changed. This black-armored cultivator could control the faux god flame. He definitely had a big secret on him. Kill! These people were all-star Venerate level experts, especially Huang Puqi, a true inheritor of a rank 5 sect. Everyone could guess that this item had a strong connection to the faux god flame. A miserable shriek rang out. This saber strike struck the black-armored cultivator first. More importantly, that faux god flame gave off a divine might. Senior Ma and the others were not willing to fall behind. Fearing that the black-armored cultivator would snatch away the faux god flame after he died, they all followed. When the middle-stage star Venerate black-armored cultivator worked together, he was not a match for them. After all, he was not like the sect disciples who knew so many martial techniques, grasped Dao tools, and had all sorts of trump cards. Xiao Chen, hand it to me. That saber strike layered hell in the mortal world, showing a tyrannical attitude of controlling hell and life and death. Rumble! The injured people closed their eyes and treated their injuries. No one cared about Xiao Chen, who was moving stealthily. Their bodies stiffened, and their movements slowed. They showed pained expressions, and frost covered their lips. Boom! The faux god flame's divine might reappeared. Ice Sealing Chop. After a moment of shock, Senior Ma revealed joy on his face. It was someone from his team. After harvesting 1,000 black blaze crystals, Xiao Chen revealed a smile. He looked around before arriving at a shadowy place in a flash. This old man still had a killing move that I had not used earlier. When my veritable essence energy recovers, I will make my move. After activating the faux god flame, Rang, who was in the formation, vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His aura weakened continuously. What should I do? This black-armored cultivator can actually communicate with the power of the faux god flame. It will be somewhat problematic to kill him like this. 8 strands of sword chi connected from head to tail formed a horrifying ice sword chi seal, pressing towards the black-armored cultivator. The bamboo hat bladesman released a dark light from his body. Then, he gently swung his saber. Under the awe of the divine might, only a few people were able to remain standing after being sent flying. An incomparably terrifying killing intent radiated from his body. It was an extremely cold and emotionless killing intent. Before the black-armored cultivator who had fled far away could continue fleeing, his head suddenly flew off. Kill! I don't believe that there are no side effects when he controls the faux god flame. The three factions gathered the people who could still fight and discussed how to kill the black-armored cultivator. Prepare to attack. There was also the hidden bamboo hat bladesman, who no one could figure out. He was equally terrifying. Huang Puqi and the others gathered together. Their expressions were grave as they discussed in low voices. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. Then, he stretched out his hand and grasped the item. Dragon scale? This time, everyone was determined to kill the black-armored martial artist. His accumulations and strength were much deeper than Senior Ma's and Senior Lu's. The black-armored cultivator seemed to have gone crazy. After he got up, he suddenly fled, shouting non-stop. Cracks appeared on the black-armored cultivator's tough skin. Black blood leaked out as he shrieked miserably. Huang Puqi was somewhat distracted as he watched. He did not dare to imagine that the bamboo hat bladesman could send out such a saber strike. This move of Huang Puqi forcefully brought out 30% of the Dao tool's might. Then, he used it together with his horrifying sword intent. He brought out a heaven-ranked divine skill that was second only to the primogenitor grade cultivation technique and its derivative cultivation techniques. He perfectly merged the ice great Dao with his sword intent. After that, they discussed how to split the faux god flame. This saber strike covered up all the ice covering the entire plaza. The entire Dragon Race Plaza shook even more intensely, and terrifying cracks appeared. Puxi. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen moved silently. He swept away all the black flame crystals that no one was paying attention to. It was weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, after Xiao Chen landed, he did not fall either. It's you. This attack contained a lot of dragon might. Its destructive power could not be as great as that of the others. Acting all mysterious. There are no longer any gods or demons in this world. Speak. Where exactly are you from? Everyone fell to the ground. No one was spared. Even the cultivators treating their injuries in the periphery of the plaza were affected. Naturally, those who could remain standing were all peak experts who were equal to Star Venerates or as strong as Star Venerates themselves. The dragon god is about to appear. The dragon god is about to appear. When Huang Puqi swung his saber, it was like hell reappeared in the mortal world. The pitch-black saber light layered over the void. This saber strike was like the 18 layers of purgatory shooting out. The black-armored cultivator, who had just struggled free of the 8 strands of sword qi, could not resist in time. He got knocked back again, step by step. At the same time, Senior Ma, Senior Lu, Lung Feng, Xiahou Feng, and the Snow Sword Palace Core disciples all unleashed their killing moves. Standing outside the blood formation, Huang Puqi swung his sword in reverse and knocked the black-armored cultivator, who was at the end of his rope, into the blue dragon totem. Anyone who could obtain the faux god flame would naturally reach the heavens in one step. That was a great fortuitous encounter that could change anyone's fate. Just like that, Huang Puqi silently collected thousands of precious black flame crystals. However, that black-armored cultivator was even more severely injured. Seeing Xiao Chen suddenly charge out and obtain the mysterious item, Huang Puqi and the others rushed over in a fluster. They wanted to snatch that faux god flame at the last moment. The terror of this move was startling, inspiring fear in Senior Ma and Senior Lu. Severing the 7 emotions, severing the 6 desires, turning into an Azura, materializing hell in the mortal world. Azura hell! The black-armored cultivator took out a carving knife and focused, starting to carve seriously. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and said playfully, "Why should I hand it to you? Just because you cheated me of 1 million medial-grade spirit jades? Or to repay your earlier threat to take my treasures?" The black-armored cultivator staggered, and black blood spurted out of his body. Senior Ma, Senior Lu, the bamboo hat bladesman, Lung Feng, Xiahou Feng, Huang Puqi, and a few elites of the rank 5 sect, the Snow Sword Palace, all fell apart. The armor on the black-armored cultivator's body shattered into pieces, completely destroyed. However, the black-armored cultivator could actually use the energy of the faux god flame. This was somewhat difficult to deal with. Before the 8 strands of sword qi connected from end to end landed, cold qi already invaded the black-armored cultivator's body. At this moment, everyone who could fight followed Huang Puqi to surround and attack the black-armored cultivator. Indeed, he cannot keep using the energy of the faux god flame. If he does it again, he will definitely die. Seal. Half a day later, everyone returned to their peak states. Huang Pu-chi recovered his wits and withdrew his sword. Then, the 8 strands of sword chi containing the ice great Tao ruthlessly pressed down. In that instant, the tyrannical Huang Pu-chi snorted coldly and took the lead to charge over. Unexpectedly, the foe god flame is still so mighty even though it is nearly extinguished. After a while, a black object fell from the sky. Kasie. Huang Pu-chi's expression turned solemn as his long hair fluttered. Suddenly, 8 strands of ice sword chi connected from end to end appeared behind him. The sword in Huang Pu-chi's hand hummed in the air, and a hazy sword intent surged out in all directions. The icy sword chi continuously killed the black-armored cultivator, completely sealing him at the same time. The entire plaza shook intensely. Ice and snow fell, and a chill assaulted everyone. Then, the black-armored cultivator knelt on the ground and smiled coldly as he looked at the crowd. The dragon god is about to appear. All of you will suffer the rage of the dragon god. The black-armored cultivator's entire body turned into a burning black flame. However, no one expected the hidden bamboo hat bladesman to follow up with an even more terrifying saber move. No one could resist the temptation of the foe god flame. After him. He is going to flee. The bamboo hat formed a terrifying seal, trying to suppress the black-armored cultivator. It was a black dragon scale that looked incredibly heavy and gave off an ancient aura. When Huang Pu-chi saw this scene, he could not help rejoicing. At this moment, Senior Ma and Senior Lu also slowly got to their feet, a brilliant light shining in their eyes. The black-armored cultivator's expression remained normal, not even a drop of blood on his lips. He had already condensed all the dragon bones in his body. His defense already rivaled that of a star venerates, perhaps even stronger. The black-armored cultivator knocked into the air and fell to the ground, severely injured and unable to continue fighting. After a moment of silence, the bamboo hat bladesman said, "Even if we do it again, I will not hold back." Senior Ma felt stifled. He could not help trembling in anger. Then he pointed at Xiao Chen and said, "You have to hand it over whether you want to or not." The ice attributed great Tao energy from the Tao tool in Xiao Chen's hand spread out in all directions. Then, it ferociously gathered on the sword. Xiao Chen could only close his eyes and rest, treating his injuries where he stood. The Snow Sword Palace's Huang Pu-chi stood up. The saber in his hand flickered with a crystalline cold light. What saber technique is this? It looks like it's about to be extinguished. I'm afraid it won't be extinguished within 100 years. Chapter 1741. Senior Ma felt flustered and exasperated. He could not help showing a ferocious side, threatening Xiao Chen. "Interesting. You are sneaking around here, waiting for us to fight this black-armored cultivator until we are half dead, but you hide here and take advantage of us. Do you think that you, an insignificant major primal core venerate, can take advantage of us?" Senior Lu chimed in from the side, showing a mocking expression as he looked at Xiao Chen. "Young man, don't use your cleverness on this. Any one of us can smack you to death with one slap. Be wise and quickly hand over that thing." Huang Pu-chi and the others showed calm expressions as they looked coldly at Xiao Chen. They did not care about Xiao Chen at all. He was just a major primal core venerate, and yet he wanted to take advantage of us. He should first look at his own capabilities first. Lang Feng frowned and said, "Brother Xiao, now is not the time for you to be willful. If you do not shout now, young Master Huang Pu-chi will get angry later. Senior Ma and I will not be able to protect you." As Xiao Chen looked at these people, he revealed a smile. "Who should I hand it to? What nonsense. Of course me." Senior Ma said bluntly without even thinking about it. Right after Senior Ma spoke, he felt that something was wrong. A few hostile gazes landed on Senior Ma. This was especially so for Huang Pu-chi. An indistinct killing chi flashed in his eyes, sending a chill down Senior Ma's spine. Senior Ma quickly changed the topic, saying, "Hand it to us for safekeeping. In any case, it cannot remain in your hands." "Who are you?" "I'm asking who to hand it to." As Xiao Chen looked at Senior Ma, the playful smile on his face did not diminish. Huang Pu-chi coughed discreetly, making his presence known. His junior brothers behind him immediately said, "Of course, hand it to our senior brother. Our senior brother is the Snow Sword Palace's true inheritor. He is the strongest and contributed the most. Who else is more suitable than him?" Whoever dares to compete with our senior brother is opposing the Snow Sword Palace. The common enemy was dead, and internal strife arose. At this moment, human nature showed itself without a doubt. Upon hearing what the Snow Sword Palace disciples said, Leng Feng and the others showed uncomfortable expressions. You speak as though we did not contribute at all, Xiahou Feng said indifferently. Strongest? Haha. The bamboo hat bladesman laughed coldly, full of mockery. Xiao Chen looked on coldly, sneering in his heart. He had long known that this group of people would not be united. Young Master Huangpu, I think this guy is here to make fun of us and cause a fight between us. Why don't we just kill it and make a conclusion about the mysterious item? Killing intent flashed in old Ma's eyes as he suddenly spoke. The argument immediately stopped, and everyone's gaze returned to Xiao Chen. They suddenly realized that this guy was a little too calm. With just a few words, he managed to divert the conflict. His means were not ordinary. Xiao. All of a sudden, old Ma's figure moved. His entire body was overflowing with killing intent as he directly attacked Xiao Chen. He soared into the air and struck out with his palm, causing a strong gust of wind to blow. The might of a star venerate ruthlessly surged towards Xiao Chen. When the palm strike landed, it was like a mountain pressing down on Xiao Chen. Combined with the aura of a star venerate, this sudden attack looked boundlessly tyrannical. In everyone's eyes, it looked like Xiao Chen would be smashed into meat paste in the next moment, dying without a complete corpse. Xiao Chen smiled coldly, and his figure wavered. In the next moment, he suddenly turned into a 3-kilometer-tall giant. Buddhist major magic skill. Dermic World. This greatly startled Huangpu Qi and the others. They retreated in a fluster. Old Ma was immediately stupefied. Xiao Chen's figure suddenly vanished from his vision, and a wall appeared in front of him. When Old Ma looked up, before he could react to what was going on, Xiao Chen ruthlessly kicked him down. Rumble! Loud sounds rang out endlessly, and the entire plaza shook. A terrifying aura spread out from Xiao Chen's body. This flabbergasted Huangpu Qi and the others. They had not expected Xiao Chen to have such a killing move. By the time Xiao Chen recovered his original form, Old Ma was already lying half dead on the ground. All the bones in his body were shattered, and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. If not for Old Ma being a star venerate, after Xiao Chen executed Dermic World, this kick would have taken his life. Old fogey, you are not stupid. However, you think too highly of yourself. Xiao Chen kicked again, mercilessly sending Old Ma flying. Just at this moment, something strange happened. Severely injured but not dead, Old Ma used all his might in the air and flipped around ferociously. Old Ma's entire body was covered in blood and wounds, looking very miserable. Old Ma's repulsive old face now looked even uglier. He looked at Xiao Chen crazily and said, "Die for this old man!" Boom! The will of soul from a star venerate shot out from Old Ma's forehead. Immediately, an invisible will merged with the world, carrying a supreme might as it surged toward Xiao Chen. Under the impact of this will of soul, the floor of the Dragon Race Plaza exploded and went flying back. Kasie! Kasie! The will of soul pressed toward Xiao Chen step by step. Xiao Chen's face sank. He did not dare to be careless. The will of soul of a star venerate entered the depths of the soul. The will of soul was the greatest reliance of a star venerate. Before advancing to star venerate, there was practically no means that could resist it. This had forced Xiao Chen into a sorry state many times in the past. Xiao Chen had long since comprehended the might of the will of soul. However, this time he did not believe it. Xiao Chen pushed back with his right foot and ferociously stabbed the tyrant saber's scabbard into the ground with one hand. Dang! The moment the scabbard stabbed into the ground, 2 Dao discs appeared behind Xiao Chen. One was the Saber Great Dao, and the other was the Tyrant Saber's Thunder Dao. The Saber Great Dao! Startled cries immediately rang out. No one expected Xiao Chen to have comprehended a complete Dao already. Furthermore, it was the Saber Great Dao that many bladesmen dreamed of. A look of envy flashed in Huangpu Qi's eyes. Huangpu Qi relied on a Dao tool to comprehend his Ice Dao. Even now, he had not comprehended the Sword Dao. Now, in this insignificant place, he actually saw an unknown minor character comprehend the Saber Great Dao, which was even harder to comprehend. This was simply incredible. As a true inheritor of a rank 5 sect, Huang Puqi had not even comprehended the sword Dao. The two Dao might layered over each other and merged into one, clashing with that terrifying will of soul. The Dao might clashed with the will of soul, but it was still slightly weaker. However, that was a will of soul that no one under Star Venerate could block. In the end, Xiao Chen forcefully blocked it. Qi! Qi! Xiao Chen moved back step by step, continuously drawing a crack in the ground with the scabbard. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth, and the 206 dragon bones in his body crackled like a dragon roar. The blue dragon's dragon might surged out, supported by the two Dao might. The berserk dragon might felt humiliated, and it roared uncontrollably. Bang! The terrifying will of soul exploded and directly scattered. Senior Ma, who was in the air, vomited another mouthful of blood as he went flying back. His eyes filled with disbelief. How can this be? To think that someone under Star Venerate can block the will of soul. That is the will of a Star Venerate, compatible with the world and carrying the power of the universe. When Senior Ma landed, he had lost all combat prowess. He was at a loss, feeling horrified. Clap! Clap! Huang Puqi suddenly clapped his hands and smiled. Not bad. You can defeat a Star Venerate with the strength of a major primal core Venerate. That is admirable. However, Xiao Chen, that is all you can do, right? Seeing Xiao Chen's strenuous appearance, Huang Puqi believed that Xiao Chen had already reached his limits. If that were all, then Xiao Chen would not pose any true threat to Huang Puqi. Hand over that dragon scale. Otherwise, you will definitely die today. Huang Puqi said sullenly, changing the topic. Huang Puqi had already lost his patience. His jealousy of Xiao Chen had already turned into murderous intent. If Xiao Chen dared to say no, Huang Puqi would immediately attack and kill Xiao Chen without hesitation. Who knew? Xiao Chen did not even look at Huang Puqi. Xiao Chen shifted his gaze and looked at the center of the formation, at the blue dragon totem and the faux god flame above. Holding the black dragon scale, Xiao Chen could clearly feel that the previous owner of the faux god flame was a senior of his blue dragon bloodline. Furthermore, Xiao Chen could feel that the remnant will in the flame was suffering the most intense pain in the world, suffering at every moment. The source of all sin was in the black dragon scale in Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen wanted to save this senior of the blue dragon bloodline, to stop it from suffering. You are seeking death. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not even look at him, Huang Puqi flew into a rage. He drew his sword, and ice and snow flew everywhere as a cold intent surged out. Scram! Rage flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Without even looking, he waved his hand and instantly completed the life bestowal spell. Whoosh! 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 More than 1,000 black flame demons appeared in that instant, appearing like phantoms as they blocked Huang Puqi's path. The flames burning on the flame demons and the evil aura spreading out told Huang Puqi that all this was not an illusion. More than 1,000 strong black flame demons that rivaled Star Venerate stood before Huang Puqi. Huang Puqi paled in fright. Before he completed his killing move, he withdrew his sword and retreated. Chapter 1742. The sudden appearance of over 1,000 black flame demons gave Huang Puqi a fright. No matter how strong he was, he did not dare to lose his temper when facing so many black flame demons. Most importantly, he could not make out the depths of these flame demons, so he did not dare to gamble. It was not just Huang Puqi. Senior Lu, Lang Feng, and the others were startled as well. They simply could not figure out why the black flame demons, which had clearly been killed, suddenly appeared. Furthermore, they were controlled by Xiao Chen. Puppet techniques? There were many knowledgeable people here who muttered to themselves. There were 3,000 great Daos and 800 heretical Daos. Puppet techniques were heretical Daos. They were extremely rare and hard to cultivate. However, once one succeeded in cultivating them, one would undoubtedly be a peak expert. It would not be an exaggeration to say that one could fight against 10 or 100 alone. However, the problem was that no matter how one looked at it, Xiao Chen did not look like someone who cultivated puppet techniques. There were very few sects in the world that understood puppet techniques. All of them were hidden sections. Since it was a heretical Daos, after one cultivated them, one would naturally reveal an aura different from that of a regular cultivator. It was very obvious. For example, that bamboo hat bladesman gave off an evil aura. With one look, it was clear that he was not a righteous Dao cultivator. However, Xiao Chen was upright and upright. He had a withdrawn aura, a sharp light, and clear eyes. No one could tell that he was someone who cultivated unorthodox Daos at all. However, no matter what, Xiao Chen's move had indeed shocked them. This was especially so for Huang Puqi. He, who was originally very confident, now paled. His right hand, which held his sword, trembled slightly. The flame demon's killing intent locked onto him. Others could not feel the pressure that he faced. Xiao Chen, we can talk things over. There is no need for us to shed all pretense of cordiality and fight to the death. Huang Puqi finally showed weakness as he looked at Xiao Chen and said to the 1,000-odd flame demons pressing in. Did you not hear what I said? Xiao Chen asked coldly, not bothering to look at him. When the flame demons materialized from the life bestowal spell reached a certain number, their might would inevitably weaken. The consumption of magic power in the Sea of Consciousness was also very large. However, no matter how weak Xiao Chen was, he was still a major primal core venerate. No matter how drained he was, he could last for an hour. Xiao Chen used the black flame demon to materialize the yin-yang saber formation. It was more than enough to kill Huang Puqi. Moreover, besides the black flame demon, there was also Xiao Chen himself. Huang Puqi had no chance of winning at all. If he did not beg for mercy, only death awaited him. The expression in Huang Puqi's eyes flickered as he felt aggrieved. A ball of fire burned in his heart, but he did not dare to vent it. Xiao Chen's meaning was obvious. He wanted him to get lost. When had a true inheritor of the Snow Sword Palace suffered such humiliation? Xiao Chen, I, Huang Puqi, will settle this debt with you sooner or later. Let's go. Huang Puqi's face alternated between red and white as he led the remaining 10-odd Snow Sword Palace disciples away. Xiao Chen's gaze swept across Senior Lu, Lung Feng, Xiahou Feng, and the others. His meaning was clear. The people of the Snow Sword Palace are already gone. There is no need for you people to remain here. This was a silent threat, but no one dared to disobey. Senior Ma was severely injured and weak, no longer able to fight. Senior Lu's team was not strong in the first place. In the first few rounds of fighting, they had suffered heavy casualties. If Senior Lu's team wanted to fight this black flame demon again, they would not be confident. They were not confident. Xiao Chen, I hope that you never return to Dragon Flame City in this lifetime. Lang Feng said indifferently as he looked at Xiao Chen. The threat in his words went without saying. Xiao Chen retorted calmly, there is no need for you to worry about that. Soon, Lang Feng led the people of Senior Ma's team away. Senior Lu's team quickly followed. Soon, the vicinity of the Dragon Race Plaza became deserted, leaving only Xiao Chen and the bamboo hat bladesman had not left. You are not leaving? Xiao Chen asked indifferently as he looked at the bamboo hat bladesman. The bamboo hat bladesman replied softly, they left because they do not understand what you are thinking and what you are seeking. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Then he looked at the bamboo hat bladesman and said, the profound light temple's Zhan Yuan, there is no need to beat around the bush. When you executed that Azura hell, I knew who you were. Good eyes. The bamboo hat bladesman smiled faintly and took off his bamboo hat, revealing a bald head and a stern face. If this was not the profound light temple's traitor, who else could it be? Although Xiao Chen had already guessed it, when he saw the other party's appearance, he still felt slightly shocked. Unexpectedly, this Zhan Yuan had hidden himself so deeply. Actually, you could have broken through to the Cloud Sea realm long ago, right? Xiao Chen asked calmly as he looked at the other party. Many years ago, Zhan Yuan was already the strongest of the Grave Sea's youths, firmly suppressing Shangguan Lei and Wang Yueming. As for Wang Yueming and Shangguan Lei, they were already peak major primal core realm cultivators 3 years ago. It was impossible for Zhan Yuan not to have improved. You guessed right. If not for the appearance of your Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, I would have remained in this cultivation realm for another 3 years. Zhan Yuan said indifferently, the Buddhist sect emphasizes comprehension ability and does not care much about cultivation realm. Comprehending it once every 10 years or comprehending it in 1 day can increase one's cultivation by 100 years. However, it no longer matters. Indeed, it no longer mattered. Since Zhan Yuan was no longer a Buddhist, he naturally could not continue cultivating like this. How is it? How do you think my saber skills compare to yours? Zhan Yuan asked Xiao Chen with a cocky expression. I only cultivated my saber skills for 3 months. I already comprehended the true meaning of breaking the mundane, resolving the mundane, and entering hell. He even comprehended another saber technique, Azura Purgatory. Becoming a Buddha in 1 year and cultivating the demonic Tao with a thought. You understand what I mean? Xiao Chen said indifferently. This Zhan Yuan was indeed a genius at the saber. However, how could the saber Tao be accomplished quickly? For the sake of a shortcut, Zhan Yuan had already entered the demonic Tao. The stronger he was, the deeper the demonic Tao. Sooner or later, he would end up digging his own grave. The first of the Mahamaya abstinence violation scripture is the demonic Tao. However, the Buddhist sect and the demonic Tao cannot coexist, so I changed it to the demonic Tao. This is a demonic saber in the first place. It is not that my cultivation went astray. You were wrong from the start. Zhan Yuan enunciated every word as he looked straight at Xiao Chen. Zhan Yuan really wanted to see the confused expression on Xiao Chen's face when he heard that. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Xiao Chen had a strong mental fortitude. How could he deny what he comprehended just because of a few words? He said indifferently, "Just wait and see. You said that you know what I am thinking and what I seek. Tell me." Zhan Yuan stepped forward and looked at the faux god flame on the blue dragon totem. His eyes sank into it like he was bewitched. You seek the faux god flame. However, this faux god flame is already tainted with a demonic nature. I do not need this faux god flame. I only need the demonic nature in it. There is no conflict between us at all. After pausing for a moment, Zhan Yuan continued, Now that I have the saber technique manual, you no longer have anything that I seek. I will not be enemies with you. We can work together. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. This suggestion was indeed pretty good. He could feel the pain that the faux god flame suffered. However, he could not find a way to resolve it immediately. Zhan Yuan had already decided to cultivate the demonic Tao. The demonic nature tainted by the faux god flame held a boundless temptation for him. More importantly, Xiao Chen sensed that some evil dragon should be sealed in this place. Originally, the faux god flame was the crux of the seal. However, too much time had passed, and the faux god flame's divine nature weakened uncontrollably. The evil dragon infiltrated it and controlled it. The so-called dragon chi was the demonized faux god flame purposely leaking it to attract others to discover the dragon city. Then, they would use their essence blood to activate the blood formation around the totem. If Xiao Chen did not think of a solution, when the formation was activated, the seal might be completely destroyed. Letting Zhan Yuan absorb the evil dragon's demonic chi might be a way to solve the problem once and for all. However, all of this was just Xiao Chen's guess. He could not be sure. Whether to gamble or not depended on Xiao Chen's decision. You still can't make up your mind? The faux god flame is an opportunity that many people dream of. As long as you agree, you can obtain it, Zhan Yuan said indifferently when he saw Xiao Chen remain silent. Zhan Yuan said indifferently when he saw Xiao Chen remain silent. He believed that Xiao Chen would make his choice. Bas. As Xiao Chen held the black dragon scale, he felt the torture that the faux god flame suffered again. It was an indescribable pain that made one's heart palpitate, but one could do nothing about it. All right, deal. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he tossed the dragon scale to Zhan Yuan. Zhan Yuan revealed a smile as he stretched out his hand and caught the dragon scale. Then, he revealed a fervent expression as he looked at the black faux god flame. Boom. However, just at this moment, the blood formation suddenly gave off a red light. The towering blue dragon totem, which had not moved since the beginning, started to shake. The entire dragon city also started to tremble intensely. Chapter 1743. Dragon City kept shaking, and all kinds of buildings collapsed one after another. Cracks appeared in the ground, and streams of dragon flame spewed out. What's going on? Save me. The Snow Sword Palace disciples and Senior Lu's team had not gone far. Originally, they wanted to ambush Xiao Chen and observe the situation. However, the sudden situation turned several people into ashes on the spot after being struck by the dragon flame. Damn it! How can it be like this? Huang Puqi cursed and soared into the air. The buildings under his feet immediately collapsed, and a stream of dragon flame spewed out of the ground. Huang Puqi paled in fright, and cold sweat poured down his back. If he had been any slower, he would have died immediately. Before Huang Puqi could catch his breath, the ground shook again, and several streams of dragon flame spewed out at the same time. Whoosh! 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 Huang Puqi drew his sword, and a cold intent spread out as he barely dodged. He looked around and saw flames everywhere in the dragon city. Terrifying, ferocious roars came from the ground. A horrifying dragon might spread out in the city, and a strange fear spread in people's hearts. Huang Puqi could not care so much, directly turning around and fleeing. He could no longer remain in this place. If he did, he might end up dying here. At this moment, half of the intact dragon city instantly collapsed. Flames surged into the sky, spreading throughout the entire city. Everyone fled for their lives, not daring to linger for even a moment. In the plaza, the expressions of Xiao Chen and Zhan Yuan changed. They saw the swaying blue dragon totem in the blood formation, looking like it would collapse at any moment. Xiao Chen said sullenly, "Hurry up. Move faster." Zhan Yuan did not dare to be careless. His expression turned extremely grave as he held the dragon scale with one hand and formed hand seals with the other. Zhan Yuan muttered something. It was actually a Buddhist incantation. As Zhan Yuan's hand seals changed, his body gave off a pitch-black Buddhist light. An expressionless black Buddha image appeared behind him. Zhan Yuan roared, and a black swastika shot out from his forehead. The swastika spun continuously, and the faux god flame on the totem trembled continuously, releasing strands of black aura. A sinister aura spread out in the surroundings. Xiao Chen immediately felt his heart palpitate, and his body and mind were affected. Whoosh! Boom! Black smoke continuously came out of the tiny faux god flame. A moment later, thick black smoke filled the air above the plaza. A terrifying demonic aura pressed down on everyone, making it difficult for them to breathe. This startled Xiao Chen. Unexpectedly, the faux god flame hid so much demonic nature. Even with so much demonic nature leaking out, it still showed no signs of stopping. Feeling the increasing pressure, Xiao Chen had no choice but to sit down cross-legged and guard his heart in order to not be disturbed. A pair of scarlet eyes appeared in the black smoke above the plaza, staring coldly at Zhan Yuan. Xiao Chen squinted and saw an indistinct black dragon figure in the darkness. It was the black dragon. Xiao Chen was alarmed. There was an evil black dragon suppressed beneath the dragon city. What kind of existence needed a dragon city to suppress? Furthermore, it needed a faux god's divine flame to suppress it? Just thinking about it sent chills down one's spine. Zhan Yuan grinned and sneered. Withdraw. The gigantic Buddha image behind Zhan Yuan formed hand seals, and the swastika on its forehead started to forcefully suck in the black smoke. This person had really entered a state of berserking qi deviation. To think that he wanted to suppress and refine this demonic nature for his own use. Xiao Chen did not know if he was crazy or bold. Insignificant bald donkey. You overestimate yourself. A terrifying roar resounded in the air. The black smoke turned into a dragon image and charged at Zhan Yuan. Rumble! With one pounce, the floor of the plaza was sent flying. A strong storm spread out in all directions, materializing black storms that swept out in all directions. You are just a strand of remnant will. You can't do anything to me. Zhan Yuan revealed a cold smile. He stretched out his hand, and the gigantic hand of the Buddha image behind him smashed down. This hand directly scattered this black dragon image, turning it into strands of thin black smoke. Then, the swastika on Zhan Yuan's forehead quickly sucked in the black dragon image. Ah! The instant the black smoke was sucked in, black lines appeared on Zhan Yuan's face, and he went berserk. Although it was just a strand of remnant will of the evil dragon, the demonic nature it contained was astonishingly vast, causing Zhan Yuan's aura to grow continuously. Black hair started growing wildly on Zhan Yuan's bald head like weeds. With just one look, Xiao Chen felt fear in his heart. What exactly was the origin of the demonic dragon sealed below? Looking around, Xiao Chen was pleasantly surprised to discover that as Zhan Yuan continuously sucked in the demonic qi, the black faux god flame on the totem started to turn clear. The flame swayed, becoming purer. The roar that reverberated endlessly above the dragon city turned even more intense. The black faux god flame on the totem slowly turned clear. The flame swayed, becoming purer. However, compared to the initial berserk roar, the dragon roar now sounded more like a roar of unwillingness. It sounded even scarier when one heard it. The dragon city was completely destroyed, reduced to rubble and bathed in a sea of fire. Ha 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 ha. I succeeded. I succeeded. I succeeded. Zhan Yuan laughed maniacally, looking deranged. The black hair on his forehead fluttered wildly. His image had changed greatly, and Sung Ji's tough and upright temperament had disappeared. His long hair fluttered wildly, and his eyes exuded a fiendish qi. Zhan Yuan's aura was even more horrifying. Xiao Chen felt like Zhan Yuan would break through to star venerate at any moment. Zhan Yuan shifted his gaze and stared at Xiao Chen. Then he smiled and said, Xiao Chen, many thanks for your dragon scale. You can scram now. Right after Zhan Yuan spoke, he laughed maniacally. Then, his figure flashed and grabbed at the faux god flame on the totem. Zhan Yuan had never thought of leaving the faux god flame to Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen did not move at all. He showed a cold smile as he coldly watched Zhan Yuan's actions. Boom! The faux god flame, which already had its demonic nature gone, ferociously released a divine might that knocked Zhan Yuan into the air. The faux god flame directly entered Xiao Chen's forehead with a whoosh. A flame mark appeared on Zhan Yuan's forehead. Xiao Chen immediately felt boundless energy filling his body. His mental energy grew infinitely in the depths of his sea of consciousness like there was no limit. Junior, many thanks for saving me from my pain. Before Xiao Chen could sense this energy, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. It was the master of the faux god flame. Xiao Chen was not surprised. The faux god flame that struggled free would choose him, a true blue dragon descendant. Furthermore, it was Zhan Yuan, the Buddhist sect unfilial son who entered the demonic Tao. There was no need to think. It had to be him. Damn it! How can it be like this? Zhan Yuan stood on a boulder outside the plaza. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips, somewhat caught off guard. Heaven is helping me. Unexpectedly, I managed to run into a blue dragon descendant at the critical moment. Junior, there is no need to say anything. Just do as I say. Quickly smash the blue dragon totem into the ground and block the formation. Only then can we barely suppress the Black Dragon King from coming out. This development startled Xiao Chen. The Black Dragon King can still come out even after the demonic nature is absorbed. The seal broke long ago. Even if we smash the totem into the ground, it can only trap him for another 100 years. After 100 years, the Black Dragon King will definitely appear again. Xiao Chen did not have much time to think. His figure flashed, and he passed through the many layers of blood formations and landed on the blue dragon totem. Xiao Chen, I want your life. Xiao Chen had just landed when he saw Zhan Yuan descend from the sky with a ferocious expression while holding a saber. Zhan Yuan executed the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's third move, entering hell. The 18 layers of hell layered over each other. 10,000 ghosts covered Zhan Yuan as he swung his saber. The terrifying saber light looked like it came from the depths of hell. The mournful wails of evil spirits rang out in the surroundings. At this moment, hell and the human world merged. You are seeking death. A cold snort rang out in Xiao Chen's mind, and the flame mark on his forehead shot out a beam of divine light. Intense flames burned all the evil spirits, causing them to cry out in pain. All the mysterious phenomena were burned away. After Zhan Yuan landed, flames wrapped around his body, causing him to roll on the ground in pain. Zhan Yuan's face changed continuously, sometimes black and sometimes white. He looked neither human nor ghost, completely crazed and extremely pitiful. There were no shortcuts between the Saber Dao and the Martial Dao. Since Zhan Yuan chose this path, all the consequences were self-inflicted. There was no need to pity him. Quick! Bury the blue dragon totem into the ground. Boom! 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 Just at this moment, the ground started surging like waves. Something seemed like it would jump out at any moment. Xiao Chen used all his vital qi and smashed a palm strike on the blue dragon totem. He felt his veritable essence energy, vital qi, and mental energy in his sea of consciousness getting wildly absorbed by the totem. Under Xiao Chen's push, the blue dragon totem slowly sank into the ground. Chapter 1744. Boom! When the blue dragon totem completely sank into the ground, the world suddenly turned quiet. The terrifying evil dragon underground was completely suppressed, and the horrifying dragon roars stopped. At this moment, the fiery underground dragon city slowly extinguished. When Xiao Chen landed on the ground, he felt drained of energy. All his vital qi and veritable essence energy were drained. He had put in all his effort to bury the blue dragon totem in the ground. Without much thought, Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and took out 2 medial-grade spirit jades. Then, he closed his eyes and circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. "Junior, what's your name?" As Xiao Chen anxiously recovered his strength, that heavy voice rang out in his mind again. It was the original owner of the faux god flame. "I am Xiao Chen. Xiao clan? Among the 8 noble clans of my blue dragon bloodline, there does not seem to be a clan with the family name Xiao. However, it does not matter. Xiao Chen, I do not have much time left. I can only pass this faux god flame to you." Great waves stirred in Xiao Chen's heart. He could not bear to tell the other party that he was the only one left of the blue dragon bloodline. After thinking for a while, he asked softly, "Is there no other way? Since the faux god flame is not extinguished, can I help Senior find a body and possess it?" "It is too late. My divine flame is already too weak. There is only a strand of will of soul left, unable to possess a body. Furthermore, I do not have any desire to continue living. There is no need to force it." The faux god flame's voice came and went, showing that it was in an incomplete state. Xiao Chen remained silent, not knowing what to say. "There is no need to feel pity. I have already lived long enough. Remember this. Within 100 years, the Black Dragon King will definitely come out. This blue dragon totem is just a final resort. It cannot trap the Black Dragon King. How unfortunate! How unfortunate! In the end, I let down the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's trust." The faux god flame's voice started to weaken until it gradually vanished. "Senior! Senior!" No matter how Xiao Chen called out in his mind, that voice never appeared again. This made Xiao Chen sigh in regret. Whoosh! All of a sudden, many memories that did not belong to Xiao Chen surged into his mind. These were the stories of the faux god flame's master. Many scenes flashed in Xiao Chen's mind intermittently like a movie. Because it was only a wisp of remnant will, its memories and information were scattered. After a while, Xiao Chen sorted out some clues and gained a rough understanding of the Black Dragon King's origins. There had never been a black dragon in the history of the dragon race, and there was no black dragon bloodline among the 7-colored divine dragons. The Black Dragon King was a variant body. The day it was born, there were all sorts of terrifying omens. When they grew up, their strength became stronger and stronger, almost heaven-defying. Soon, they surpassed many of the older generation experts of the dragon race. He claimed to be the reincarnation of the dragon god. He killed with an iron fist and obtained the position of the Dragon Emperor. He was known as the Black Dragon King. After that, the hidden experts of the Dragon Clan worked together to seal it. However, it was almost unkillable and was able to break free of the seal in the end. Every time it appeared, it would cause a bloody storm in the dragon race, bringing all sorts of disasters. The last time it appeared, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor personally sealed it. Then, a dragon race faux god expert used his divine flame to suppress it. Unfortunately, the effects of the seal had weakened by now. When the faux god flame was about to burn out, the Black Dragon King found an opportunity. If not for Xiao Chen's coincidental appearance, the Black Dragon King would not have needed 100 years. Just now, the Black Dragon King would have successfully appeared, not needing 100 years. Xiao Chen immediately felt some lingering fear. If he had not sealed the totem into the ground earlier, he would have died. If he had not sealed the totem into the ground earlier, the Black Dragon King would have appeared. Not only would he have died, but the disaster it would have brought would have been unpredictable. At the same time, Xiao Chen also sorted out the method to inherit the faux god flame. Although this faux god flame was about to burn out, the energy it contained was still an astronomical amount to the current Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen thought about how Zhan Yuan's strength swelled to a frightening level just by absorbing the demonic nature. The faux god flame would definitely not be much weaker. However, Xiao Chen was different. He would not forcefully refine it and raise his strength. There were no shortcuts on the path of cultivation. Zhan Yuan's earlier appearance, which was neither human nor ghost, was the best lesson for Xiao Chen. Given Zhan Yuan's talent, he should not have been so radical. Abandoning Buddhism to cultivate the demonic path was truly unfortunate. After clearing away the distracting thoughts, Xiao Chen started to follow the method he sorted out, slowly receiving the inheritance of the foe god flame. The bright flame mark on Xiao Chen's forehead slowly dimmed. Whoosh! The energy contained in the foe god flame was slowly absorbed by Xiao Chen's physical body, primal core, and soul. His entire body surged. The energy contained in the foe god flame was not purely veritable essence energy, vital qi, or soul energy. Instead, it contained all of them. Furthermore, there was a strand of the most important divine might. As Xiao Chen absorbed the inheritance naturally, his cultivation rapidly soared. His body gave off motes of spiritual light. In the dark dragon city, they looked like fireflies, exceptionally beautiful. Xiao Chen had purposely released these motes of spiritual light. He was not as greedy as Zhan Yuan. If he absorbed all the energy in the foe god flame, breaking through to Star Venerate would not be a problem. However, there was no need for that. If his foundation was unstable, he could easily enter berserking qi deviation. Everything had to be within his control. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen's cultivation rose from early-stage major primal core realm to late-stage major primal core realm before stopping, just one step away from peak consummation. It was not over yet. After the inheritance ended, the energy representing veritable essence energy continued to be passed down. The energy representing soul energy continued to be passed down. Strands of pure soul energy flew into the depths of Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, which he had never explored before. Is it going to the soul pool? Xiao Chen could not help feeling curious. In the past, he had heard from Yi Zifeng that Yi Zifeng had already condensed a soul pool that only Star Venerates could awaken. However, due to Xiao Chen's limited strength, he had not been able to investigate it. This might be an opportunity. Xiao Chen's consciousness lingered on the strands of pure soul energy, slowly entering the depths of his sea of consciousness. After a while, Xiao Chen saw a spot of light in this pitch-black forbidden land. That was the soul pool. Before Xiao Chen could take a closer look, he felt dazed. Then, a pure soul energy entered it. The soul pool was incredibly vast and could be said to be boundless. The vast soul pool appeared hazy and confused. The soul energy from the foe god flame flew towards a clump of light in the center of the soul pool. That clump of light was what ordinary people referred to as the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. The so-called will of soul was formed by combining the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls with a cultivation technique that cultivated soul energy. In the Great Thousand Realms, all life forms, be they fiendish demons or ferocious beasts, had 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. When cultivated to a high level, one would condense the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls, cultivating soul energy and materializing the will of soul. As the boundless soul energy entered, that clump of light became increasingly brighter. Xiao Chen clearly felt his 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls strengthening continuously. The soul pool was vast and boundless, appearing hazy and hazy. In reality, the vastness of the soul pool far surpassed one's imagination. It was the most mysterious part of the human body. Far to the east of the soul pool, in a place that Xiao Chen could not sense, there was a mysterious gravestone. The gravestone stood tall and gave off an ancient aura. The 2 words, Sky Dome, were written on it. There seemed to be a grave behind the Sky Dome gravestone. Xiao Chen did not know what was buried there. However, Xiao Chen had relied on a trick to enter. His consciousness was very weak, and everything he saw was hazy. He could not see the gravestone in the east, which was extremely far away. After Xiao Chen completely accepted the foe god flame's soul energy, the clump of light in the center of the soul pool spun continuously. Boundless starlight poured out from it. After a while, motes of starlight filled the soul pool. After a while, motes of starlight filled the soul pool. The clump of light stopped spinning and condensed into an azure-colored dragon seal, radiating a terrifying dragon might. Xiao Chen withdrew his consciousness, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Many stars flickered in them. Immediately, all the floating dust in front of him disappeared. At this moment, it was like everything in the world, life or death, depended on a thought from Xiao Chen. Will of Soul. After receiving the foe god flame's soul inheritance, Xiao Chen directly formed the will of soul. Boom! With a thought, the dragon seal in Xiao Chen's soul pool burst out with a piercing light. Everything in front turned to dust. The light was silent and shockingly mighty. Chapter 1745. Just as Xiao Chen was in closed-door cultivation and accepting the faux god flame inheritance, Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically. Huang Puqi appeared on the ground of the Dragon Flame ancient land in a somewhat sorry state. Then, he started to count the Snow Sword Palace disciples that escaped from the Dragon City. Soon after, Huang Puqi finished counting, and his expression turned extremely grim. Of the 100 Snow Sword Palace disciples, only 20-odd remained. Most of them died in the final Dragon Flame. Now, only 1/5 remained. They had not obtained the faux god flame or the blue dragon totem. It had to be said that this was a huge failure. After Xiao Chen returned to the Snow Sword Palace, he would definitely be punished by the sect elders. They had failed to lead the team and suffered heavy casualties. Brother Huang Pu. Right at this moment, old Ma, who had a weak expression and was covered in wounds, appeared with Xiahou Feng, Lang Feng, and the others. Senior Ma's team had already lost more than half of its members in the battle with the Black Flame demons. Then, they experienced the Dragon Flame eruption and died even more miserably. Now, there were less than 10 people left. They were almost wiped out. Not long after, Elder Lu's team also arrived, and their expressions were even more miserable. His team's strength was the weakest. After making an inventory, there were only 4 or 5 people who escaped from Dragon City. Old Ma, this Xiao Chen is a member of your team. Just what is his background? Huang Puqi's expression was gloomy as he looked at Senior Ma. There was a clear hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. He was currently in an extremely bad mood, wishing that he could kill everyone related to Xiao Chen. He comes from the Grave Sea. I'm not sure which sect he comes from. He just joined the group not long ago, so I really don't know much about him. Senior Ma explained hurriedly when he saw Huang Puqi's expression. This time, the matter had really blown up. The Rank 5 Snow Sword Palace had lost so many people. They would definitely not leave the matter at that. If he were to get involved with Xiao Chen now, he might accidentally get implicated. The consequences would be unimaginable. Lang Feng said, "This matter cannot be blamed on us. If we discover him, Old Ma and I will not let him off." That's right. I will absolutely not offend this brat, unless he never returns to Dragon Flame City, Senior Lu said coldly with a sinister expression. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Huang Puqi said hatefully, "Damn it!" This time, the ancient transportation formation that Dragon Flame City activates once every 100 years. The 10 great sects of the Soaring Dragon Marquis 8 personally came. My Snow Sword Palace has truly lost all face. That brat, I will definitely make him wish he was dead. When Senior Ma and Senior Lu heard this, their hearts involuntarily sank. The Soaring Dragon Marquis 8 was the Soaring Dragon Marquis' conferred land in the Central Great Realm's Jianghu dynasty. Fortune flourished, and those who were conferred the title of Marquis could share the fortune of the empire. From the moment the empires were established, they began to accumulate luck. Now, the 4 empires had accumulated luck for hundreds of thousands of years. Currently, any dynasty had the ability to influence the direction of the entire Great Thousand World. The nobles of the dynasty could borrow the fate of the dynasty, and the sects that were allowed to be established in the nobles' fiefdom could also borrow the fate of the nobles. Compared to the Rank 5 sects established outside, the Rank 5 sects of the dynasties were much stronger in accumulations and strength. According to Huang Puqi, the 10 great Rank 5 sects of the Soaring Dragon Marquis 8 all sent people. It would be strange if Senior Ma and Senior Lu were not shocked. Investigate this for me. We must investigate Xiao Chen's background thoroughly. At the same time, spread the news that he possesses the faux god flame and the ancient blue dragon totem. The murderous intent in Huang Puqi's eyes remained unextinguished, and the rage in his heart remained unquenched. He pushed all the blame for his carelessness to Xiao Chen. In reality, death and injury were hard to avoid when one went out on experiential training. The deaths of the Snow Sword Palace disciples had nothing to do with Xiao Chen. Huang Puqi could only be said to be petty for being so narrow-minded. With so many deaths and injuries, Huang Puqi and the others had no choice but to shatter their talisman strips and return to the city to rest. This ended their experiential training in the depths of the Dragon Flame ancient land. In the underground Dragon City, Xiao Chen, who had condensed the will of soul, revealed joy on his face. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Unexpectedly, the soul energy inheritance of the faux god flame would directly help him condense the will of soul that he dreamed of. Xiao Chen thought about how he ended up in a sorry state every time he faced the will of soul of that star venerate expert. The ability of the will of soul was simply too terrifying. Xiao Chen could already directly drive the power of the world. When fighting with cultivators without a will of soul, he had a great advantage. Many times, even when Xiao Chen fought with star venerates, he held the upper hand. The main reason why he did not dare to fight head-on was that he did not have a will of soul. The inheritance of vital qi, veritable essence energy, soul energy, and the faux god flame ended. However, the flame mark on Xiao Chen's forehead, which had already turned very dim, did not vanish. There was still a faint mark. The inheritance was not over yet. Xiao Chen was startled to discover a golden flame in his sea of consciousness. Whoosh! A flash of light immediately lit up his entire sea of consciousness, making it golden and boundlessly resplendent. Divine might! Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He was very familiar with this light. It was the black-armored cultivator from back then. That black-armored cultivator from back then had used the energy of the faux god flame several times to unleash divine might and send Huangpu Qi, Senior Ma, and the other star venerates flying. This golden flame slowly grew and eventually turned into a lingering strand of flame that remained in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. At this moment, the flame mark on Xiao Chen's forehead completely vanished. The inheritance of the faux god flame ended. That final strand of divine might was the most precious treasure for Xiao Chen. However, he did not know how many times he could use it. No wonder those people fought to the death to obtain the faux god flame. Xiao Chen could not help sighing as he felt his cultivation increase, the condensed will of soul, and the increase in his physical body's vital qi. This was simply somewhat surreal. The feeling that the faux god flame gave him was simply too miraculous. That final strand of divine might would benefit him for life. It would be of great help to him when he tried to break through to the faux god realm and condense a divine flame. Aside from that, the remnant memories in the faux god flame represented a large amount of experience and knowledge. Those were benefits that could not be seen yet. However, they would be of great help to Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen looked around, he saw that the dragon city had already turned into rubble. It no longer looked ancient and majestic like when Xiao Chen first saw it. There was only ruin and chaos. After the great fire, everything was gone. The blue dragon race, the exquisite buildings, the residences that once existed. Everything was lost to history. Xiao Chen did not know if he would get a chance to see the ancient city of the blue dragon race again in the future. At this moment, Xiao Chen's emotions were indescribably complicated. Xiao Chen was originally the last inheritor of the blue dragon race, someone who was determined to restore the glory of the blue dragon race. As Xiao Chen watched this ancient dragon city turn from complete to rubble, he felt even more sorrowful than ordinary people. Xiao Chen looked down at the dragon race plaza. The black flame demons formed by the life bestowal spell had reverted to their original form. The many black flame crystal statues had all cracked. They no longer had any spiritual energy, so they could no longer be used. Only the black statue that Xiao Chen had nourished with his essence blood and other flame crystals remained intact. Xiao Chen carefully picked it up and blew away the dust. Then, he carefully put it away. This is... Looking around, Xiao Chen discovered something familiar under a few pieces of rubble. Gently pushing aside the rubble, Xiao Chen saw it clearly. Only then did he discover that it was the black dragon scale that he had given to Zhan Yuan. Xiao Chen recalled that divine might had forced Zhan Yuan back, and the demonic qi had rebounded on him. As Zhan Yuan entered a state of berserking qi deviation, he could not even take care of himself. Zhan Yuan should be in closed-door cultivation somewhere in the Dragon Flame ancient land. Right now, Zhan Yuan was terrifyingly strong. However, his situation was not good. The Black Dragon King's demonic qi might consume his consciousness at any moment, turning him into a puppet of the Black Dragon King like the Black Armored Cultivator. Black Dragon King. At the mention of the Black Dragon King, Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. The Black Dragon King in the faux god flame inheritance was extremely terrifying. The Black Dragon King would appear again within 100 years. When Xiao Chen thought of facing such a terrifying opponent, he could not bring himself to feel happy. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen looked around at the dragon city that looked like rubble. In Xiao Chen's eyes, aside from the vicissitudes of history, this was also a treasure city. The memories of the faux god flame inheritance allowed Xiao Chen to learn many secrets about this city. If he explored it a little, he would definitely gain a lot. Chapter 1746. In the memories of the foe god Flame, there should have been a library in the northern part of the city. That place used to be the martial technique pavilion of the largest clan in this dragon city. It contained all the dragon race cultivation techniques. There was no lack of peak cultivation techniques. Aside from the primogenitor grade cultivation techniques, the other cultivation techniques of the Central Great Realm had a total of 3 grades: Heaven, Earth, and Mortal. Each grade was further divided into Superior Grade, Medial Grade, and Peak Grade. Below that were all sorts of ungraded cultivation techniques. There were all sorts of explanations for them, so there was no way to summarize them all. A regular cultivator would be very lucky to obtain an authentic mortal grade martial technique, something that was rather rare. The army breaking sword technique that Xiao Chen once obtained was a famous peak mortal grade martial technique in the Central Great Realm. In the Central Great Realm, cultivation techniques and martial techniques were strictly categorized. Many of the martial techniques and cultivation techniques of the sects in the various astral clusters outside could not be considered mortal grade in the Central Great Realm. When a cultivation technique or martial technique reached a low grade, it would be known as a divine skill. This was because it was extremely powerful and difficult to cultivate. Furthermore, it was rare in quantity. Take that Huangpu Qi for example. The sword technique that he cultivated was an inferior grade earth grade sword technique, known as an earth grade divine skill. Xiao Chen had seen the might of this move for himself. The northern part of the city was also in ruins. Xiao Chen searched according to the inherited memories. It didn't take long for the address of the library to be sorted out. The library had collapsed long ago. The various restrictions were gone, and many cultivation techniques and martial techniques were burned. Complete martial techniques were extremely rare. As Xiao Chen looked at the many incomplete manuals, he showed a regretful expression. Many of them were superior grade mortal grade martial techniques. There were also some so-called earth grade divine skills. Some of them even tempted Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen seriously collected every incomplete manual. In the future, he would have to restore all of them. These were cultivation techniques and martial techniques compatible with the dragon race's physique. If Xiao Chen wanted to revive the blue dragon bloodline in the future, he would need a complete martial technique system from the lowest to the highest. Ice Feather Divine Incantation. Suddenly, Xiao Chen discovered a complete medial grade earth grade cultivation technique, and his eyes lit up. Xiao Chen had never cultivated his will of ice with a cultivation technique that matched it. Now, with the assistance of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, Xiao Chen's will of thunder slowly strengthened. As the will of ice continued to descend, the gap between the two grew larger. As a result, he rarely used the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon, which had originally been his trump card, as its might could no longer keep up. I might as well cultivate another ice attribute cultivation technique, and walk the path of ice and thunder that no one has ever walked before. Xiao Chen whispered to himself, a vague idea forming in his mind. Martial artists who cultivated the thunder attribute would usually cultivate a wind attribute or a cloud attribute cultivation technique, walking the wind and thunder Dao. However, no one had ever walked the Dao of ice and lightning before, because it was simply too difficult to fuse the two together. Many people were unable to walk it. Xiao Chen was quite talented in both aspects. He had even fused the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon. It was not impossible to walk the path of ice and lightning. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen put away the Ice Feather Divine Art. He planned to cultivate another cultivation technique when he had free time. After cleaning up this place, Xiao Chen looked at the ruined Dragon City and sighed. He continued exploring Dragon City. With the help of the inherited memories, Xiao Chen was always able to gain something in the vast ruins. A month later, all the treasures in the ruins of Dragon City were collected. The treasures he had obtained were beyond his imagination. After taking a solemn look at Dragon City, Xiao Chen left the city and came to the surface. It had only been a few dozen days, but when Xiao Chen returned to the surface, he had the illusion that 1,000 years had passed. Xiao Chen had changed too much. Compared to before, he was a completely different person. Before he entered Dragon City, he did not expect that in just a few weeks, he would not be able to come to Dragon City. Xiao Chen's cultivation could break through to late-stage major primal core realm. His vital qi could reach 10 cauldron force, and he could condense the will of soul that he dreamed of. Taking out the teleportation jade slip, Xiao Chen crushed it. Mottled shadows appeared beneath his feet, constantly changing and combining. 15 minutes later, a complete formation was formed. Xiao! A huge force spread out, and Xiao Chen's body disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already disappeared. When he reappeared, he returned to the ancient teleportation formation in Dragon Flame City's northern city. Bladesman Xiao Chen? Upon seeing Xiao Chen appear, the old man maintaining the formation revealed a strange expression. Xiao Chen exclaimed softly, "You recognize me? Haha! Who in the city does not know you, white-robed Xiao Chen? You chased away 3 factions by yourself. Even the Snow Sword Palace's Huangpu Qi suffered a great loss at your hands." When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt stunned. News really spread fast. However, the most crucial thing is that I heard that you inherited a strand of faux god flame and obtained an ancient dragon race totem. Right now, it is not just the Snow Sword Palace's Huangpu Qi, Senior Ma, and Senior Lu's teams that want your life. The old man smiled faintly, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, the old man attacked, punching at Xiao Chen as he released his aura. When the old man punched, the sky changed color. This was the sudden strike of a peak major primal core expert. Its might was great. If it were the previous Xiao Chen, he would definitely be flustered and would have to spend some effort to deal with it. Now, Xiao Chen only smiled coldly. The moment Xiao Chen appeared in the formation, he sensed that something was wrong with this old man. Xiao Chen had kept an eye out long ago and was not surprised by the old man's sudden attack. With a thought, vital qi surged in Xiao Chen's body, and all the dragon bones in his body crackled. Xiao Chen directly used his body to receive the other party's punch. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Xiao Chen's horrifying physical body received this punch head-on. The strengthened dragon bones isolated most of the damage. Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy surged and easily negated the remaining force of the punch. After receiving the punch head-on, Xiao Chen was completely unscathed. How can it be like this? That old man was greatly startled, revealing an extremely horrified expression, completely flabbergasted. Although the old man's sudden punch was not a peak strike, it was still quite mighty. Not only was Xiao Chen uninjured, but he also did not take even half a step back. Scram! When the old man felt that something was wrong and wanted to turn around and retreat, Xiao Chen's vital qi surged out. Clang clang clang. 10 dragon cauldrons made of vital qi collided with each other, giving off a deafening sound. Xiao Chen retaliated with a punch, and 10 cauldron force exploded, sending the old man flying. His clothes were tattered, and his body was badly mutilated. He fell to the ground in a sorry state. Straightening his clothes, Xiao Chen strode out of the place. Seeing this scene, all of them turned pale with fright. However, no one dared to block Xiao Chen's path. This was Dragon Flame City. Strength was the rule and the strong were the rules. Xiao Chen thought to himself, it should be Huangpu Qi who leaked the news about me. This aroused the greed of all the cultivators in the city. Even the old man maintaining the formation started thinking about Xiao Chen. Young Master Xiao, quickly leave Dragon Flame City. This is a troublesome place. You should not remain for long. A kind-hearted old man nearby reminded Xiao Chen. Leave? Why should I leave? Tell everyone that I, Xiao Chen, will be in the eastern part of the city for the next half a year. I will not go anywhere. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and left with large strides. The current situation suited Xiao Chen's intentions. Dragon Flame City was a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, with many experts. After Xiao Chen sent this old man flying with one punch, many people would think twice before they made a move. Those who dared to seek trouble for Xiao Chen would only be bold and skilled people with true talent. Xiao Chen had improved too quickly and had not had time to stabilize his strength. It would be great if he could have experts to spar with. How could Xiao Chen think of leaving when this was something he could not wish for? If Xiao Chen died in this Dragon Flame City, he could only blame himself for being weaker than others. There was nothing much to say. Xiao Chen was born in an abandoned land. Compared to many people in the Great Thousand Realms, he was much weaker. Without a heart that dared to fight, it would be impossible for him to rise up. In less than half a day, the news of Xiao Chen's return spread throughout the northern district of Dragon Flame City. Many people immediately rubbed their palms together, eager to give it a try. Dragon Flame City never cared about law or reason. However, The news of Xiao Chen's return and the news of him sending a peak major primal core cultivator flying with one punch poured a bucket of cold water over many people's heads. Chapter 1747. After renting a courtyard in the northern district, Xiao Chen casually settled down. He began to cultivate the Ice Feather Divine Incantation. This divine art was only an earth-ranked middle-grade cultivation technique. Even a normal true disciple of a fifth-rank sect would find it difficult to obtain such a precious cultivation technique. There were a total of 6 layers, and it was said that if one had an astonishing comprehension ability, they could combine the 6 layers into one and comprehend the hidden 7th layer of the Ice Feather Divine Art. In the cultivation room of the courtyard, Xiao Chen took out medial-grade spirit jades and inserted them into the nodes of the spirit-gathering formation. After filling it up, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the praying mat in the center of the formation and slowly circulated the Ice Feather Divine Incantation according to the route of the mental cultivation method. Closing his eyes, Xianxia formed a series of hand seals with his hands. Occasionally, he would cross his hands, and at other times, he would stack them up and down, placing them at his dantian. As the Ice Feather Divine Incantation circulated, the spiritual energy gathered in the formation quickly entered Xiao Chen's body, circulating endlessly in his meridians. Originally, there was only the purple chi whirlpool of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation in the center of the dantian. However, after the Ice Feather Divine Incantation completed a minor cycle, countless pure spiritual energy fell like snowflakes like pure white feathers. Outside the purple cyclone, another small white cyclone formed. From today onwards, he would officially cultivate an ice cultivation technique and walk on the path of ice and thunder. The originally scattered will of ice in Xiao Chen's body slowly merged together according to the Ice Feather Divine Incantation. Xiao Chen, who had never cultivated an ice-attributed cultivation technique before, made rather quick progress in cultivating the Ice Feather Divine Art. Phew! Opening his eyes, Xiao Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and looked around. The training room was already covered in frost, and sparse snowflakes slowly drifted down. Snowflakes fell on her white robe, adding to her strength of character. She was like a winter plum flower standing proudly in the snow and ice. Some white hairs appeared on his scattered hair. This was the result of successfully cultivating the first layer. To be able to successfully cultivate the first layer in half a day, he should possess the will of ice. That is why he can cultivate so quickly. Xiao Chen was quite satisfied with his cultivation progress, but he was also very calm. The main reason he was able to cultivate so quickly was because he had a good foundation. More importantly, he had only just started. He was only at the first level of the Ice Feather Divine Art. The long march of 10,000 li had just begun. So. Strange auras could be sensed from outside the house, and they were rapidly approaching. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled. "You're finally here. Let me see who you are." This person definitely came for the so-called ancient dragon race totem and the faux god flame inheritance. He did not hide his whereabouts. Anyone could find him if they wanted to. Most importantly, his whereabouts had been leaked on purpose. With a flash, Xiao Chen flew out of the cultivation room and landed on the roof of his courtyard. Xiao Chen raised his gaze and saw Huangpu Qi leading the Snow Sword Palace disciples outside the courtyard. There was also Senior Ma, Senior Lu, and a group of old friends. He charged forward with a murderous aura. Bang! With a kick from Huangpu Qi, the courtyard door was smashed into powder. Then, a group of people rushed in without any scruples. Xiao Chen raised his head and happened to see the white-clad Xiao Chen standing on the roof, holding his saber and smiling. A few strands of white hair adorned Xiao Chen's handsome face. On the roof, Xiao Chen looked like a winter snow plum flower standing alone in the cold wind, looking delicate and refined. Huangpu Qi felt slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Xiao Chen, it looks like you expected that I, Huangpu Qi, would come. You are a rank 4 sect disciple, yet. There is no point in saying so much. In Dragon Flame City, there is no sect or origin. Strength reigns supreme. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. If you surpass the saber in my hand, I will give you everything you want." 2 Dao discs appeared behind Xiao Chen. His fighting spirit blazed, and his aura instantly reached its peak. Huangpu Qi felt stifled. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be so direct. "Senior brother, there is no need to be polite with him. Let's attack together. Even if he has a great fortuitous encounter, he will find it hard to escape death." Why go to so much trouble? A Snow Sword Palace disciple stepped forward and whispered into Huangpu Qi's ear. Indeed, Brother Huangpu. In any case, he is just a rank 4 sect disciple. How can he compare to your noble status? Senior Ma, who was at the side, said sullenly as he gave Xiao Chen a vicious look. Huangpu Qi raged in his heart. He demanded, "Do you think that I, Huangpu Qi, am definitely not a match for him? I am a Snow Sword Palace true inheritor, an early-stage star venerate. Do you think that I, Huangpu Qi, will need your help to deal with a rank 4 sect disciple?" Raising his gaze, Huangpu Qi said sullenly, "As long as you do not use that puppet technique from that day, why would I, Huangpu Qi, fear a fight with you?" As a rank 5 sect disciple, Huangpu Qi naturally had pride in his heart. From the start to the end, he had never treated Xiao Chen as an opponent. Back then, when Huangpu Qi was forced to leave, he had been brooding over it, believing that Xiao Chen used an unorthodox technique. Huangpu Qi had long been suppressing the rage in his heart. Now, Xiao Chen wanted to fight him alone. This was exactly what Huangpu Qi wanted. Xiao Chen said softly, "Don't worry. The technique from that day is very strict and exhausts a lot of energy. I will definitely not use it when fighting you. In that case you can die." Huangpu Qi radiated killing intent as he took a big stride forward and charged over. Whoosh! Snowflakes filled the air, and boundless cold qi spread out. Frost instantly covered the entire courtyard, turning it into an ice palace. The instant Huangpu Qi drew his sword, a boundless sword light shot out. Huangpu Qi's figure suddenly vanished, becoming one with the snowflakes filling the air. Exquisite! Several Dragon Flame City experts and Snow Sword Palace disciples, who were watching in secret, could not help praising Huangpu Qi when they saw this sword strike. Huangpu Qi truly lives up to being a Snow Sword Palace true inheritor. This is a fusion of the Sword Dao and the Ice Dao. Even many of the old seniors cannot compare to this. This is truly indescribably exquisite. When the sword strikes, the flying snow and the sword light merge. This sky full of flying snow, is it sword light, or is it flying snow? What is real and what is fake? It is truly unpredictable. I heard that the founder of the Snow Sword Palace comprehended the Snowflake Divine Sword from the snow, establishing the rank 5 Snow Sword Palace. The Snow Sword Palace's profound cultivation techniques and martial techniques are all derived from the Snowflake Divine Sword. This Huangpu Qi has indeed learned a trace of the true essence. It's admirable. On the roof, Xiao Chen looked at the snow-filled sky and immediately saw the beauty of it. One had to admit that Huangpu Qi's sword was indeed eye-catching. Not only was his cultivation outstanding, but he also had deep attainments in the Ice Dao and the Sword Dao. He was worth learning from. Snowflakes fluttered in the air, as beautiful as a dream, as fragmented as jade, as clear as crystal, and as undulating as the sea, with turbulent undercurrents. This was Huangpu Qi's true strength. It was also the reason why he had always thought highly of himself and looked down on Xiao Chen. How to break this move? Was he going to find Huangpu Qi's true body in the snowstorm and see through the sword light and snowflakes? If that was the case, then he would have fallen into Huangpu Qi's trap. After one move, Xiao Chen would definitely lose. The spring snow came treading on the air, and wherever it touched, it seemed as if flowers were blooming. Among the trees in the garden, which one was the real plum blossom? Where is the flying snow, where is the sword light? One wrong look and the sky is filled with murderous intent. But why should I look at it? Flowers will wilt, snow will melt. There is nothing in the world that is eternal. However, if I resolve the mundane and jump out of the mundane world, what is real and what is fake will be decided with just a thought. If my wish is real, the flowers will bloom, never wilting. If my wish is fake, the snow will dance in the air, never melting. Xiao Chen's thoughts wandered as the snowstorm filled the courtyard. With just a thought, Xiao Chen gained many comprehensions from Huangpu Qi's move. Unknowingly, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques resolve the mundane improved further. He now knew how to break this move. The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique circulated in his body. However, Xiao Chen did not draw his saber, only using the true meaning of resolve the mundane. He gently stretched out a finger, and the white whirlpool in his dantian started spinning frantically. All the ice-attributed veritable essence energy in his body poured out. Then, he gently tapped the flying snow with his finger. The snowstorm filling the courtyard suddenly paused. Every snowflake bloomed in the air. 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 petals. Formed a 7-petal white flower. The flying snow in the air instantly condensed into a flower. The courtyard, the snowflakes, the house, and the white-clad bladesman all formed a poetic painting. Huang Puqi, who had already merged with the flying snow, was forcefully squeezed out of the state that he created. When Huang Puqi looked up, his eyes met. He saw Xiao Chen standing alone under the roof, holding a flower and smiling. This startled Huang Puqi into retreating frantically. Chapter 1748. Huang Puqi had no choice but to retreat. Xiao Chen broke the mysterious phenomenon and perfect state that he created with 1 finger, turning it into Xiao Chen's mysterious phenomenon. Xiao Chen forced Huang Puqi out. This flabbergasted everyone. No one had expected Xiao Chen to use such a method to break this move. It was a miraculous and unimaginable break. Xiao Chen broke Huang Puqi's attack from the very foundation, instantly turning him into a defensive stance. The situation instantly reversed. Huang Puqi switched positions between offense and defense. Damn! This is too incredible. How did he do it? How strong is his mental state to be able to break this move like that? Why does it feel like this Xiao Chen's mental state is on a completely different level from Huang Puqi's? He is much stronger. This is going to be difficult. The spectators were all experts. Anyone could tell that Xiao Chen's seemingly simple finger attack had many tricks to it. In reality, there were many ways to learn it. It required an extremely high cultivation of the mind and a deep understanding of the martial Tao to reach an extremely high realm. Up on the roof, Xiao Chen smiled faintly as he watched the retreating Huang Puqi. Xiao Chen gently pushed his 2 fingers holding the snowflakes forward. The wind and snow in the air howled at Huang Puqi. Just as the 2 fingers moved forward, along with the howling of the wind and snow, there was a sudden clap of thunder on the flat ground. Boom! This thunder was ear-splitting, striking at the soul and resounding in the sea of consciousness. It lingered without scattering, spreading out endlessly. Thunderclouds spread in the sky, and countless electric lights burst out. The instant the power of the wind and snow shot out, Xiao Chen created his strongest mysterious phenomenon. He leaped up while holding his saber, pressing towards the frantically retreating Huang Puqi. Kill! Xiao Chen drew his saber tyrannically, and a strand of saber light exploded the wind and snow in the air. The lightning and thunder illuminated him, making him look like a war god. Xiao Chen, who already held the upper hand in the first place, instantly gained an overwhelming advantage over the frantically retreating Huang Puqi. Damn it! 1 wrong move and he lost everything. Huang Puqi complained in his heart. Right now, the situation was extremely unfavorable to him. If he got careless, he would instantly lose. Sir. His mind was unprecedentedly focused. The path of frost had been broken, so he would use the sword in his hand to turn the situation around. With a furious roar, Huang Puqi's entire body surged with veritable essence energy, and the sword in his hand buzzed endlessly. Xiao Chen condensed an incredibly sharp sword move. His aura continuously shrank. By the time Xiao Chen arrived, he had already become as sharp as a needle. Needles, thin, sharp, but also easy to break. Huang Puqi was forcing himself into a dead end, putting himself in a hopeless situation. In any case, he was already at an absolute disadvantage, so he might as well take a gamble and take a risky move. No one had expected that the situation would be so dangerous in just 2 moves. It was truly shocking that they had reached such a situation where they were either alive or dead. Xiao Chen's state of mind was shocking. Huang Puqi's decisiveness was also shocking. Resolving the mundane. Seeing that Huang Puqi was risking his life like this, Xiao Chen was not afraid at all. He took the opportunity to execute his strongest killing move. A Buddhist swastika appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. He appeared expressionless as he severed the 7 emotions and 6 desires, forgetting the mundane, achieving eternity. A strand of eternal and inextinguishable saber light immediately appeared. A boundlessly ferocious Buddhist light shone brightly in all directions under the thunderclouds. It was like a blazing sun, illuminating eternally, not caring about being extinguished. Ice Sealing Chop! Huang Puqi shouted, and 6 gigantic ice sword chi connected from head to tail appeared above his head. Then, they clashed with that eternal saber light. Xiao Chen gently pushed off the ground and shot forward like a beam of light, betting all of his veritable essence energy. The ice-sealing sword chi clashed with the eternal saber light. Ice shards kept leaking out of the 6 revolving ice sword chis. They flew out and created terrifying ice explosions. The cold chi immediately became like a knife slicing through the air. Kasie! Kasie! The courtyards within 5 kilometers that were affected instantly turned into ice palaces. Then, they silently turned into ice shards littering the ground. The cultivators watching in secret had no choice but to flee, afraid of getting caught up in the terrifying ice shards. Xiao Chen could not dodge. He could only use his physical body to block these terrifying ice shards head-on. When the cold chi entered his body, his internal organs were instantly assaulted. However, at this point, how could Xiao Chen retreat? The eternal and inextinguishable saber light in his hand continued to descend. The two were going all out. It was a matter of who could last to the end. It was Xiao Chen who broke the ice sword chi connected from head to tail, breaking the needle-like sharp sword move inside. In the end, it was Huangpu Chi's needle-sharp, ice-like sword move that penetrated every opening that Xiao Chen could reach first, crushing his physical body. The saber light was eternal and inextinguishable. However, that did not mean that the physical body was eternal. Everyone held their breaths and focused, waiting for this exciting result. Kasie! In the next moment, the sound of something breaking could be heard from within the ice storm. In the next moment, the ice and snow broke, and Huangpu Chi became like a broken kite, on the verge of falling. Senior brother. The Snow Sword Palace disciples were startled. They quickly soared into the air and caught Huangpu Chi. You lost. The ice and snow exploded, and the saber light vanished. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. Then, his white robe slowly landed, accompanied by the dancing ice and snow in the air. His face was slightly pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that the fight just now had exhausted his mind and spirit, and his injuries were not light. On the other hand, Huangpu Chi's face was drained of blood. There was a terrifying saber wound on his chest. He had nearly been cut in half at the waist. Thank you for showing mercy, Huangpu Chi said through clenched teeth as he looked at Xiao Chen. His face was dark, and there was no sign of gratitude on his face. With the last saber strike, Xiao Chen had the chance to take his life. In the end, he held back and didn't chop him in half. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "No need to thank me. You saved your own life." He did not use his will of soul or activate his great desolate Ian bloodline. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to hold back. Huangpu Chi smiled bitterly and said, "My background is better than yours, and my cultivation is higher. If I were to use my will of soul, where would I put my face? A defeat is a defeat. Let's go." This time, there was no need for Xiao Chen to say anything. Huangpu Chi led the Snow Sword Palace disciples away. He would not appear again in the future. He was convinced and no longer had the face to remain here. Just at this moment, Senior Ma and Senior Lu, who were in the courtyard, exchanged glances and nodded slightly. While Xiao Chen and Huangpu Chi were speaking, Senior Ma suddenly threw out a book. Stars flickered in the two's eyes. Their wills of soul carried the flourishing might of the world as they charged at Xiao Chen. The two's wills of soul merged into one in the air. Immediately, the sky changed color. Winds blew, and clouds churned. An unparalleled force pressed down on Xiao Chen. Everyone in the distance was so shocked by this scene that they sucked in a breath of cold air. Although there were no rules in Dragonflame City, every cultivator had their pride. Very few people would launch such a shameless sneak attack. Furthermore, it was a sneak attack after the battle ended. Furthermore, it was two star venerates working together to use their wills of soul to suppress a major primal core venerate at the same time. Xiao Chen, you traitor. This old man will let you know the fate of betrayers. Senior Ma said through clenched teeth, showing a vicious expression. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. In Senior Ma's eyes, Xiao Chen was already a dead man. Back then, Xiao Chen already found it very taxing to resist Senior Ma's will of soul alone. Now that Senior Ma and Senior Lu worked together to deal with the severely injured Xiao Chen, they were confident of success. There would be no mistakes. It's over. This time, Xiao Chen is really finished. While many people thought that the two old men were shameless, they also felt pity for Xiao Chen. No matter who it was, They would most likely die in such a situation. There would be no hope of survival. Even if one did not die, one would be crippled. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly as he snorted coldly. Starlight flickered in his eyes as well. The azure dragon seal in his soul pool flickered with light. A will of soul containing the primordial dragon might surged out of Xiao Chen's forehead and clashed with the combined will of soul. Bas! The two soul wills clashed in the air. The two old men's soul wills crumbled upon contact. They didn't even have time to show shock on their faces. Xiao Chen's will of soul suppressed him, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood and kneel on the ground, unable to move. Dust filled the air, but it didn't move. Xiao Chen's soul will had already fixed this space. Young Master Xiao, spare me. Old Ma and Old Lu knelt on the ground, completely scared out of their wits. Huang Puqi, who had not gone far, turned his head and saw this scene. He was petrified on the spot, feeling as if his face was on fire. Chapter 1749. Huang Puqi showed a sullen face, his expression completely stiff. He was completely stupefied. Earlier, Huang Puqi still maintained some pride. He did not use his will of soul or activate his great desolate Ian bloodline. He believed that even if he lost, it was because he did not use his full power or bring out all his trump cards. However, right now, Xiao Chen did it before everyone. He broke the will of soul that Senior Ma and Senior Lu worked together to bring out, announcing to everyone that he, Xiao Chen, also had a will of soul. Furthermore, it was not weak, easily breaking the will of soul of two-star venerates. Huang Puqi did not care about Senior Ma and Senior Lu at all. They were just two-star venerates with ordinary talent. To ordinary people, they looked very awe-inspiring. However, Huang Puqi was very knowledgeable. He had already seen many star venerates in a rank 5 sect. He had seen holy venerates and sovereign personages. In the Snow Sword Palace, with Senior Ma and Senior Lu's cultivation, they could only be outer sect administrators at best. They would not even be able to become elders. Huang Puqi believed that he could break the will of soul that the two worked together. However, he would not be able to do it as easily as Xiao Chen. Senior brother, what's wrong? The Snow Sword Palace junior brother asked quickly when he saw that Huang Puqi's expression was off. Huang Puqi felt somewhat empty in his heart. He showed a desolate expression, appearing somewhat embarrassed. He said somewhat weakly, "I'm fine. Let's go. Let's go." Huang Puqi repeated himself twice in a row. Clearly, he was not in the right state of mind. His footsteps were unsteady, and he instantly looked much older. As Xiao Chen looked at Senior Ma and Senior Lu, he ignored their pleas for mercy. He pointed, and the two who were suppressed by the will of soul flew back into the air. After the two landed, their expressions turned stiff, and their eyes turned listless. In their soul pools, their souls had already been shattered, becoming two soulless bodies. They could not be any more dead. Xiao Chen had always despised such vile people who attacked from behind. He coldly waved his hand and said to the people who came to cause trouble, "Close my doors and scram." Yes, yes, yes. The people of Senior Ma's and Senior Lu's teams panicked, carrying the two's corpses and rushing away. The people watching the battle from the shadows remained silent for a long time. They had never expected such an ending. The sneak attack of two-star venerates should have been in the bag. To think that Xiao Chen managed to turn the situation around. Who would have thought that Xiao Chen would be able to break Huang Pu's miraculous phenomenon with just a flower-pinching finger? One day later, the battle shook the entire city. The white-clad Xiao Chen, who was already well known in the first place, became even more famous in Dragon Flame City. The topic of discussion was not just the ancient dragon race totem and his many treasures. It was his strength. Some people even believed that Xiao Chen was strong enough to rank among the 10 strongest bladesmen in Dragon Flame City. Apart from his low cultivation, he had no other shortcomings. Just how strong was the white-robed Xiao Chen? This was the topic that all of Dragon City was talking about the most. Apart from that, what they talked about the most was what Xiao Chen had said. Whoever could defeat the saber in his hand, he would give all the treasures on him to the other party for free. This sentence was seen as Xiao Chen issuing a challenge to all the experts of Dragon City. Everyone knew that the Dragon Flame Ancient Land was the place where the most geniuses and outstanding talents gathered in the dozens of nearby astral clusters. Every day, sect elites and outstanding talents from the various astral clusters would come here on experiential training. This was especially so now. Even the 10 great sects of the Yanwu dynasty's soaring dragon Marquis 8 sent true inheritors to lead teams on experiential training. Some people found Xiao Chen's words too arrogant. Sooner or later, there would be trouble. Indeed, on the second day after Huang Puqi's defeat, someone went to look for him. It's Bai Yan, a veteran expert of Dragon Flame City. His team ranks among the top 3 in Dragon Flame City. He lost. Bai Yan lost. After 100 moves, Xiao Chen knocked him into the air with one saber strike. He no longer had any combat prowess and fled in a sorry state. However, Bai Yan's defeat did not stop this craze. While Dragon Flame City lacked many things, it did not lack ruthless people. Did you hear? The Feng Luo, known as the 10,000 Demon Slayer in the northern city, sought out Xiao Chen after he returned from the depths of the Dragon Flame ancient land. That's the one. I heard that Feng Luo killed more than 10,000 flame demons. He is a ruthless person. Although he did not break through to Star Venerate, he comprehended the will of soul long ago. His combat experience is scarily rich. That's right. That's him. When he returned this time, he already broke through to Star Venerate. When he heard that Xiao Chen has an ancient dragon race totem, he charged over without saying anything. What was the result? He lost. Xiao Chen defeated him in 50 moves. He was in an even worse state than Bai Yan. Ah! That can't be, right? No one expected that defeating Huang Puqi was just the beginning for Xiao Chen. In merely 2 short months, more than 20 people sought out Xiao Chen to challenge him. Practically every 3 days, experts of Dragon Flame City or outstanding talents who came for experiential training sought out Xiao Chen. In the end, all of them lost without exception. However, there were people who did not believe that a person who had not broken through to Star Venerate could be strong. No matter how strong one was, there was a limit. However, despite these people attacking one after another, they could not defeat Xiao Chen. They even found it difficult to last more than 100 moves. Later, the cultivators in Dragon Flame City were shocked to discover that Xiao Chen seemed to grow stronger the more he fought. Xiao Chen seemed to grow stronger the more he fought. After every battle ended, his strength would increase by another level when he reappeared. Hence, a strange scene happened. Originally, every time Xiao Chen fought, there would be more than 100 people watching, learning from him and curious about the results. After 3 months, there were only a few people watching. This was because Xiao Chen's opponents lost increasingly faster. From the first 100 moves, now, no one could last more than 10 moves. He lost again. The top outstanding talent of the vast sea cluster, Nan Gongming, who broke through to Star Venerate at the age of 30, lost to Xiao Chen in 5 moves. That is within expectations. Now, I finally understand. This Xiao Chen is purposely using this to temper himself. He is really ruthless. In my opinion, only those dynasty scions or the top 100 great desolate Aeon bloodlines can suppress him. Indeed. Such an existence can already go to the central great realm and make a name for himself. That is hard to say. Those who have not entered the central great realm will never know how narrow their vision is. That's right. In the dynasties, rank 5 sects are at the bottom. Not to mention rank 6 sects and the various holy sects above rank 6 sections. In the end, that world is still too far away from us. Just think about it. Just one cluster lord go, you can have an entire great realm as her conferred land. The vision of the people of the central great realm is completely different from ours. Right now, the discussion about Xiao Chen was no longer about how strong he was in Dragon Flame City. Instead, it was about whether such a demonic genius like him could make a name for himself in the Central Great Realm. However, few people had been to the Central Great Realm before. Everyone debated this endlessly, with many different opinions. Some people said that Xiao Chen was qualified to join a holy gate. Some people also said that Xiao Chen was not qualified enough and would only invite humiliation if he went to the Central Great Realm. It was just like how many outstanding talents were among the top in their respective astral clusters. However, after they went to the Central Great Realm, they all felt depressed and disappointed. Even after many years, when they returned, they did not mention their experiences in the Central Great Realm. With one look, it was clear that they did not want to recall the past. They must have suffered great humiliation and could not bear to recall it. Another 3 months passed. Half a year passed just like that. Xiao Chen stood on the roof of his courtyard and looked at the people below. Then he said softly, "Senior, you lost." Outside the courtyard, an old man stared at the broken saber on the ground. This old man muttered to himself in a daze. This old man was Feng Yuqiang, one of the original 10 great bladesmen of Dragon Flame City, ranked first. He came because of the ancient dragon race totem. A totem was not something that could be called a totem after it was carved on a piece of wood. It required a race to worship it, for countless people to worship it and offer their pious faith. Only after thousands or even tens of thousands of years could it take form and be called a totem. The totem of some minor races was already a priceless treasure. What more the ancient dragon race? Naturally, it would tempt countless experts. Feng Yuqiang had been tempted long ago. However, due to his status, he did not make a move. After half a year, as more and more people lost to Xiao Chen, Feng Yuqiang finally could no longer hold back and made a move. However, after one battle, after exchanging 10 moves, Xiao Chen broke his weapon. Feng Yuqiang suffered a crushing defeat, reduced to a sorry state. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and looked at the old man in front of the courtyard, somewhat distracted. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. To think that no one in Dragon Flame City was a match for him. Perhaps Xiao Chen had set his sights too low from the very start. Chapter 1750. Within half a year, all the famous experts of Dragon Flame City had challenged Xiao Chen. When the outstanding talents who came for experiential training heard of Xiao Chen's reputation and the wager, they all challenged him. Even the true inheritors of the 10 rank 5 sects of the Soaring Dragon Marquis 8 all rushed over. At first, people came to challenge Xiao Chen nearly every day. However, in the final month, only Feng Yuqiang came. Even so, he was defeated in 10 moves. "I'm old. I'm really old." Feng Yuqiang picked up the broken saber and sighed to himself. Whoosh! Xiao Chen landed on the ground and performed a cupped fist salute. "Senior, don't be too sad. Since ancient times, there has been no lack of powerful experts who became famous in their twilight years." Feng Yuqiang smiled bitterly and said, "There are indeed quite a few. I even know some of them. However, they are definitely not me. I'll take my leave first." Feeling somewhat hurt, Feng Yuqiang shook his head and sighed before leaving alone. As Xiao Chen watched Feng Yuqiang leave, he entered deep thought. In the past half a year, he had defeated countless people. He would seriously observe the expressions and backs of every defeated person. Defeat had never been scary. What was scary was losing all fighting spirit after one defeat. Xiao Chen had once been reduced to a sorry state by a star venerate, like an ant that could be squashed. He had lost even more miserably than these people, in an even more sorry state. However, he did not lose his fighting spirit. That was how he rose up today, fighting everywhere in Dragon Flame City without suffering a single defeat. However, this was not a result that he could be too proud of. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and said softly, "It is time to return." In the past half a year, Xiao Chen's cultivation had already reached peak consummation major primal core realm, only one step away from star venerate. Since he already condensed the will of soul, the bottleneck between major primal core venerate and cloud sea star venerate was not particularly large. There was no need for him to purposely make a breakthrough. When the conditions were right, he could advance to star venerate. Right now, Xiao Chen had to consider how to proceed after breaking through to star venerate. He needed a goal, someone to refer to. However, there was no one in Dragon Flame City that he could learn from. After packing his things, Xiao Chen silently left the northern city in the middle of the night. Dragon Flame City, Southern District. A middle-aged man wearing a cloak sat cross-legged on the top floor of a quiet and elegant pavilion. Beside his hand was a simple and unadorned long sword. In the quiet and peaceful top floor, there was an omnipresent sword aura that came from the middle-aged man's body. As long as he existed, the sword momentum would not disappear. Even if he was cultivating in seclusion, as long as he opened his eyes, the natural sword momentum would be ready to be unleashed. This was a shocking blow to the invader, catching him off guard. He was Bai Ming Feng. Xiao Chen was one of the 10 strongest swordsmen of Dragon Flame City, one of the sovereigns of the southern city. Over the years, he had killed countless aggrieved souls with his sword. Relying on the 4-foot-long sword, he had established an illustrious reputation. Very few people dared to provoke him. But tonight, under the lonely shadow of the waning moon, a young man in white walked over. The bright moon was not round, and the stars did not twinkle. Tonight, it was very dark. The man in white walked over with a saber in his hand. When he was 10 li away from the pavilion, Bai Mingfeng suddenly opened his eyes. Buzz buzz buzz. Auras clashed, and the saber and sword hummed. The decorations on the top floor shattered one by one, and cracks appeared on the pillars as they struggled. Dense saber intent and sword intent clashed with each other, causing the cracks to spread continuously. The instant Bai Mingfeng opened his eyes, he instantly grasped the sword beside him and drew it by 1 centimeter. A dazzling sword light and a sharp sword wind made Bai Mingfeng's long hair and clothes flutter wildly. However, by the time Bai Mingfeng opened his eyes, it was already too late. This was because Xiao Chen had already drawn his saber, and Bai Mingfeng had only just opened his eyes. Boom! The pavilion instantly shattered, turning into countless shards. However, Bai Mingfeng had not even drawn his sword yet. Whoosh! An even stronger saber light completely crushed Bai Mingfeng's sword wind, extinguishing it and forcibly driving it away. Before Bai Mingfeng could swing his sword, the saber light knocked the sword in his hand away. Kasie! The saber light chopped down, chopping off Bai Mingfeng's right hand, which originally held the sword. Blood spurted out like a fountain. When the pavilion shattered, Bai Mingfeng stabbed his sword into the ground, kneeling on one knee. His complexion was pale, but he did not say anything. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, and the saber light that lit up the dark night vanished. However, Xiao Chen's white robes were still clearly visible in this quiet night. I am a vengeful person. Half a year ago, you stabbed me with your sword and nearly took my life. Half a year later, I will return the favor and cut off one of your arms. Right after Bai Mingfeng spoke, Xiao Chen left with his saber in hand, going further away in the hazy night sky with the waning moon hanging high. As Bai Mingfeng looked at his chopped-off arm, he revealed a bitter smile. Bai Mingfeng had long known that a demonic genius had appeared in the northern city. In the past half a year, this person had challenged all the experts in Dragon Flame City. He also knew that this person was the white-clad bladesman who once caught his sword with his bare hand. Furthermore, Bai Mingfeng knew that the other party would definitely come looking for him before leaving. However, Bai Mingfeng did not leave. Firstly, he could not bear to part with the profits he had accumulated in Dragon Flame City over the years. Secondly, he did not believe that he could not catch Xiao Chen's saber. Bai Mingfeng knew that Xiao Chen was like him, a proud and aloof person. Half a year ago, when Xiao Chen caught his sword, Bai Mingfeng stopped making a move, letting Xiao Chen leave. Unfortunately, after half a year, Bai Mingfeng failed to catch this saber strike. Losing an arm was the price Bai Mingfeng paid for his confidence. Bai Mingfeng picked up the chopped-off arm on the ground and quickly left without saying a word. Bai Mingfeng had made many enemies over the years. If he did not leave after losing an arm, he would be seeking death. Those enemies would not be as polite as Xiao Chen. At sunrise, a black horse carriage kicked up dust as it sped on the road leading to Soaring Dragon City. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged in the carriage, cultivating with his eyes closed, not slacking off at all. See. Cold cheese spread out in the carriage, and snowflakes flew everywhere, condensing into ice feathers drifting about. In the past half a year, Xiao Chen had already cultivated the ice feather divine incantation to the 3rd layer. This was already very fast. In the future, Xiao Chen would have to slow down. Unless Xiao Chen ran into some fortuitous encounter or an ice-attributed natural treasure. Right now, Xiao Chen had a head of long hair, half white and half black. Despite his handsome air, there was now a hint of coldness. After 3 days and 3 nights, Soaring Dragon City came into view. Xiao Chen still needed to deal with some things before he could leave the Soaring Dragon Great Realm and return to the Grave Sea's Purple Flame sect. Xiao Chen still had many harvests in the underground Dragon City, like the blaze crystals and all sorts of natural treasures that he could not use. After cultivating for half a year, he had exhausted a lot of spirit jades, so he needed to replenish them. Whoosh! Ma Cheng suddenly shrank back and then strangely vanished, appearing on Xiao Chen's clothes, which had suddenly appeared. Xiao Chen would arrive at Soaring Dragon City in another half a day. There was no need to use the cycle war chariot to travel. Just as Xiao Chen prepared to continue on, a strange aura attracted his attention. At some point in time, the busy road had turned quiet, no carriages or people in sight. Blocking the road? These 2 words were Xiao Chen's first reaction. To be able to block the road to Soaring Dragon City, How capable must this person be? Without the tacit approval of the cluster lord's residence or some connection, it would be impossible to block the road. Who would dare to offend the soaring dragon marquis? That was a marquis conferred by an immortal dynasty. It represented not only honor but also deterrence and strength, not some symbolic thing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Light flickered, and 18 figures approached from afar, surrounding Xiao Chen. They were all dressed in black, revealing only a pair of sharp eyes and a cold, murderous aura. Their footsteps were firm, and their cultivations were peak major primal core realm cultivators. With one look, one could tell that these people were skilled in formations and good at working together to kill. Hand over the ancient dragon race totem. I'll give you 1 second to consider. Kill. Without waiting for Xiao Chen to reply, when the 18 saw that he did not quickly take out the ancient dragon race totem, a murderous intent spread from their bodies. The murderous intent immediately erupted. Like a tsunami or a volcano erupting, the 18 drew their short swords at the same time. Piercing beams of light shot out from their feet. The light beams connected and instantly formed a 3-dimensional formation, trapping Xiao Chen in it. This trapped Xiao Chen within, making it difficult to advance or retreat. Danger lurked everywhere. Chapter 1751. An expert. This was a tacit understanding that could only be cultivated by a true assassin for 10 years, or even dozens of years. Countless resources were needed to accumulate. Behind these simple 18 people was a great power whose depths could not be seen. Nurturing such 18 people would require much more resources than hiring a star venerate expert. Resources had a price, but time was priceless. Not everyone had the ability to spend more than a decade to nurture such death warriors. There must be a huge force behind it. There must be specialized people and organizations that carry out systematic training. Light and shadow flickered between black and white. Countless sword shadows charged toward Xiao Chen, stabbing, slashing, left and right. In the sky, on the ground, in all directions, there was not a single blind spot. Clang, clang, clang. Unsheathing his saber, Xiao Chen did not move an inch. His expression was calm as he brandished the saber in his hand. As the sword and saber clashed, all sorts of clanging sounds could be heard. It was exceptionally shocking. The round of attacks that were like an inescapable net ended in the blink of an eye. Another round followed, not giving anyone a chance to catch their breath. Between heaven and earth, light and shadow danced. This 3-dimensional array was shrouded by layers of sword shadows. From an outsider's point of view, they could only see the dancing swords forming a huge sphere. After 18 rounds, the black shadow returned to its original position. There were no wounds on Xiao Chen's body. After half a year of training, his saber skills had reached a whole new level. When Xiao Chen waved his hand, his saber light could easily envelop a place. With one move, he could easily block the combined attacks of several people. But the situation was still not optimistic. Xiao Chen felt that this complicated and profound formation was just the beginning. There were still many more incredible moves that he had yet to bring out. The targets of this formation should be middle-stage star venerates or even late-stage star venerates. He had to defeat one of them. Otherwise, if the other party were to continue to display the might of the formation, they would be unable to escape. He would definitely perish here today. Change formation. Just as Xiao Chen expected, the leader of the black-robed men snorted coldly. The 18 figures quickly changed positions. The light on the ground and the connected sword shadows in the air kept changing. Like a ripple, all sorts of killing intents assaulted Xianxia unceasingly. The formation was filled with killing intent. One wrong step and they would fall into a bottomless abyss and be dismembered. Xiao Chen had no choice but to follow suit. He tried his best to find the slightest chance of survival in the array formation. Of the 50 Daya numbers, 9 out of 40 are used, and 1 is missing. The heavenly Tao was heartless, but no matter what, there would always be a chance of survival. Any killing formation was like this, it could not go against the natural order. No matter how many layers of killing intent there would always be a chance of survival. What was difficult was to distinguish between real and fake, and between fake and real. How to divide it. How to argue. Fortunately, Xiao Chen was proficient in the art of geomancy. He had been through hundreds of battles and was particularly sensitive to killing intent. In such a killing formation, Xiao Chen kept flashing about, narrowly avoiding the layers of danger. Wait. Killing intent gathered in Xiao Chen's eyes. He still had many trump cards that he had yet to use, even though it was dangerous and he could lose his life at any moment. However, he had not used any of these trump cards. Either he didn't use it, or once he did, he would be sealed with blood and killed without mercy. The 18 assassins watched in shock as Xiao Chen continuously moved about but failed to land a hit. This formation was called the star-killing formation. As the name suggested, it was used to kill star venerates. Once it was executed, there was no chance of failure. However, today, Xiao Chen was just a major primal core venerate. Even after fighting for so long, he still did not show any openings. Attack! The leader of the assassins shouted, losing some patience. Immediately, 9 figures soared into the air and thrust their swords at Xiao Chen. The 9 swords merged into one, and space trembled. If there were a tall mountain here, it would definitely collapse. Even a middle-stage star venerate would have to dodge the attack of the 9 swords merged into one. As long as one retreated, one would fall into the killing intent of the formation, consigned to eternal damnation. The 9 people's eyes were sharp, cold, emotionless, devoid of color, only a heavy death chi. Xiao Chen stood upright with his hands behind his back. Then he smiled coldly and said, "I was waiting for you to attack." 2 spots of light appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes, one golden and one white. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram suddenly took form. Yin-Yang, the 4 divisions, the 8 trigrams, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Dang! The 9 swords struck the diagram but did not budge at all, unable to break it. Scatter! Xiao Chen pushed with his hand, and the Yin-Yang flame diagram gave off a bright golden light. Then, it charged forward, sweeping through everything in its path, unblockable. Before the 9 black-clad assassins could retreat, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram crashed into them. They immediately vomited large mouthfuls of blood and went flying back. The star-killing formation instantly broke. When the light and shadow disappeared, the feeling of being restrained by the light and shadow that had been lingering around Xiao Chen vanished. Resolving the mundane. Severing the 7 emotions, severing the 6 desires, resolving the mundane, achieving eternity. After being suppressed for so long, Xiao Chen's killing intent erupted like a flash flood as he swung his saber. The 9 black-clad assassins who got knocked away all got chopped in half at the waist, splattering blood everywhere. Mission failed. Retreat! The leader paled in shock. In a fluster, he decisively retreated, not daring to get involved. After all, the 9 were not star venerates. Once the formation failed, they returned to their original form. You think you can leave? Xiao Chen snorted coldly. His figure trembled, and he executed Dermic World, turning into a 3-kilometer-tall giant. When Xiao Chen landed, he trampled 3 fleeing black-clad assassins to death. Then, just as he was about to recover his true form, he sent out a saber strike with all his might. The saber light grew to 30 kilometers long, looking like a rainbow descending from the sky, killing another 4 people. Ice Blood Lightning Dragon. The instant Xiao Chen recovered his true form, a berserk tricolor dragon flew out of his palm. It grew with the wind, bearing fangs and claws as it instantly swallowed up a person. The situation reversed in an instant. Only the leader managed to flee more than 5 kilometers away. However, before that leader could rejoice or sigh, he saw an invisible will carrying the might of the world howling over. Everywhere this will passed, strong winds howled, and the grass bent. It was like a sovereign descending, all things submitting. Boom! The leader felt like a mountain crashed into him. He grunted and vomited a mouthful of blood as he knelt on the ground. Xiao Chen's will of soul suppressed this person to the point that he could not move. The might of the world froze this space. The drifting dust, the flying tree branches, and the passing birds all froze. It was like time had stopped flowing. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed. Nothing moved except the leader's body. Then he ruthlessly pulled it back. As Xiao Chen grabbed the leader's body, he showed a sullen expression as he tossed it away like trash. This person was already dead. The moment the will of soul suppressed him, he committed suicide. Xiao Chen withdrew his will of soul into his body. Rumble! The trees fell to the ground, the dust flew up again, and the birds flew away in a fluster. Corpses littered the ground, with severed limbs and a heavy stench of blood lingering in the surroundings. Xiao Chen's expression turned somewhat scarily sullen. His alternating black and white hair exuded a startling chill from his entire body. It was like his killing chi was sealed in ice. Xiao Chen looked at the silhouette of soaring Dragon City at the limits of his vision. Xiao Chen muttered, "The Cluster Lord's residence." There was no grudge between them, yet Xiao Chen made such a killing move. He was truly ruthless. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, vanishing from where he stood. Then, he headed for Soaring Dragon City silently. His destination was Soaring Dragon City's Cluster Lord's residence. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. At the same time, a group of unwelcome guests arrived at Dragon Flame City, which was still far away. 7 or 8 people gathered at the city gates. All of them had extraordinary auras and a withdrawn sharpness. Vaguely, they stirred up the world. Even though they hid their sharpness, their invisible auras made others retreat, not daring to stand together with them. They were like beggars not daring to sit together with a sovereign king. The leader was a woman in a plain red dress. She had a graceful figure, and her black hair fluttered in the wind, stirring up all sorts of flirtatious feelings, intoxicating one. Dragon Flame City. The woman in the red dress had a small, exquisite saber hanging at her waist. As she looked at the words, Dragon Flame City, she said softly, "This place is now the conferred land of the Jianghu dynasty's soaring dragon Marquis. He bestowed it to his most beloved daughter, Cluster Lord Go Yu. Who knows how long this place has been here? To think that the aura of my dragon race still lingers. This is incredible." The few people discussed in soft voices. As they spoke, the information they revealed made everyone's hair stand on end. Horror filled their eyes. The dragon race. The dragon race's people are here at Dragon Flame City. Something major is going to happen. Quickly, let's go. No one on the city walls dared to sneak a peek at this group of people. They scattered in a fluster. Everyone felt their legs go weak. A handsome youth among them said politely to the woman in the red dress, "Senior Sister Ruyue, news of an ancient dragon race totem came from this place." Chapter 1752. Lu Ruyue. The red-dressed girl was Qingyan Peak's Lu Ruyue. She was here to investigate the ancient dragon race totem. The totem was very important to any race. If the totem fell into the hands of another race, it would be disadvantageous to the dragon race. This was even true for the ancient blue dragon, an extinct race. Lu Ruyue said softly, "Junior brother Jiang, find out all the information within 1 hour." That handsome man smiled and said, "There is no need for 1 hour. Give me 15 minutes, and it will be done." Lu Ruyue frowned slightly. Jiang Cheng was a disciple of the White Dragon race. He was very talented and had pretty good aptitude. After entering Ancestor Dragon City, the elders of the race had asked her to take care of this person. Everything about this person was good. However, he was somewhat arrogant and overbearing. He liked to use force to solve problems. In the end, Lu Ruyue did not say anything. She led the others to an inn in Dragon Flame City to wait for news. Not long after, just as junior brother Jiang had said, he returned after a quarter of an hour. "Senior Sister Lu, I already found out everything." Lu Ruyue nodded and asked, "What exactly happened?" The disciple with the family name Jiang said, "The rumor came from a cultivator called Xiao Chen. Everyone says that he has a dragon race totem. However, no one has seen him take it out. I only heard that he and some other cultivators saw a dragon race totem in one of the ancient dragon cities." "Senior sister, it looks like this rumor is not reliable. How can my dragon race totem be something that outsiders can easily obtain? The totem's rejection of outsiders is extraordinarily strong. If it could be easily obtained, then this totem would be damaged already, and it would not be very important." Right after the disciple with the family name Jiang spoke, someone immediately calmly analyzed the situation. However, Lu Ruyue revealed a sullen expression. Then she whispered, "Xiao Chen? This name sounds familiar. But I can't recall who he is. Strange." The disciple with the family name Jiang revealed a strange expression. He smiled and said, "Senior sister, regardless of whether he is familiar or not, I will capture this person and interrogate him. I'll capture this person and interrogate him. I'll be able to get to the bottom of everything." No. The matter is not clear yet. There is no need to make enemies. Who was the last to see this person? Bring me to him. The disciple with the family name Jiang nodded in agreement at Lu Ruyue's calm way of handling things. However, he did not think much of it. If I had known that senior sister would ask this, I would have already brought him here. Jiang Cheng smiled faintly and clapped his hands. Feng Yucheng appeared, feeling somewhat uneasy. Looking at the group of young men and women with extraordinary bearing, he felt a little guilty. Dragon race. These were the top 100 of the great desolate Aeon's 10,000 races. Based on the aura of this group of people, it was clear that they were from the 6-colored divine dragons, possessing a venerated status. Even if it wasn't far off. He was no match for any one of them, not to mention that the other party had the colossal dragon clan behind him. To him, this was a completely different level of existence. Normally, he would not be able to come into contact with such high-level outstanding talents. Senior, were you the last person to see Xiao Chen? Please tell me about him in detail. The totem is closely related to our dragon clan. We cannot be careless. Lu Ruyue looked at this old man and spoke calmly and politely, causing Feng Yucheng to feel some fear and trepidation. Feng Yucheng quickly bowed and said, I do not dare to address myself as senior. Just call me Old Feng. Jiang Cheng said with a sullen expression, This is our senior sister Lu, the holy daughter of the white dragon race. You can just address the holy daughter as your highness. Tell me everything you know. You are not allowed to miss out on anything. Yes. Feng Yucheng's voice trembled somewhat. He had not expected to get the chance to see the dragon race's holy daughter. Feng Yucheng told Lu Ruyue everything about Xiao Chen, everything that should be said and everything that should not be said. After Lu Ruyue heard that, her expression sank. Then, she looked at Feng Yucheng and said, You want to defeat that Xiao Chen with your strength? How bold of you to hide my dragon race's totem. I don't dare. Feng Yucheng immediately felt a strong pressure bearing down on him. He quickly corrected himself, saying that he had been muddle-headed at that time and asking for forgiveness. Senior sister, it looks like whether there is a totem or not is still a mystery. We have to find this Xiao Chen and interrogate him in person before we can find out. The person who calmly analyzed the situation earlier spoke again. Lu Ruyue nodded and said, All right, you handle it then. Although a totem that can be subdued will not be complete, we cannot be careless about this. Wait a moment. As Lu Ruyue spoke, she suddenly stopped. Earlier, that Feng Yucheng said that this Xiao Chen had defeated all the experts in Dragon Flame City within half a year. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had defeated Feng Yucheng in 10 moves. Although this Feng Yucheng was trash in her eyes, he was still an early-stage star venerate, someone who could easily defeat him in 10 moves. Xiao Chen definitely had some strength and talent. Perhaps she did not care about him, but her companions might not be able to keep an eye on him. If that Xiao Chen sensed it and fled far away, it would be somewhat problematic to search for him. Junior brother Jiang, you will lead the team. You have to find this person. Remember, ask for the reason first. If you can avoid making a move, try not to. Jiang Qing nodded and said, Don't worry. Leave it to me. However, if we all go, what about you, senior sister? Lu Ruyue said sullenly, I need to find that underground dragon city and see if it is really an ancient city of my dragon race. All right. In that case, senior sister, take care. Just wait for our good news. Jiang Cheng's tone indicated that he was confident of finding Xiao Chen, so he did not care too much about it. When Lu Ruyue saw Jiang Cheng acting like this, she could not help but feel a headache. She looked at the steadier disciple and said, Wu Su, keep an eye on junior brother Jiang. After all, this is the Soaring Dragon Marquis's conferred land. I do not want to get into any unnecessary trouble with him. Right. Senior sister. Don't worry. I believe that senior brother Jiang knows his limits. This group of people was very efficient. They left one after another to investigate Xiao Chen's whereabouts, leaving Lu Ruyue alone in the hall. Seeing that no one greeted him, Feng Yucheng said somewhat nervously, Your Highness Holy Daughter, if there is nothing else, can this old man leave now? There's no rush. Lu Ruyue took a sip of tea. Now that there was no one else around, her expression relaxed, no longer as stern. Draw that Xiao Chen's appearance for me. I want to see this person. A martial artist's memory and observation ability were very strong. Even if they were not good at painting, as long as they saw it once, they would be able to recognize it. He could remember a person's appearance and temperament. Feng Yucheng was a star venerate. Naturally, this matter did not pose a problem for him. After preparing the ink and paper, he finished drawing after a while. The white-robed Xiao Chen stood on the roof with his saber in hand. His long hair was a mix of black and white. His handsome face had a rather cold expression. Lu Ruyue waved her hand to dismiss Feng Yuqiang. She was entranced by the painting. The person in the painting was very familiar. However, Lu Ruyue could not recall when she had seen this person before. Xiao Chen in white. This long robe, this person, why do they feel so familiar? Lu Ruyue stared at the painting, feeling confused. Her face was filled with doubt. Of course he was familiar with it. The white robe was the clear breeze robe that she had personally given to Xiao Chen, and he had been wearing it all this time. Although the clear breeze robe was not a treasure tool, it had been an extraordinary secret treasure in the past. It could clean itself automatically and repair itself. As for the appearance, that was the person she loved. Over the past 10-odd years, his temperament had changed, but his appearance had not. How could she not be familiar with him? In the past, when she was young, she did not understand love. She only knew that one had to say one's love loudly. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he once called out her name on a tall peak. All for the person he loved, he shouted out what he wanted to say in his heart. He would never forget the past of Qingyun Peak. He left the Kunlun realm to search for you. However, it seemed like Lu Ruyue could not remember the past. She looked at the painting in a daze, unable to recall anything. I must have remembered wrongly. I do not know this person. After a long time, Lu Ruyue concluded that she could not find this person in her memories. She was very confident in her memory. If she had seen this person before, she would definitely recall it. Since she could not recall it, she could only say that she had never seen this person before. I'll stop thinking about it. I'll go and search for the underground dragon city first. When junior brother Jiang brings this person back, I might be able to recall it. Lu Ruyue's expression returned to normal. Then she put down the painting and stood up to leave. Just as Lu Ruyue was about to leave the hall, she paused for a moment and turned back. Then, she placed the painting in her storage ring before leaving. Chapter 1753. At this moment, Xiao Chen naturally did not know that the person he yearned for day and night had already arrived in the soaring dragon great world. In Dragon Flame City, where he had stayed for more than half a year, a few days after he had left. But sometimes, life was just so coincidental. Xiao Chen had been in Dragon Flame City for 8 or 9 months, but Lu Ruyue had not come. He had only been gone for 3 days, and Lu Ruyue came. Brushing shoulders was like this. After quietly sneaking into Soaring Dragon City, Xiao Chen spent half an hour and arrived in the vicinity of the princess mansion in the city. The county lord's mansion was built in a grand and majestic manner. It occupied a vast area, and from afar, an invisible and majestic aura lingered above it. That was the luck of the dynasty. The Soaring Dragon Marquis was personally conferred a noble title by the Yanwu dynasty. Furthermore, he was a marquis. Naturally, with the protection of the dynasty's luck, the land where his children were theft would naturally have some imperial dragon clouds. However, it was not as powerful and obvious as the Soaring Dragon Marquis manor. However, those who were observant would be able to sense the dynasty's dragon clouds above the cluster lord's residence. Even though it was a meager amount, it was still enough to make one tremble with fear. Any major character who saw this formless dragon providence would give them some face and not barge in. As for the weaker characters, such as holy venerates and sovereign personages, they did not dare to act rashly. But today, Xiao Chen was angry. On his way here, he was intercepted for no reason. He almost died, but he couldn't vent his anger or calm down. If he didn't get to the bottom of this, he would naturally feel indignant. If there was an opportunity to sneak into the county lord's residence, he would definitely not let it go. Although he was angry, Xiao Chen was still cautious and did not act rashly. Just observing from afar, he didn't dare to approach rashly. That was because for many experts, even if you were 100 miles away, just a glance would be sensed by others. There must be such a person in the princess's mansion. However, Xiao Chen was just a rank 1 major primal core venerate. The other party would not have imagined that a venerate would dare to make a move on the cluster lord's residence. Even if he did, he wouldn't care and would just ignore it. It was just like how an elephant would not care about an ant's opinion. However, This was precisely Xiao Chen's advantage. It was also the reason why he dared to fight. Xiao Chen sighed inwardly as he looked around in every direction. The princess's residence was indeed heavily guarded. Just the formations alone were stacked on top of one another, and no one knew how many there were. What was even more difficult to say was that there were experts overseeing every important road, and there was a large number of guards patrolling back and forth. There were no blind spots. In addition to the hired mercenaries, the experts of the county lord's mansion were stronger than most of the fourth-grade sects. Are there no blind spots? Xiao Chen did not believe it. The heavenly insight divine eye flew out from his glabella. The god's eye hung high in the sky, overlooking the entire princess residence, except for a few places hidden by special maze formations. Every flower, every blade of grass, every detail was clearly seen by Xiao Chen. He didn't need to explore any secret places, he just needed to see if there were any flaws in the defense. Or, it would be better to choose the place with the least risk. He could clearly see that there were many experts guarding the important places in the cluster lord's residence. Some of the outer areas were only patrolled by ordinary guards, but they were all set up with formations. If Xiao Chen barged in, he would immediately trigger the formations and be discovered. Then, he would raise the alarm and get caught by the many experts. No formation could be perfect and flawless. Naturally, the formations laid by the cluster lord's residence had gaps. However, it was made up of layers of formations that were stacked on top of each other, and several formations were constantly revolving. If the first layer had a gap, the second layer would patch it up. If the second layer had a gap, the third layer would patch it up. So on and so forth, there were a total of 18 formations layered over each other. Xiao Chen made a quick count. As long as he broke through 9 formations, he would be able to enter safely. Xiao Chen was not proficient in the formation Dao. However, he was proficient in the dragon-seeking art and had some accomplishments in geomancy. He could see many clues from the many decorations in the cluster lord's residence. The fake mountains, pavilions, and winding corridors. Many of the seemingly ordinary buildings were the nodes of the formations. Using the heavenly insight, Xiao Chen saw everything. Then, he used the dragon-seeking art in the Paradise Secret Canon and continuously calculated for 4 hours. After spending a lot of energy, Xiao Chen finally figured out some patterns, gaining some confidence. Withdraw. The heavenly eye returned to Xiao Chen's forehead. His eyes hurt slightly, so he closed them and rested for a while. The instant he opened his eyes, he gently pushed off with his feet and withdrew his aura. Then, he soared into the air and flew towards the cluster lord's residence. This looked crazy and impossible. However, in reality, he was just a mere major primal core venerate. He did not have much of a presence near the cluster lord's residence. Even if someone sensed him, they would not care too much. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had purposely chosen this direction, a rather remote corner. First layer. Xiao Chen's body swayed gently, and he successfully broke through the gap in the first layer of formations without causing any strange activity. Second layer, breakthrough. Third layer, breakthrough. Relying on the countless simulations in his mind, Xiao Chen made his way to the 8th layer. However, when he reached the 9th layer, he suddenly discovered that the 9th layer started to reverse. Damn it! Xiao Chen cursed in his heart. Then, he had no choice but to forcefully land. This landing node was not good. The moment he landed, a patrolling team arrived not far away. If Xiao Chen cleared the 9th layer, he could land in a deserted place. Who is it? The leader of that team of guards immediately shouted when he saw Xiao Chen appear. Xiao Chen's face sank. He quickly turned around and said coldly, "Who gave you the courage to speak to me with such an attitude? Even your cluster lord does not dare to do this." Dressed in white, this leader stood out from the crowd. His hair alternated between black and white, giving him a cold and aloof air. As Xiao Chen spoke, he spread out some of his will of soul. The strong aura instantly weakened the aura of that major primal core venerate captain of the guards. There were many guards in the cluster lord's residence. Most of the captains were at this level. The true experts were all guarding secret places or special checkpoints. Furthermore, the guests that the cluster lord's residence hired were people of high status. They would not use their talents to patrol. Normally, the guards would sound the alarm after discovering an uninvited guest. Only then would the experts of the cluster lord's residence be startled. Xiao Chen's actions immediately shocked this group of guards. They did not sound the alarm. They did not expect that someone who was not even a star venerate would dare to barge into the cluster lord's residence. They subconsciously treated Xiao Chen as the cluster lord's honored guest or an outstanding young talent that the cluster lord fancied, wanting to nurture him and send him to the marquis's residence in the future. There were many such outstanding young talents in the cluster lord's residence. Xiao Chen fulfilled all the requirements. Xiao Chen retorted coldly, "Why are you making such a fuss? Do you think that I'm an assassin?" That person felt somewhat embarrassed by Xiao Chen's reprimand. "I do not dare." Indeed, how could there be a major primal core venerate assassin? That would be a joke. This time, I'm really unlucky. Xiao Chen stepped forward and said indifferently, "Someone come out. Bring me to Cooling Heart Lake." When that guard captain heard that, he relaxed. Cooling Heart Lake was an important place in the depths of the cluster lord's residence. Outsiders would not know about it. This white-clad bladesman should have just arrived at the cluster lord's residence and lost his way. He hurriedly nodded in agreement and called out someone to lead the way for Xiao Chen. However, in reality, Xiao Chen's heavenly eye had already seen the Cooling Heart Lake from outside. His strong state of mind allowed Xiao Chen's expression to remain calm. Even after the group of guards left, his expression did not change. Along the way, he casually chatted with the guard who was leading the way. To his surprise, Xiao Chen learned that Countess Go Yu was currently meeting with an honored guest from the Soaring Dragon County. These guards had no idea who this mysterious person was, but judging from his demeanor, his status was definitely incomparably noble. "Young master, the Cooling Heart Lake is not far from here. I still have a mission to complete, so I won't be able to send you off personally," the guard said respectfully. Xiao Chen nodded and gestured for him to leave. It was very troublesome to enter, but after entering, Xiao Chen was quite relaxed. Because basically, no one paid attention to him or suspected him. There were even people who would kiss and nod their heads to greet him. Suddenly, Xiao Chen looked around and saw a familiar face in the county lord's mansion. "It's her." Xiao Chen's gaze immediately turned somewhat gloomy. No wonder. Everything makes sense now. Chapter 1754. Boom! The other guards were still entangled with Xiao Yu, the maidservant. They had no time to care about Xiao Chen, so they did not notice anything strange. After a while, he smiled embarrassedly and said, "Interesting. Why are you reacting so strongly? If you wanted it, I would have let you have it. However, you did not make a move. You have to know that many people are interested in the ancient dragon race totem. If not for giving Father Face, someone would have come here long ago to make a move. However, you did not make a move. Sooner or later, it would benefit others. Let me in. I want to see the Cluster Lord. I have urgent matters to discuss with the Cluster Lord." Lon Luo's eyes turned somewhat moist. She had never experienced such a strange emptiness and sadness before. Longbow smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. You may withdraw. You all have done well." Then, he lowered his body and hid his aura. With a somewhat dazed expression, Lon Luo said, No wonder you kept me here, not letting me out." "Seventh brother?" The moment Lon Luo heard that, she completely erupted. She could no longer hide her killing chi. Longbow frowned slightly, feeling somewhat confused in his heart. What's going on? It seems like Lon Luo really wants to kill. At the entrance to the garden in front of Xiao Chen, the maidservant Xiao Yu, who once served him in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion, walked quickly in a somewhat flustered manner. That was to say, Xiao Yu's cultivation was already much higher than Xiao Chen's. He could not tell just from her aura. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense turned into a thin line and entered through the cracks in the roof. Now that he thought about it, Cluster Lord Go Yu had actually noticed him long ago. That man called Longbow was somewhat stunned. Unexpectedly, Lon Luo's reaction was so great. Xiao Chen was startled. He could not make out this old man's cultivation at all. Based on her appearance, it seemed like Xiao Yu wanted to make a move and barge in. That mysterious honored guest's guard focused all his attention on the maidservant Xiao Yu. However, Xiao Yu did not mention the guard's obstruction. Instead, she answered, "Cluster Lord, 7th Young Master sent out the 18 Dark Shadow Guards to kill Young Master Xiao. He even got people to block the way." The scene inside immediately appeared in Xiao Chen's mind with a single glance. Clearly, Lon Luo was very impatient. She said with a sullen expression, "What exactly do you want to say?" Just say it directly. Stop trying to beat around the bush. It was Xiao Yu, the maidservant who served Xiao Chen twice in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. He didn't even notice that he was being followed. Who's up there? Only by seeing the other party in action would one be able to tell. Xiao Chen's mind raced. The other party should be reporting to the princess now. Good news? In the shadows behind him hid an extremely inconspicuous old man. His eyes were closed, and he stood with his hands behind his back. Princess Go Yu was the true master of this place. A group of guards came in and knelt on the ground. Follow her. At first, Xiao Chen thought that he had seen wrongly, but after confirming it, he realized that he was not mistaken. You're courting death. Xiao Chen had once met the auctioneer in the Purple Sun region's Purple Sun City, the girl who left in tears after being provoked by his words. On the eaves, Xiao Chen was greatly shocked. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? The young man smiled and said, "All right, then I won't talk anymore. I heard that an ancient dragon clan totem appeared in his younger sister's conferred land. Coincidentally, I have a friend in the imperial capital who is very interested in this and wants my help." That kind of skillful cooperation required a lot of resources and time. However, it was not a problem for the Soaring Dragon Marquis. If she wasn't the one who sent the 18 assassins, could it be someone else? Lan Luo's expression suddenly turned incredibly cold, making Longbow feel that something was wrong. Just as he was about to say something, he pushed the maidservant, Xiao Yu, out of this place. However, it was just a strange movement, and some murderous intent appeared in Lan Luo's eyes. The old man hiding behind Longbow suddenly opened his eyes. How dare you? Don't you know that this is the Cluster Lord's residence? If you still don't move, don't blame me for being impolite. Move. Longbow sat down and took a sip of tea. Then he said, "Now that things have reached this point, younger sister, don't be angry. The 18 guards should be returning soon with good news." Xiao Chen quietly hid himself and followed behind the maidservant, Xiao Yu. At this moment, Xiao Yu's footsteps were flustered, her expression hurried. Seeing that something was wrong, the guards in other places also came over. If one did not look carefully, one would not have noticed them. This made Xiao Chen wonder, who in the world is so thick-skinned? To think that this person was so rude to the people of the Cluster Lord's residence, not letting them in just like that. Xiao Chen discovered some clues. Now that he thought about it, the Cluster Lord seemed to be receiving guests right now. Longbow picked at his fingernails and sighed casually. It's too late. I already made my move. It was not convenient to make a move in Dragon Flame City. After leaving the city, he immediately sent out the assassins. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. This sudden incident immediately opened up several gaps in the guards of this pavilion. Their attire was somewhat different from that of the Cluster Lord's residence's guards, and their cultivations were more refined. However, this woman's current expression seemed somewhat off. "Seventh young master, we already did our best." However, she still barged in. "Seventh young master, please punish her." "That is very likely. An opportunity." Lan Luo asked in shock when she noticed some wounds on Xiao Yu's body. Xiao Chen recalled that Xiao Yu had mentioned several times back then, wanting to introduce him to the Cluster Lord. Lan Luo felt like a rock was pressing down on his heart, making him feel incredibly uncomfortable. "Xiao Yu, why are you like this?" This truly startled Xiao Chen, nearly exposing his aura. That woman was actually Lan Luo. The woman sitting beside the young man had exquisite facial features. Even though she wore gorgeous and noble attire, she could not hide her proud figure. Back then, Xiao Chen thought that it was a coincidence or fate. Now, it looked like it was just a premeditated plan. The 18 Dark Shadow Guards. Cluster Lord Go Yu. This pavilion looks a bit like a temporary residence prepared for guests. This blow was simply too great, somewhat unbearable. Her body trembled slightly, and her complexion paled somewhat. However, the Soaring Dragon Marquis had many children. Whether he could inherit the Marquis's title or not was another matter. Two people sat on the host's seat, a man and a woman. Xiao Chen's body was as light as a swallow's. He swayed slightly and his arms spread out. Then, he crossed 1 kilometer and silently landed on the pavilion's roof. There were black-clothed guards standing guard at the 4 corners of the pavilion. Their expressions were grave and stern, and their faces were filled with pride. Just at this moment, the pavilion's doors opened forcefully, and the maidservant, Xiaoyu, rushed in a fluster. Xiaoyu feared that she would not be able to hold back and directly attack. It turned out that this person was also the soaring dragon marquis's son. No wonder he was so imposing and the guards were so arrogant. That guard showed a sullen expression, showing that he did not allow any room for negotiation. The maidservant, Xiaoyu, showed an anxious expression. She tried to barge in several times, but was blocked. The atmosphere immediately turned tense. What are you doing? Even if it is the cluster lord's residence, we are not allowed to disobey 7th young master's orders. This was truly unexpected. To think that the other party had such an esteemed status. To think that she was the soaring dragon marquis's most beloved daughter. When the maidservant thought of this, she could not help revealing some murderous intent in her eyes. When Lan Luo heard this, she immediately stood up. Then, with a sullen expression, she said in an extremely grave tone, "Longbow, scram far away. If I find out that you dare to touch that dragon race totem, I will immediately fall out with you." At this moment Xiao Chen, who was on the roof, understood the cause and effect of the matter. "7th brother, why did you call me over?" After about 7 minutes, Xiao Chen followed Lan Luo from a distance to a pavilion in the cluster lord's residence. It's her. Her chest was slightly open, purposely revealing a patch of snow-white skin. Her chest was half covered, attracting one's imagination and soul. Could it be that the news of me killing all 18 assassins has already spread? Lan Luo said with a sullen expression, "You don't need to care about my matters. If you dare to have any designs on that ancient dragon race totem, don't blame me for being rude." What's going on? However, what surprised Xiao Chen was that the maidservant, Xiaoyu, was blocked. Naturally, Xiaoyu knew about Xiao Chen's matters in Dragon Flame City and knew his whereabouts. "Young miss, please conduct yourself with dignity. 7th young master is currently in a meeting with the cluster lord. He strictly ordered that no one is allowed to approach." The man was elegant and handsome, and his face was full of nobility. He looked very young, no more than 25 years old. Lan Luo continued, "If anything happens to that person, there is no need for you to leave. You'd best pray that there is no good news. Keep an eye on him. From now on, do not allow him to take even half a step out of the pavilion." Lan Luo felt an emptiness in her heart. Once the 18 dark shadow guards appeared, how could Xiao Chen possibly survive? After saying that coldly, Lan Luo waved her hand, no longer willing to see Longbow's face. It turned out that she had misunderstood Lan Luo. The one who wanted to kill her was this Longbow, the soaring dragon marquis's 7th son. Chapter 1755. With just a trace of killing chi in Xiao Chen's eyes, the old man protecting Longbow in the dark immediately discovered it. With a war cry, the old man immediately attacked. Up on the roof, Xiao Chen quickly thought of countermeasures. Either fight or leave. However, leaving was clearly unrealistic. With his identity exposed, how could he leave the cluster lord's residence? In that case, there was only one option left. With this thought, Xiao Chen attacked decisively, moving ahead of the old man. Xiao Chen gently pressed his palm down, and he descended along with the roof tiles and beams. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen dodged the old man's attack and charged at Longbow. The old man originally thought that after he discovered Xiao Chen, he would definitely flee. He did not expect that Xiao Chen would be so bold. Not only did he not flee, but he even charged down. His body happened to miss Xiao Chen's. When Xiao Chen reached the top of the building, he was already at the top of the building. The moment the old man reached the roof, Xiao Chen had already landed and was charging at Longbow. Damn it! The old man flew into a rage. To think that he was fooled by a venerate. He roared furiously and turned around to grab Xiao Chen. Longbow remained calm in the host's seat. He smiled coldly and said, "An insignificant venerate dares to attack me? You overestimate yourself." Longbow's forehead swelled up, and a vast will of soul immediately surged out. Without even thinking, Xiao Chen activated the azure-colored dragon seal in his soul pool and released a bright light. The will of soul, which contained the divine might of the blue dragon, charged forward without any fear. Boom! The two wills of soul clashed without any suspense. Xiao Chen's exquisite soul energy, which came from the faux god flame, supported the divine might of the blue dragon. The will of soul crushed Longbow's weak will of soul. Then, it continued surging forward, firmly suppressing Longbow and preventing him from moving. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Nearly at the same time, the old man launched himself over. It looked like the old man would touch Xiao Chen in the next moment and subdue him. Stop! If you take another step, I will kill him. Relying on his will of soul, Xiao Chen extended his hand and beckoned, controlling Longbow. Then, he turned around abruptly. At this moment, the black-clad old man was only half a step away from Xiao Chen. If he had been slightly slower, he would have been immediately restrained and killed on the spot. Release Lord 7 Kill. Xiao Chen squeezed Longbow's neck with one hand. When he exerted some force, Longbow's pale face immediately revealed a pained expression. The black-robed old man hurriedly retreated, not daring to move recklessly. At this moment, Xiao Chen calmed down a little. That was close. The black-clad old man before him was actually a terrifying late-stage star venerate. This kind of existence only needed one move to crush him to death. Of course, that was provided that Xiao Chen did not use the divine might from the foe god flame in his sea of consciousness. Xiao Chen! Everything happened too quickly. The moment Xiao Chen landed, a middle-aged man hidden in the dark shielded the cluster lord and retreated far away. When Lan Luo clearly saw Xiao Chen's appearance, she let out a soft cry, revealing an expression of unconcealable joy on her face. Upon hearing Lan Luo's call, Xiao Chen nodded slightly to indicate that he understood. You are actually not dead? Where are my 18 dark shadow guards? After learning Xiao Chen's identity, Longbow was greatly startled. Not only did the person with the dragon race totem not die, but he also managed to escape. Not only did that person with the dragon race totem not die, but he even charged into the cluster lord's residence and restrained him. The development of the situation completely surpassed Longbow's expectations. Xiao Chen, don't be rash. Put him down. I'll help you deal with everything. After the pleasant surprise, Lan Luo calmed down. This was not the time to be happy. Xiao Chen was here for revenge and had subdued Longbow. If he rashly killed Longbow, he would not be able to escape. If Lan Luo rashly killed Longbow, the consequences would be unimaginable. Her father would definitely be enraged. At that time, even if Xiao Chen had extraordinary skills, he would not be able to survive. No, I can't let such a thing happen. Thinking of this, Lan Luo's heart raced again. She simply did not want to see the hope that just appeared shatter again. She absolutely could not let that suffocating, painful, and despairing experience from earlier happen again. She had to persuade Xiao Chen to stop. A vicious look flashed in Longbow's eyes. After being restrained by Xiao Chen, he felt restless. He said coldly, Senior N, there's no need to care about me. Just make a move and kill this bastard. He will not dare to touch me. Yes. A cold light flashed in the black-clad old man's eyes. Then, his figure flashed as he launched himself over. Cassie! A crisp crack came from Longbow's neck. Then his entire head twisted to the back, and his body fell limply to the ground. If Xiao Chen was going to die anyway, why would he be polite to him and just wait for death? Longbow had underestimated Xiao Chen. He had never imagined that Xiao Chen would be someone who dared to take such a huge risk and barge into the cluster lord's residence. How could Xiao Chen be that kind of indecisive, wishy-washy person? The entire place fell deathly silent. The black-clad old man was stupefied. This was the seventh son of the soaring dragon Marquis. Why did this white-clad person kill Xiao Chen on a whim? He did not hesitate at all, killing decisively and mercilessly. The black-clad old man was also naive. Why did Xiao Chen hesitate? What did he hesitate for? He stood where he was and thought about it. Was he going to do nothing in the midst of conflict and then get killed with one palm strike? Xiao Chen was not that stupid. He would not be that stupid and he would not be that weak. While everyone was stunned, Xiao Chen turned around and left, quickly leaving this place. Young master! The black-clad old man shouted hoarsely as he knelt beside Longbow's limp body in a fluster. His voice contained some despair. As Longbow's personal guard, he had failed to protect his master. Naturally, he would not be able to escape death. He clearly understood how horrifying the soaring dragon Marquis was. At this moment, only fear and despair remained in his heart. Xiaoyu, pass down my orders. Let young Master Xiao leave. No one is to stop him. Yes. Lan Luo sent a voice projection, feeling slightly disappointed. This time, Xiao Chen did not listen to her again. She felt some heartache, but she could not explain why. Big brother bye. Take a look and see if my 7th elder brother can be saved. As Lan Luo looked at Longbow's corpse, she also felt startled. Who could have expected Xiao Chen to be so decisive? There's no need to look. He won't die. However, his will of soul shattered first, and he lost so much life force. Even if he is saved, he will be a cripple, and it will be hard for him to recover. That middle-aged man's eyes were like torches. With just one glance, he clearly analyzed Longbow's situation. After all, Longbow was a person on the verge of death. His aura had not yet ended, and his soul had not scattered. Before Xiao Chen could deal another heavy blow, he had to leave this place. Longbow managed to keep his life. The process of leaving the Cluster Lord's residence was much easier than Xiao Chen expected. He did not use the divine might that he originally intended to use. He did not even draw the tyrant saber. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen understood the reason. Lan Luo must have arranged it. Now, I owe her 2 favors. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart as he arrived on the street. Xiao Chen entered deep thought as he headed for the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. He definitely could not remain in Soaring Dragon City for long. He would have to find another place to sell off some of the treasures that he originally planned to sell. There was no rush. After all, they were all rare natural treasures. There was no need to worry about not being able to sell them. Xiao Chen was in a good mood. This was how he had always been, repaying kindness with kindness and grudges with grudges. He was decisive in killing and quick in settling grudges. If a gentleman could take revenge overnight, he would not wait 10 years. In life, if one was afraid of everything, thinking about this and that, what was the point of living? Xiao Chen did not feel any psychological burden when he personally killed Longbow firstly. The other party had already sent out assassins on the way here, wanting to take his life. Even after being controlled by Xiao Chen, the other party had overestimated themselves and wanted to continue killing him. One could only say that one would not die if one did not seek death. Killing Longbow would not leave behind any mental barriers for Xiao Chen. Without venting his anger, he would find it hard to calm down. Since Xiao Chen had vented his anger, his heart naturally calmed down. Right now, he only wanted to find a place to have a good drink. Naturally, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion was his first choice. Furthermore, he could ask about headliner Ling Long and his martial nephew, Ling Yu. After a while, Xiao Chen arrived at the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. At this moment, the night sky was hazy. Dragon Flame City was brightly lit. This should have been when the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's business was at its peak. However, when Xiao Chen arrived, he felt only desolate. However, he only felt that it was cold and quiet. It was not as lively and noisy as when he first came here. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion seemed to have declined. Chapter 1756. There wasn't even a maid at the door to welcome the guests. After entering, Xiao Chen took the initiative to call for a maid. A private room and a table of good wine, Xiao Chen said. The maid smiled faintly and said, "Young master is alone, right?" Xiao Chen pondered for a moment. "Prepare 2 portions." After entering the private room, Xiao Chen felt suspicious. He asked, "What's wrong? Is there no manager in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion recently? It's so deserted, not even a shadow can be seen." The maid smiled apologetically and said, "This young master, it should have been a long time since you came to Soaring Dragon City. Our Smiling Daughter Pavilion's fairy basket was stolen nearly a year ago. All the leaders have already returned to the imperial capital, and the headquarters have their own arrangements, so they can't return to Soaring Dragon City for the time being." When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Then, he recalled that Jianghu seemed to have stolen the fairy basket from the Smiling Daughter Pavilion at that time. Now, it was lying peacefully in his storage ring, covered in dust. If Xianxia hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten about it. "Without the fairy basket, can't you make another one?" Xiao Chen asked, confused. The maidservant smiled and said, "That will be difficult. A fairy is not something that can be casually created. It is a top-notch Dao artifact with complicated craftsmanship and complicated array formations. It will take at least 3 years. I don't know what will happen when the time comes. It turned out that forging fairy blue required so much effort. This surprised Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen picked up his wine cup and took a sip. Then, he did not linger on this matter. Instead, he asked, I wish to ask about headliner Ling Long. Do you know where she went and when she left? The maidservant smiled warmly and said, What a coincidence. I am headliner Ling Long's personal maidservant. My young miss also went to the capital. She left more than half a year ago and should have left a long time ago. But at that time, there was a silly boy who wanted to learn something called the pipa. I don't know what happened, but Miss actually agreed. With this delay, it took me another 2 months to leave. Learning the pipa? Xiao Chen could not help smiling. Little martial nephew Ling Yu is really going all out. All right, you can go now. I'll call you if there's anything. All right, young master, please enjoy. After the maidservant left, Xiao Chen rummaged through his storage ring. In a corner, he found the dusty fairy basket. After staying in Dragonflame City for so long, Xiao Chen had been so busy cultivating that he nearly forgot that he had a peak Dao tool. He remembered that when he tried to subdue it, he nearly got trapped inside. He had to sever his own spiritual sense before he finally managed to escape. Now that he had condensed his soul will, his soul energy was much stronger than before. He should be able to subdue this fairy basket and place his spiritual mark in it. Then, he would gain complete control of this top-notch Dao artifact. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense entered the fairy basket. Soon it penetrated deep into it. In an instant, he was trapped in a maze. Countless ancient screens appeared, crisscrossing and arranged in a complicated manner, just like last time. The Xiao Chen formed by the spiritual sense was trapped inside, unable to get out at all. However, this time was different from the last time. Xiao Chen's strength was no longer what it was in the past, incomparable to the past. Break! With a shout, Xiao Chen condensed his will of soul and merged it with his spiritual sense. Then it burst out. A beam of azure light shot out, and in an instant, all the screens were reduced to dust that filled the sky. The dust became like snowflakes drifting in the dark void. Unlike last time, this time, snowflakes filled the air but did not form a new maze. This was because Xiao Chen had already broken the maze's origin from its foundation. There would no longer be a boundless maze that could never be broken. Xiao Chen advanced amid the flying dust. Then, he saw a sleeping woman at the end of the maze. This woman looked like a fairy with her eyes closed, looking like she had just fallen asleep. Her eyelashes were clear, and her skin was as fair as snow. The Azure Lotus Fairy. She was the founder of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Back then, when countless spirit jades flew into the fairy basket, she was the woman who performed the sword dance. Xiao Chen still remembered the scene of flowers filling the hall, intoxicating 3,000 guests, and one sword strike freezing 14 provinces. That elegant sword dance and the final sword strike were still fresh in Xiao Chen's mind, something he found hard to forget. When this woman was alive, she must have been a peerless beauty. Every frown and every smile of hers could topple nations. Hence, she was given the title of the Azure Lotus Fairy. Xiao Chen moved his gaze away from this woman with some difficulty. Then, he circled to the back and removed the spiritual mark that the previous owner left behind. Then, he imprinted a strand of his will of soul in it. The fairy basket officially changed owners. At this moment, the dark space lit up. When Xiao Chen's feet landed on the ground, he discovered a vast formation in his surroundings. That was right. It really was a vast formation. The sky was dotted with stars, and the moon palace hung high. With the bright moon as the eye of the formation, the not-so-bright stars formed 999 different formations. Hundreds of flowers bloomed on the ground, competing with each other in beauty. A sea of flowers stretched out as far as the eye could see. Xiao Chen could not see how many formations filled the sea of flowers. The sky and the ground were connected. The formations formed by the many stars were connected to the flower formations. With just a slight movement, the stars moved, and the flowers bloomed and withered. There were thousands of changes, mysterious and unfathomable. The Azure Lotus Fairy quietly lay among the hundreds of flowers. Now, Xiao Chen believed it. This Dao tool did indeed require at least 3 years to prepare. That was not right. It should be 3 years. Even Xiao Chen found this incredible. The sleeping azure lotus fairy looked lovable and piqued his curiosity. Her tightly shut eyes were already so beautiful. If she opened them, what kind of charm would she have? However, this was just a thought. Xiao Qin knew the strangeness of this fairy basket. It needed to absorb enough spirit jades before it could activate the formations and bring out mysterious phenomena of different grades. The more spirit jades there were, the more beautiful the mysterious phenomena would be. Rumor had it that no one in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, the genuine fairy pavilion, had seen the azure lotus fairy appear. It was only in some replicas that fairy blue lotus would occasionally be invited out by wealthy guests to display her unrivaled sword dance. Xiao Chen rubbed his chin and frowned heavily as he looked at the stars' formation in the sky and on the ground. With his deep attainments in geomancy, he could tell that there was a peerless killing intent hidden in the complicated formation. However, it was hidden very deeply. Finding it would not be easy. Perhaps the rumors were true, and the fairy basket could not materialize only those beautiful mysterious phenomena that looked good but were useless. If one understood its mysteries, it would become a Dao tool with immeasurable might. Perhaps one did not even need to understand its mysteries. One only needed to activate the formations formed by the stars and the moon in the sky and the vast sea of flowers on the ground. The killing intent might appear. Just think about it. How terrifying would a strand of killing intent condensed from so many formations be? Once it appeared, it would definitely be earth-shattering. However, Xiao Qin only thought about it. If he really wanted to activate all the formations in the fairy basket, he would need an astronomical amount of spirit jades. However, he kept it in his hands. In the future, if there was a great crisis, he might be able to use it as a powerful killing weapon. After withdrawing his spiritual sense from the fairy basket and returning to reality, Xiao Qin drank another cup of wine. The door to the private room opened, and Lan Luo walked in alone. When Lan Luo saw another set of wine on the table, she asked sullenly, "You knew that I would come? Why do you always refuse to listen to me, insisting on killing Long Bo?" Lan Luo asked somewhat agitatedly, not sitting down. In Purple Sun City, Xiao Chen refused to listen to Lan Luo, leaving behind the Iron Blood War banner and leaving Purple Sun City. In the Cluster Lord's residence, Xiao Chen refused to listen to Lan Luo again, directly killing Long Bo. The two incidents were very similar. Lan Luo simply could not understand. Xiao Chen thought for a long time before drinking a cup of bitter wine. Then, he looked at the wine cup and asked, "Why do you think I have to listen to you? It looks like there are some differences between us that are hard to reconcile within a short time. This wine is on me. If fate wills it, we will meet again in the future. No matter what, I already owe you 2 favors." Lan Luo toyed with a wine cup in her hand and smiled bitterly to herself. Who owes whom? Must you calculate it so clearly? Since they did not get along, Xiao Chen felt somewhat helpless in his heart. He wanted to have a good chat with Lan Luo. However, he discovered that their characters were very different. Perhaps it could be said that they were both too strong. Neither gave in to the other. Both felt that they were in the right. Actually, neither was in the wrong. Neither could be blamed. However, there were many things in this world that could not be simply explained by right or wrong. "I'll be leaving first." After putting down the wine cup, Xiao Chen stood up to leave. Just as he stood up, he discovered that the door to the private room was violently pushed open. 6 people appeared outside. The leader looked at Xiao Chen and smiled. "You want to leave?" "Not yet." This was Lu Ruyue's group of people who came to search for Xiao Chen. Chapter 1757. When Xiao Chen saw the 6 people outside, he instinctively felt a sense of familiarity. A familiar blood flowed in Xiao Chen's body. He could sense it with just a slight probe. Their gazes were both familiar and unfamiliar. He could discover it with just one glance. However, Xiao Chen did not feel any sense of familiarity. Instead, he became cautious. They came with ill intentions. There was no kindness in these people's eyes. They were all wary and grave. The leader of the group did not hide the ill intent in his eyes at all. In just an instant, Xiao Chen understood these people's purpose. They were here for the so-called ancient dragon race totem. Xiao Chen said directly, "I do not have the ancient dragon race totem on me. You also know that even if the totem is hidden in a storage ring, the people of the dragon race can sense it. Those of the dragon clan can also sense it. You should have your answer now." A person walked out from behind. It was Wu Su. Lu Ruyue favored this dragon race disciple who was steady and steady. However, his strength was not up to par. Wu Su looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's aura was somewhat familiar. However, it was also very unfamiliar. Such a situation was not rare. He should be a rather powerful dragon race disciple with a thin bloodline. This was not a divine dragon, a sky dragon, a thunder dragon, or a coiling dragon, a false dragon. This was what the dragon race called mixed blood dragons. Wu Su said after some thought. Don't worry. We do not have any malicious intent. You do not have the aura of a totem on you. However, our holy daughter wants to meet you and understand the ins and outs of the matter. Holy daughter? Xiao Chen thought to himself. He felt somewhat curious about this holy daughter. However, he definitely could not go. One might know a person for a long time, but one could not judge their heart. The most important thing was that he could not tell anyone about the underground dragon city. This was especially so for the people of the dragon race. He had plundered so many dragon race treasures and even inherited the faux god flame. At that time, when the holy daughter asked, how should he answer? If he could not answer, it would arouse suspicion and conflict. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen made his decision. He rejected, I have things to do. If you have any questions, you can ask me now. Furthermore, I do not have the dragon race totem, so I do not have to go with you. Jiang Cheng smiled in disdain. Reject? Do you have the right to refuse? You're just a lowly, mixed-blood dragon. Whether or not you have a totem is not up to you to decide. Senior Brother Wu is just being polite to you. What arrogance! Are all the members of your dragon tribe so arrogant and conceited? When Lan Luo, who was seated, heard the words lowly mixed-blood dragon, her heart skipped a beat, and she immediately became upset. He jumped to his feet and stood beside Xiao Chen, staring coldly at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng looked at Lan Luo's attire and figure. He smiled coldly and said, the noble clan scions of the dynasty's capital treat your smiling daughter pavilion's women as important people. In my Jiang Cheng's eyes, you are just prostitutes. Scram. As soon as he said those words, he raised his hand and sent a slap over. Impudent! When Xiao Chen saw this, he was immediately infuriated. He didn't mind others calling him a mixed-blood dragon. The strong had their own demeanor, and there was no need to bicker with everyone. However, insulting his friend was a completely different matter. Without even thinking, Xiao Chen unleashed his aura and punched. 10 cauldron force instantly exploded out, arriving first despite being launched later and striking Jiang Cheng's chest. Bang! As the fist light landed, Jiang Cheng activated the veritable essence energy in his body and formed a protective shield. Originally, he thought that he could easily block this punch. Who would have imagined that Xiao Chen's punch would contain 10 cauldron force? When the two forces clashed, the moment the two forces clashed, they instantly erupted with vast energy. The entire private room trembled. The various decorations gave off a gentle light, trying to neutralize the surging energy. However, the force that erupted was simply too strong. The screen and the wall paintings only lasted for a moment before they all shattered, clanging endlessly. Jiang Cheng was sent flying by the punch and landed in the middle of the hall. This strange sound startled everyone in the private rooms on this floor. They all peeked out to take a look. Everyone saw Jiang Cheng crashing into the railing of the opposite corridor like a cannonball. Damn it! Jiang Cheng immediately became enraged. He shouted, and an indistinct white dragon figure appeared behind him. However, that white dragon roared ferociously, looking ferocious and scary. A horrifying dragon might erupted from Jiang Cheng's body. Bang! 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 The cultivators watching from the railing could not block this dragon might and got knocked into the air. Wu Su's expression changed slightly. His first senior sister had repeatedly instructed him not to blow this matter up. However, things still developed to this state. When Xiao Chen felt this dragon might, he saw a dragon-shaped shockwave surging over in front, berserk and ferocious. Stepping forward, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and shielded Cluster Lord Goyu behind him. Xiao Chen's gaze remained calm as he punched again. This time, he used the might of the blue dragon and erupted with 10 cauldron force. With a loud bang, the dragon-shaped chi wave was shattered on the spot. Whoosh! After this punch worked, Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet, not willing to bring the battle to the private room and implicate Lan Luo. Then, He charged out and started an intense battle with Xianxia above the hall. As the two dragons fought, they clashed with each other, neither giving way to the other. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged 10 moves. To outsiders, two completely different dragon images fought in the air, roaring ferociously. A terrifying dragon might spread out everywhere. The shock waves from the two's fight shook the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's protective formation. The entire floor shook, looking like it would collapse at any moment. The two people in the pavilion were 2-star Venerate level experts fighting. In fact, it was even more intense than that. What's going on? The experts guarding the Smiling Daughter Pavilion had been startled long ago. When they saw the scene in the air, they were stunned. When they saw the scene in the air, they showed slightly unsightly expressions. However, they did not dare to make a move. It's the dragon race's people. One of them seems to be of the white dragon bloodline of the 6-colored divine dragons. The dragon race's people? That manager could not help sucking in a breath of cold air. This person's background was too great. There was no way to deal with them. Unless they were in the Jianghu dynasty's capital, they could not afford to offend the people of the 6-colored divine dragons in Soaring Dragon City. This was a bona fide overlord-class bloodline of the Great Desolate 100 races. Even in the Central Great Realm, such an existence would be a proud son of heaven. Not many people dared to offend such a person. Xiao Chen, who was fighting Zhang Cheng, felt somewhat surprised. This person's cultivation was about the same as his. However, the strength that Zhang Cheng burst out with was startlingly strong, no weaker than any star venerates. This was the first time Xiao Chen met with such an opponent within the same cultivation realm. Just a random person from the dragon race was this strong? With this thought, Xiao Chen could not help feeling somewhat disappointed. If that was the case, then wouldn't the so-called Dragon God Crown Prince be boundlessly strong? Noticing Xiao Chen's expression, Zhang Cheng could not help smiling coldly. It is not too late to surrender now. Later, you won't even have the chance to admit defeat. Xiao Chen could not help smiling in shock. You are overthinking. Xiao Chen felt disappointed, but it was not because of Zhang Cheng. It was just that Xiao Chen could tell that Zhang Cheng was not the strongest person in the dragon race. Even so, there was still a huge gap between Xiao Chen and the Dragon God Crown Prince. However, this Zhang Cheng thought too highly of himself, thinking that Xiao Chen feared him. Overthinking? You lowly mixed blood dragon are indeed overthinking. In that case, die. Seeing Xiao Chen's mocking expression, Zhang Cheng became truly enraged. He considered himself superior and placed great importance on bloodlines. The pride in his heart would not allow a mixed blood dragon like Xiao Chen to mock him. Zhang Cheng immediately activated his Great Desolate Aeon bloodline. In that instant, his aura soared wildly. At this moment, the white dragon image behind him seemed very solid. Zhang Cheng's dragon eyes turned scarlet, and the ancient Great Desolate Aeon's dragon might reappeared in the world. The dragon might spreading in the air immediately turned incredibly heavy, looking solid. Crack! Crack! Some of the nodes supporting the stairs started to loosen. It looked like the floor was really going to collapse. I'll show a lowly mixed blood dragon like you what a true noble bloodline is. Zhang Cheng lost his patience. He roared as he charged forward, sending out boundless dragon chi. The dragon chi formed many noble white dragon images. As 100 dragons soared into the air, his aura grew infinitely stronger, reaching a frightening level. Ignorant. However, the moment Zhang Cheng approached, Xiao Chen revealed a look of disdain on his face. Then, his eyes suddenly filled with panic. Xiao Chen instantly activated his Great Desolate Aeon bloodline. His Grade 8 Blue Dragon bloodline instantly suppressed Zhang Cheng's aura. Before the other party could react, Xiao Chen kicked. Pussy-eye! Pussy-eye! A hole appeared in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Zhang Cheng fell to the street like a sandbag. Seeing this scene, Wuxia and the others were all stupefied. This result was truly unexpected. Junior brother Jiang offended me earlier. Sorry for the offense. Wuxia felt very anxious. He only wanted to go out quickly and check on Zhang Cheng's injuries. He casually performed a cupped fist salute and apologized to Lan Luo, whom he assumed to be the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's manager. Then he prepared to leave quickly. However, just at this moment, a few exceptionally strong auras tore through the air. These people broke through the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's barrier and landed on the ground. they asked in a rush. Your Highness, are you all right? When Wuxia and the others, who had already turned around, heard this, they all turned around to look. They were completely stupefied. This time they really went overboard. They thought about what junior brother Jianghu said. He offended the person that they should not offend the most. Chapter 1758. Princess. The person senior martial brother Jianghu wanted to slap just now was Princess Go Yu, the most beloved daughter of the soaring dragon marquis. First senior sister had repeatedly warned him not to offend this person. But now, everything was messed up. Princess, who are they? Lan Luo said indifferently, people of the dragon race. Wuxia said awkwardly, sorry for the offense. It was just a misunderstanding. Our holy maiden is also very respectful towards the soaring dragon marquis, and bears no ill will towards her highness. Just now, junior brother Jiang mistook the princess for. Lan Luo raised her hand and stopped Wuxia from continuing. She said indifferently, it's fine. I do not wish to have any conflict with the dragon race, either. However, this is my conferred city. There are some things that I can still decide. I don't want to see you in Soaring Dragon City. Understood. Sorry for the offense. Wuxia heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this cluster lord Lan Luo was not an unreasonable person. If a dispute or conflict arose, they would not be a match for the princess's residence no matter how far they traveled. More importantly, they were the ones in the wrong. Junior brother Jiang had stretched out his hand to slap them. This put them in a very disadvantageous position. They couldn't even argue with him, so they could only apologize. Wuxia and the others arrived at the street. Seeing junior brother Jianghu crawling out from the deep crater on the ground, his face was pale and he looked extremely sullen. He was actually defeated by the mixed blood dragon that he looked down on the most. Xianxia, who had always been proud of his white dragon bloodline, could not accept this. Senior brother Wu, why did you come out? Help me capture that brat. If we attack together, he won't be able to overturn the heavens. Seeing Wuxia's group walk out with embarrassed expressions, Jiangqing immediately shouted. Senior brother Jiang, we have to go. Today's matter. A girl said in a timid manner. It was obvious that she was afraid of this Jiangqing. Wuxia patted the girl's shoulder and said, let me say it. Junior brother Jiang, the person you wanted to slap earlier was Countess Go Yu. What? Jiang Cheng's face was filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? How did that mixed blood dragon get involved with Cluster Lord Go Yu? Furthermore, they even met in a place like the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Junior martial brother Jiang, don't blame yourself. This isn't all your fault. After all, who would have thought that she would be Princess Go Yu? Seeing Zhang Xian's reaction, Wuxia consoled softly. Jiang Cheng stubbornly said, she is a princess, and I offended her. I am in the wrong, and I will bear the responsibility alone. But that Xiao Chen must still be captured. He must be taken away. Senior martial sister's task must be completed. So. A few figures descended from the building and looked at Jiang Cheng and the others expressionlessly. When will the few of you be leaving? Her Highness is already urging you to leave, the leader of the group said politely as he looked at Wuxia. Jiang Cheng was unconvinced and wanted to argue. Wuxia stopped him and said with a smile, it's fine. We'll leave now. At the same time, he secretly transmitted his voice to Jiang Cheng. Even a fool can see that the Countess has an extraordinary relationship with Xiao Chen. It's useless to argue. Report everything to eldest senior sister and wait for her decision. Jiang Cheng felt aggrieved, but at this moment, the situation was stronger than he was. No matter how sullen he was, he had to continue holding it in. In reality, it was better to be sullen. If he continued to seek trouble for Xiao Chen, he would only embarrass himself further. It was just that Jiang Qing foolishly did not know. After about 7 minutes, the group left Soaring Dragon City. As the group looked at the city walls, they all felt somewhat disappointed. They did not know how to face first senior sister when they returned. Unexpectedly, this Xiao Chen is a member of our dragon race. He possesses a false dragon bloodline and can still burst out with such a terrifying dragon might, someone sighed. Someone sighed. The scene of Xiao Chen sending Jiang Cheng flying with one kick at the end was still fresh in everyone's memory. Although junior brother Zhang's realm wasn't high, his future was limitless. He was known as the strongest peak major primal core expert. Within the same cultivation, no one could defeat him when he broke through to Star Venerate. In the future, when Xiao Chen broke through to Star Venerate, he would definitely soar. The seniors of the race all had high hopes for him. When Xiao Chen went to Ancestor Dragon City, he kept reminding Lu Ruyue to take care of him. However, Jianghu suffered a huge defeat today. Furthermore, he lost in such an unsightly manner. This was simply unbelievable. Unconvinced, Jianghu said, I was just careless. If we fought again, I absolutely would not lose to him. Wuxia sighed softly and said, not everyone in the false dragon bloodline is mediocre. Since ancient times, there has been no lack of false dragons turning things around and becoming heavenly dragons in the dragon race's history. First senior sister often taught us that we cannot judge a person's status based on the quality of their bloodline. They are all comrades of our dragon race. Jianghu showed a sullen expression, still unconvinced. However, Wuxia used Lu Rue's words to lecture him. Jianghu could not rebut anything, only sulking in his heart. However, in reality, Jianghu was just overthinking. Wuxia did not have any intention of lecturing Jianghu. He only wanted to use first senior sister's words to enlighten him. This way, Jianghu would not have a knot in his heart that he could not resolve, turning him into a demon. Junior brother Jiang, are your injuries all right? Let me check them out for you. Wuxia asked worriedly when he saw that Jianghu's expression still did not look right. There is no need for you to care about this hypocrisy. Jianghu had not completed his mission and lost to Xiao Chen. He roared in his heart as he walked over alone with a stern expression. Senior brother, we did not complete the mission this time. What did first senior sister say? The people at the side asked worriedly. First senior sister had always been strict, making clear rewards and punishments. After messing up this time, it was hard to avoid punishment. Wuxia sighed silently to himself. In the end, Jianghu was too young, and the elders of the clan spoiled him too much. Although Jianghu was very talented, with such a character, it would be hard for him to accomplish great things. Wuxia smiled warmly at the people at the side. It's fine. I will explain to first senior sister. This time I did not think things through. I did not investigate his relationship with the cluster lord first. It was not right. Let's go. The group returned on their way back, slowly disappearing at the end of the road. In the end, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion did not collapse. This allowed the person in charge to release his bated breath. Earlier, sweat had poured down his forehead continuously. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion had been unlucky recently. They lost the fairy basket, and the dragon race experts came to fight. If the pavilion had really collapsed, then the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would not be able to continue operating. Back in the private room, Xiao Chen and Lan Luo sat at the same table once more. After the earlier storm, the knot in the two's hearts loosened a little. Lan Luo looked at Xiao Chen and said, You were too rash earlier. Given this, the conflict between you and the dragon race will be hard to resolve. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, It is not rash or not. It is just my nature. It is just like you. When you heard others call me a mixed blood dragon, you could not help getting angry. When I heard others humiliate you, I could not help it, either. There are many things that I do not care about. I can accept being insulted or scolded. However, I cannot allow it to affect my friends. Lan Luo felt warmth in her heart when she heard that. Joy unconsciously crept onto her face as she revealed a gentle smile. Actually, when Xiao Chen thought about it, the two were indeed very similar. They both had strong characters, not easily submitting to others. However, when their friends were insulted, they could not help getting angry, regardless of the consequences. Thinking of this, Lan Luo suddenly figured out many things. She smiled and said, Do you need me to send you off? They might ambush you outside the city. Xiao Chen rejected, There's no need. I have already troubled you enough. I will leave after drinking this cup of wine. I do not have a dragon race totem on me. As long as I go far away, they will not make a big move. After the two drank their cups, Xiao Chen stood up and took his leave. Xiao Chen, no matter what trouble you encounter in the future, if you treat me as a friend, please tell me first, Lan Luo said sincerely as she looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment when he heard that. Then he smiled happily and said, All right, I promise you. In the future, if I find out that you are in trouble, no matter where I go, I will rush over and do what I can to help. In Xiao Chen's heart, he formally accepted Lan Luo as a friend. In the past, Lan Luo had only been a benefactor that he had felt helpless about. The two exchanged glances, both feeling much better. The knot that could not be untied earlier completely vanished in this cup of wine. Sometimes the matters of life were really strange. No matter how one tried to explain, it would be useless. Instead, it would only worsen the conflict. If they could see eye to eye, they would be able to understand each other with just one glance. With a cup of wine, they could put aside their past grudges. As Lan Luo watched Xiao Chen leave, her lips curled up in a charming yet melancholic smile. In the past, Lan Luo always wondered why this person never gave her any face, yet he could not forget her, finding it hard to part with her. Now, Lan Luo finally figured it out. Actually, the reason was very simple. To be himself. Xiao Chen was just being himself. In this turbid and filthy world, how many people in this world could do what seemed like 3 simple words? However, Xiao Chen did it. Xiao Chen walked in this world, neither servile nor overbearing. In his eyes, he would not look up to you just because you were a cluster lord. He would not look down on you because of your lowly status. Xiao Chen had his own principles and reason in his heart. His actions might seem unrestrained, willful, and wild. In fact, it was very simple. He was just being himself. No matter how black and white were flipped in this world, no matter how powerful the nobles were, no matter how many restrictions there were, he would only be himself. Chapter 1759. After Xiao Chen left, Lan Luo said, "Someone, come and report the news of the dragon race's arrival to me in 15 minutes. Naturally, many people coveted the ancient dragon race totem. However, most factions would not rashly come to her soaring dragon great realm on account of the soaring dragon marquis. The dragon race was different. Anything that involved the dragon race was their internal matter. It was reasonable for them to send someone to investigate. However, this person did not even say a word and came stealthily, wanting to take Xiao Chen away from under her nose. This person was simply looking down on her. A cluster lord. After about 7 minutes, a stack of letters appeared in Lan Luo's hands. When Lan Luo finished reading, she put down the letters, and her expression changed slightly. The White Dragon Holy Daughter, Lu Ruyue. Lan Luo had heard of this girl long ago. She was a genius of the White Dragon race that appeared once in 1,000 years. Lu Ruyue's origins were mysterious. Before the age of 30, the various factions, including the dragon race, did not have any news of this girl. 30 years later, Lu Ruyue suddenly appeared. She was very beautiful and talented. She was even praised as the top beauty of the dragon race. Every frown and smile of hers could topple nations. She was so beautiful that even the dragon god crown prince fell in love with her. Lan Luo simply did not expect such a famous girl to personally ask about this matter. It looked like the dragon race paid a lot of attention to this ancient dragon race totem. However, since Xiao Chen did not have a dragon race totem, it did not matter. Lan Luo could help him deal with it with her own strength. Xiao Chen was not in a rush to leave Soaring Dragon City. He was not too worried about the dragon race's matter. After all, he did not have a dragon race totem. If the other party really went to Dragon Flame City, they would definitely investigate and not chase after him. Actually, Xiao Chen also wanted to meet that so-called holy daughter. Could it be Lu Ruyue? However, after thinking about it, if it was really Lu Ruyue, she must have heard of his name in Dragon Flame City. Then, she would find someone to draw his portrait. She would definitely be able to guess his identity and personally head to Soaring Dragon City. She would not send someone over. Given this, the holy daughter had to be someone else. Furthermore, he had injured that Jianghu. It was best not to meet her. After remaining in the city for 3 days and exchanging the treasures in his hands for spirit jades, Xiao Chen formally left. Then, they left the city and headed for the Purple Flame sect in the Grave Sea. In Dragon Flame City, after Lu Ruyue heard Wu Su's report, her phoenix-like eyes immediately fell on Jianghu. His face turned red and he felt extremely awkward, not daring to speak at all. "I did something wrong. Please punish me, eldest senior sister." Jianghu knelt on one knee and said with his head lowered. Lu Ruyue said sullenly, "Raise your head." Jianghu cautiously raised his head. He was nervous. He had made a huge mistake, causing the mission to fail. He felt guilty and did not dare to face Lu Ruyue. Boom! Just as Jiang Cheng raised his head, he saw Lu Ruyue send out a palm strike from nowhere. Jiang Cheng flew back and vomited a mouthful of blood. The blood was filled with an inextinguishable sharp saber intent. As the saber intent whistled out, the blood turned into countless strands of energy and shot out in all directions. This caused the others to be taken aback. Jiang Cheng immediately felt very comfortable. The saber intent that he could not get rid of for the past 3 days was completely resolved by Lu Ruyue's palm strike. Many thanks, senior sister. Lu Ruyue looked at Jiang Cheng and said, "Go back and reflect on yourself. I don't want to see you now." Yes. Jiang Cheng did not dare to be impudent. He turned around and left, feeling relieved. You all can leave as well. Junior brother Wu, stay behind. Lu Ruyue dismissed the others, leaving only the experienced and prudent Wu Su behind. Wu Su asked, "Senior sister, did you gain anything in the underground dragon city?" Lu Ruyue shook her head and replied, "I did not gain anything. It was already in ruins. However, I could feel that the totem was still there and was not taken away." Wu Su's expression changed. "In that case, it looks like Xiao Chen did not lie." Lu Ruyue said softly, "However, I could not find the totem or see the faux god flame. I still have to meet this person and understand what happened that day. However, that cluster lord has an extraordinary relationship with Xiao Chen. Junior brother Jiang offended the other party like that. It will be very troublesome to have a proper talk with the cluster lord." Wu Su spoke the truth, sounding somewhat worried. When Lu Ruyue heard that the cluster lord had an extraordinary relationship with Xiao Chen, she felt uncomfortable for some reason. She didn't know what was going on with this kind of unreasonable annoyance. Lu Ruyue snorted coldly and said, "Even if the soaring dragon Marquis came personally, I would not fear him. Furthermore, she is just a cluster lord. Come, I'll go and meet her." There was no time to lose. Lu Ruyue was decisive. Right now, she wanted to meet this white-robed Xiao Chen. As for the mission, they had already more or less completed it. They could return at any time. After the Dragon Races group gathered, they boarded a divine dragon war chariot and headed quickly on the road. When Xiao Chen was halfway there, a black war chariot pulled by 2 black dragon horses arrived in the opposite direction. This was Xiao Chen's cycle war chariot. As he left the city, he happened to run into Lu Ruyue's divine dragon war chariot. Lu Ruyue felt a strange yet familiar aura. Her heart thumped heavily as she could not help asking, "Who is passing by outside?" "First senior sister. There is no one outside. There is just a black war chariot heading in our direction." A black war chariot? In Lu Ruyue's memory, there did not seem to be anyone familiar with riding a black war chariot. The 2 war chariots moved extremely fast, even faster than several star venerates on the road. The cycle war chariot and the divine dragon war chariot approached each other quickly. Not long after, they lined up side by side on the same path. Lu Ruyue and Xiao Chen sensed it at the same time and opened the curtains. However, when the 2 of them opened the windows of the 2 carriages that were moving at high speed, they could only see the billowing dust rising like smoke. Xiao Chen looked back and could only see the rear of the divine dragon war chariot slowly disappearing into the dust. They brushed past each other. Just like that, the 2 of them brushed past each other. Amidst the billowing dust, they watched each other leave, gradually going further and further away. Are they from the dragon clan? Xiao Chen let go of the curtain, his heart unable to calm down. Just now, when the 2 war chariots approached each other, his heart inexplicably paused. That feeling was incomparably mysterious. There were no words in the world that could describe it. Xiao Chen's intuition, a very strong intuition, told him that he would not be able to escape. A very important person must have passed by him just now. Who was it? In the dragon race, the only person that Xiao Chen could place his trust in was Lu Ruyue. Could it be that the person who passed by was Lu Ruyue? That should not be the case. If Lu Ruyue had heard Xiao Chen's name, she would have put down everything and rushed to Soaring Dragon City. She should not have come at this time. Could it be that she has already forgotten about me, Xiao Chen? Forgotten about everything that happened in Qingyun Peak, forgotten about the various oaths she swore back then, forgotten about her deep love from back then. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. I have to figure this out. Xiao Chen had never felt as anxious as he did now. The speeding cycle war chariot suddenly stopped. The cycle war chariot turned around and quickly chased after the divine dragon war chariot. However, the divine dragon war chariot was Lu Ruyue's war chariot after all. It was of a much higher grade than his cycle war chariot. After Xiao Chen missed her, it would be easier said than done to catch up. He could only watch as the divine dragon war chariot slowly distanced itself amid the billowing dust, slowly vanishing from his sight. Could my intuition be wrong? At this moment, Xiao Chen lost his usual calm and became restless. Perhaps his intuition was wrong. It was just the aura of the dragon race that made him feel familiar. As Xiao Chen gave chase, the sky turned dark and he rushed through the night before returning to the city gates. When the morning sun rose, Xiao Chen welcomed the first beam of light and arrived at the city gates with some anticipation. Did you hear? There was a huge battle in the Cluster Lord's residence last night. What's going on? I only heard some sounds and am not clear about the specifics. Rumor has it that the dragon race's holy daughter and Cluster Lord you did not get along. They fought in the Cluster Lord's residence. Even the holy venerate in charge of the Cluster Lord's residence appeared. This is really big news. This dragon race's holy daughter is really incredible. Unexpectedly, she even startled a holy venerate. The key is that even a holy venerate could not shock her completely. He could only watch as she left in a fit of pique. The guards at the city gates discussed last night's commotion. However, the smile on Xiao Chen's face froze. She left. Chapter 1760. It was just a momentary miss, but after a night of chasing, the result was completely different. Standing on the city wall, Xiao Chen could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, aside from disappointment, there was also a trace of joy. Xiao Chen's emotions were complicated. Whether that person was Lu Ruyue or not, it was a good thing for Xiao Chen. Before Xiao Chen came to Soaring Dragon City, he did not know any news about Lu Ruyue. After coming here, he knew that she was doing very well. She was now one of the strongest geniuses of the dragon race. It was far easier than him, who had stumbled along the way. This was already very good. More importantly, he knew that Xiao Chen's heart had never changed. She did not even respond to the Dragon God Crown Prince's pursuit. He was not strong enough. Sooner or later, he would personally step into the dragon race's land and meet Lu Ruyue in his strongest state. The temporary disappointment did not give Xiao Chen too much of a blow. 3 days later, Xiao Chen boarded the giant starship that was on its way back. After flying for 1 month, they successfully returned to the Grave Sea's Purple Flame sect. There were still many things that he had not dealt with in the Grave Sea. He still had to formally greet the Purple Flame sect before leaving. He still had to meet his martial nephew, Ling Yu, and find his pirate ship. He wanted to see if there were any clues to the treasures that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind. That was one of the things he relied on for his rise, but he never forgot that if he could get the treasure of the legendary Pirate King, this would be a great opportunity, far greater than any of his previous encounters. At the foot of the Purple Ember Sect's mountain, Xiao Chen handed over his token. The disciple guarding the mountain took a look and immediately revealed an excited expression. Senior brother Xiao Chen, you're finally back. 1 year ago, Xiao Chen fought everywhere in the Fiendish Demon battlefield. While leading the Purple Flame Sect disciples in the Fiendish Demon battlefield, they gained a great harvest, far surpassing that of the other rank 4 sections. Most importantly, they had to ruthlessly suppress the Divine Firmament sect, which was at odds with the Purple Flame sect. After defeating the unfathomable Shangguan Lei, the prestige of the entire Divine Firmament sect plummeted. Even now, the Divine Firmament sect still could not raise its head. Although his stay was short, Xiao Chen had already become a legend in the Purple Ember sect. Impressive and unforgettable. After verifying Zhang Xian's identity, many people immediately rushed over upon hearing the news. They greeted him one after another. There were even many deacons, protectors, and elders who appeared in person. When they sensed Xiao Chen's aura, they all felt incredulous. In a mere year or so, Xiao Chen's cultivation actually reached peak major primal core. More importantly, the feeling that Xiao Chen gave them was like a quiet volcano. Beneath his calm exterior was an even more terrifying power. Once it erupted, it would be an incomparable expert. This was the intuition of an expert. Xiao Chen smiled and responded to them one by one. He didn't put on any airs and returned to the courtyard. After a long time, Xiao Chen returned to his courtyard. Ling Yu is not around? Xiao Chen was slightly surprised. It would be a pity if he wasn't here. A large part of the reason why Xiao Chen came to the Purple Flame sect to bid farewell was to see his martial nephew, Ling Yu. The next time he left the Purple Ember sect, he would not return for a very long time. Junior brother Xiao. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen heard a familiar voice. He turned his head and saw that it was the top true inheritor of the Purple Flame sect, Hua Yunfeng. Senior brother Hua, it has been a long time. Congratulations. After not seeing Xiao Chen for more than a year, Hua Yunfeng successfully broke through his bottleneck and advanced to Star Venerate. This was not too strange. When Xiao Chen first arrived at the Purple Flame sect, the other party had already been in the major primal core realm for a long time. Furthermore, Hua Yunfeng was actually several years older than Xiao Chen. Hua Yunfeng said humbly, "Many thanks. I was discussing something with the sect master. When I heard that you returned, I immediately rushed over." "What is it?" Xiao Chen asked casually. Hua Yunfeng revealed a melancholic expression. After a pause he said, "I want to leave the Purple Flame sect and go to the Central Great Realm. I feel that I still have a chance." Xiao Chen expressed his understanding. "What does the sect master think?" Hua Yunfeng sighed softly. "The sect master thinks very highly of me and hopes that I will not leave. Within 100 years, he will definitely pass the position of sect master to me." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "The sect master has good intentions. Right now, the Purple Flame sect has just regained some of its momentum. It needs to improve steadily. You are mature and prudent, but you do not lose your sharpness. You are indeed a very good successor to the sect." Hua Yunfeng smiled bitterly. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Many years ago, I never thought of going to the Central Great Realm. If I said that all this was because of you, would you believe me?" Xiao Chen found this strange. He asked, "Because of me?" "That's right. I see a kind of perseverance in you. Back then, when you first came to the Purple Flame sect, your cultivation was much lower than mine. However, I have never seen you give up on yourself. This is especially so on Thunder Controlling Peak. Your courage when facing Shangguan Lei made me feel inferior." It seemed like Hua Yunfeng had kept these words bottled up in his heart for a long time. After he said them, he heaved a long sigh. When Xiao Chen heard that, he said seriously, "You are overthinking. I am not as simple as you think. I have experienced much more than you can imagine. My accomplishments today were not just a few years of hard work. You do not know about my previous accumulations." The speed at which Hua Yunfeng could rise in the Great Thousand Realms was very fast. This was inseparable from his experiences in the Abandoned Land. In the Sky Dome Realm and the Kunlun Realm, Hua Yunfeng had experienced many life-and-death situations. The great scenes that Hua Yunfeng had experienced were even more uncountable. He had stubbornly endured many life-and-death tribulations. Others only saw Hua Yunfeng's rapid rise in the Purple Flame sect and his current glory. However, no one knew what kind of tribulations Hua Yunfeng experienced in the Kunlun realm for him to have today's mental state and perseverance. Hence, Xiao Chen did not approve of Hua Yunfeng leaving the Purple Flame sect to make a living in the Central Great Realm. Xiao Chen looked at Hua Yunfeng and said, "Don't change yourself because of others. Think about it carefully. You cannot be careless with this matter." Hua Yunfeng remained silent for a long time. He had not expected Xiao Chen to give him such a warning. Originally, he thought that Xiao Chen would support his decision. "Thank you for your advice. I will think about it carefully." "Oh right, you are looking for Ling Yu, right? He is cultivating bitterly in our sect's Purgatory Peak. After that fellow returned from Soaring Dragon City, he seems to have become a completely different person." Hua Yunfeng smiled carefreely. He was rather open-minded about this. After chatting with Xiao Chen for a while, he took his leave. Purgatory Peak? Xiao Chen recalled that it was a dangerous land that the Purple Flame sect created. Cultivating there would be several times faster than cultivating outside. However, the pain, torture, and danger one had to endure would also multiply. After Purgatory Peak was established, very few disciples chose to enter it. This was because it was simply too painful. Many of the sect's experts could not endure it for long. That kind of pain and torture was unbearable, both physically and mentally. Only those with great perseverance could endure it. An outstanding talent like Ling Yu actually did not need to enter and cultivate bitterly. His cultivation speed would not be much slower. At sunset, Xiao Chen drank tea in the courtyard. As the afterglow of the setting sun shone down, a person covered in injuries stepped in from outside the courtyard, appearing somewhat fatigued. That person's clothes were stained with blood, and there were several terrifying new wounds on his youthful face. Xiao Chen looked up and finally recognized this person after much difficulty. To think that it was Ling Yu. Martial uncle. When Ling Yu saw Xiao Chen in the courtyard, he was in disbelief. After a while, he rejoiced and rushed over. However, this aggravated the injuries on his body, causing him to cry out in pain. This made one unable to restrain a smile. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and said, "Why don't you recover from your injuries first before entering the house to rest? I have some medicinal pills here. Take them and use them." Ling Yu rejected. "I can't. The sect's supreme elder said that if I recover from my injuries back then, my bitter cultivation will be in vain. I have to properly comprehend the pain I endured and comprehend the essence of Purgatory Peak." When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt stunned. "You really chose the path of bitter cultivation?" Ling Yu nodded seriously. "My background is not good, and I do not have Martial Uncle's mental state and comprehension ability. Aside from bitter cultivation, I have no other choice." "Why bother? Even if you do not choose to bitterly cultivate, you can still shake up the grave sea in the future and become an overlord of the nearby dozens of astral clusters." Ling Yu shook his head and said, "That is not enough. Martial uncle, you do not know. Headliner Ling Long promised me 5 years. She will wait for me for 5 years. After 5 years, she wants me to go to the Yanwu dynasty's capital to look for her." As Xiao Chen looked at Ling Yu's determined expression, he felt somewhat moved. He saw many of his own shadows in Ling Yu. Ling Yu was like that, but so was Xiao Chen. Chapter 1761. Trapped by love, Ling Yu resolutely embarked on the path of bitter cultivation. Since Xiao Chen did so because of love, he also embarked on a similar path. As long as there was hope, he could not give up. Ling Yu looked at the somewhat melancholic Xiao Chen. "Martial uncle, did something happen to you in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm? I feel that you have changed somewhat." "What changed? I can't tell what exactly has changed. However, Martial uncle has indeed changed. In the past, Martial uncle's face always remained calm. No changes in his expression could be seen. Although it is still like that now, I can tell that there is a lingering sense of loss lingering on your face. Most importantly, Martial uncle purposely left this sense of loss behind. Given Martial uncle's mental state, you should be able to cut it off at any time. However, Martial uncle did not. This means that the person related to the sense of loss is exceptionally important to Martial uncle. Even if it already affected your mental state, you are unwilling to cut it off, letting it linger in your heart, never dispersing. As the saying goes, one does not know where love comes from, but one is deeply devoted to it. Martial uncle, you should be careful." Xiao Chen felt stunned when he heard that. Unexpectedly, after not seeing Ling Yu for 1 year, his observation skills had become so meticulous. Or was it as Ling Yu said? "Did I take a picture?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not deny Ling Yu's words. Ling Yu smiled and said, "It looks like I was right." "So what if you are right and so what if you are wrong? Just worry about yourself. Although bitter cultivation can quickly raise your strength, if you overexert yourself and injure yourself, the losses outweigh the gains." Xiao Chen warned. Few people chose the path of bitter cultivation. Firstly, it was too painful and unbearable. Secondly, the risk was too high, and it was easy to injure oneself. Ling Yu's stubbornness inevitably worried Xiao Chen. He did not know how to face senior brother Yi in the future. Ling Yu smiled and said, "Martial uncle, don't worry about me. I won't die." "I hope so." Xiao Chen sighed softly. Ling Yu had no choice but to make his own choices. After not seeing each other for more than a year, the two chatted happily. Ling Yu also told Xiao Chen about some of his confusion on the martial Dao without holding back. Xiao Chen patiently answered and explained. Unknowingly, the afterglow of the setting sun had completely descended. A loud shout broke this rare silence. "White-robed Xiao Chen, come out. I know you're back." Ling Yu's expression changed slightly as he looked at Xiao Chen. It's Shangguan Lei. The voice came from the greeting of swords' edges. The greeting of swords' edges was where the face of the sect was. Xiao Chen had been there once, so he knew what kind of place it was. There were all kinds of sects there. Ever since Xiao Chen defeated Shangguan Lei in the fiendish demon battlefield, very few people in the Divine Firmament sect dared to appear at the Purple Flame sect's greeting of swords' edges. This time, after Shangguan Lei found out that Xiao Chen had returned, he came to take revenge. After some thought, Xiao Chen understood the reason behind it. Martial uncle, I heard that this Shangguan Lei put in a lot of effort to obtain a Dao tool to defeat you. He has been cultivating like a madman and has been waiting for you to come back. He came prepared. Ling Yu said cautiously. After all, Xiao Chen had not broken through to Star Venerate yet. Ling Yu did not know Xiao Chen's true strength, so he could not help worrying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the two decided to go out and take a look, Shangguan Lei's figure suddenly appeared on the courtyard wall. Shangguan Lei, all the grudges between the sect disciples have to be resolved at the greeting of swords' edges. Are you trying to start a war between the Divine Firmament sect and the Purple Flame sect? Below, Hua Yunfeng and the other true inheritors quickly followed, showing some rage on their faces. Several elders also appeared in the dark, locking their auras on Shangguan Lei. Forcibly barging in like Shangguan Lei had already broken the rules of the sect. If not for Xiao Chen's status and strength, someone would have taken him down long ago. Shangguan Lei said seriously, Hua Yunfeng, don't be wishy-washy like a woman. As long as Xiao Chen is willing to fight with me, I will personally apologize. After this, I will personally apologize. Can't you tell if I want to start a war between the sects or not? Indeed. Everyone could tell that Shangguan Lei was here purely for Xiao Chen. If not for this reason, the sect elders would have worked together to chase him out long ago. Xiao Chen, if you are not willing to fight with him, we can chase him away now. The voice projections of the sect elders appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Clearly, these sect elders were very respectful to Xiao Chen, speaking very politely to him. There's no need to chase him away, Xiao Chen replied. Then, he indicated to Shangguan Lei, think carefully before you make your move. You only have one chance. When Shangguan Lei heard that, he could not help laughing loudly. How arrogant! 1 year ago, if you held a Dao tool, how could you defeat me? 1 year later, I advanced to Star Venerate and grasped a Dao tool. Even if I gave you 3 moves, you would not be able to defeat me. Xiao Chen said slowly, many things can change in 1 year. Cut the crap. Stop putting on an act. This old man will defeat you with 1 saber strike. Right after Shangguan Lei said those words, he roared and attacked in a fit of rage. When Shangguan Lei's saber landed, 9 thunderous explosions rang out. The Dao tool in his hand trembled 9 times in the air at a speed that was hard to detect with the naked eye. With each tremble, the thunder might from the previous tremble would layer on top of each other. Shangguan Lei's aura was already terrifyingly strong. Dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning flashed, encasing the area for 5 kilometers around. When Shangguan Lei leaped down, he looked like a raging heavenly lord of thunder. A terrifying figure appeared behind him. The saber light in Shangguan Lei's hand was 300 meters long. When the saber light landed, an overwhelming shock wave swept out in all directions. Caught off guard, this shock wave immediately knocked many Purple Flame sect disciples into the air. The Divine Firmament 9 changes layered 9 times. He really succeeded. I recall that many elders in the Divine Firmament sect can only layer 8 times. To think that he actually managed to layer 9 times. The moment Shangguan Lei executed this move, countless elders exclaimed in regret. It would have been better if they had gotten Xiao Chen to come out and receive this move, forcing Shangguan Lei to leave as soon as possible. If Xiao Chen lost, the prestige that he had accumulated for the Purple Flame sect would vanish like smoke. If that happened, the prestige that Shangguan Lei had accumulated for the Purple Flame sect would vanish like smoke, vanishing completely. Instead, it would allow Shangguan Lei to rise to a higher level. Even the Divine Firmament sect's prestige would suppress the Purple Flame sect. However, just as everyone worried for Xiao Chen, the space in the courtyard suddenly froze. Even the dust stopped moving. Xiao Chen stretched out 2 fingers and caught Shangguan Lei's saber in the time it took for a spark to fly. Just like that, Xiao Chen caught the saber with 2 simple fingers. How can this be? Many exclamations rang out at the same time. their eyes filled with incredulity. Hua Yunfeng was somewhat flabbergasted, gaping. He was not that worried about Xiao Chen. He believed that Xiao Chen definitely had a fortuitous encounter and absolutely would not lose to Shangguanlei. However, Hua Yunfeng did not expect that Xiao Chen would use 2 fingers to catch Shangguanlei's saber, preventing him from moving or retreating. Shangguanlei was utterly stunned. He brought out his full power but could not advance by even an inch, much less draw his saber. Dang! Xiao Chen waved his 2 fingers, and the saber in Shangguanlei's hand trembled. A strong force rebounded. The saber immediately twisted like a water snake. The force traveled to Shangguanlei's arm, breaking every bone in his body. The force spread to half his body before Shangguanlei managed to block it. However, Shangguanlei was already sent flying, crashing into the courtyard wall and vomiting a large mouthful of blood. Even standing up was somewhat difficult for Shangguanlei. You! Shangguanlei pointed at Xiao Chen. However, he could not say anything, feeling pent up in his chest. Shangguanlei was startled and flustered. All sorts of emotions welled up in his mind. He felt stifled in his chest, unable to go up or down. His qi and blood surged, and his eyes widened. His face turned even redder, looking like an inflated ball that would explode at any moment. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he flicked his finger, and a strand of saber qi struck an acupoint on Shangguanlei's chest. Pussy. Shangguanlei vomited another mouthful of blood, and the surging qi and blood on his face quickly receded. Xiao Chen could already tell that something had gone wrong with Shangguanlei's cultivation. Shangguanlei only pursued strength and tyranny. This resulted in many hidden dangers in his body. If there were any setbacks, he would enter berserking qi deviation and self-destruct. This was the principle of being too firm and easy to break. Back then, Yi Zifeng had said that the master and disciple had comprehended the wrong state of the tyrannical Tao. The divine firmament sect's Shangguanlei is not skilled enough. Men, send off the guest. An elder of the Purple Flame sect stepped forward expressionlessly, not showing any pity for Shangguanlei. The words "not skilled enough" were rather mocking.